Hello and welcome to OGA Dota Pit Season 5. We're here for Tundra versus OG on this penultimate day of one of the largest tournaments currently around. I'm joined as ever by Misery and Black, who are going to help me talk through the series today. Misery, are you excited about what we've got coming up?
Yeah, for sure. Very much, especially to the second series, but I'm sure the first one will also deliver.
How about you, Black?
Well, it's what is it? Like 1 a.m. now. I've been playing Dota for about 7 hours, so I'm very warmed up. Ready to analyze the mistakes to the fullest. Nothing is going to avoid my eye. Did I win? Let's not talk about that.
It's good that you're warmed up and not worn out, because I think after 7 hours, I would not want to talk about Dota. I would want to sit under a duvet and not talk to anyone.
Misery knows, it's peanuts for us. We do 18 hours, 19. We never sleep. We're literal gamers, fiends, they call us.
Okay, well, I know some fiends in the Dota community, and they are on OG and Team Tundra. OG have played really well this tournament so far. They were the only team so far to have taken a game off Team Spirit, although, of course, that's only Tundra, who are the other team who have played against them. So not a big sample size, but still, it was a good series. Misery, why don't you talk me through this OG team? What can we expect to see them doing?
I mean, they've just been looking really strong. They, like you said, took a game off Spirit. They also beat the undefeated Team Liquid, in a series, right? Mm-hmm. Which is, I mean, what can you say? These guys are kind of all new players, right? Except maybe Tiger. And yeah, they look like maybe the most solid team so far. Everyone else has kind of shown weakness, whereas when OG is losing, it's I don't know. I don't look at it like weakness. It's more like, oh, okay, they're trying something, or they're, doing something that's maybe a bit out there, and then they lost, I don't know. There's just something about this team that's kind of magical, the way they've just come together and, yeah, just beating all these teams that's been together for years, right?
Black, did you expect them to be this good when you saw the roster? Because I know a lot of people in the community saw this OG roster. I was involved in a podcast doing about transfer rumors, and we were a little surprised. It's a lot of new players, a lot of people who are very much untested. Black, did you expect this roster to come together and be so strong, or were you also a little skeptical?
Yeah, I was definitely very skeptical, but a little less so than I would be if it wasn't OG, because OG had always had a very good eye for talent, right? They have been cultivating a lot of really strong players, and if they choose players, it probably means that there's a lot of potential, and we can now see why they chose these players. When the team first started playing, and even in this tournament in the earlier stages, I always thought if you beat them early game, you just beat them in the entire game because they don't know what to do afterwards. But they have really proven me wrong, because they did lose 2 early games against Liquid, and both games they managed to actually come back and almost win the game. Sure, one they lost, but the other they won. So they're definitely not out just because they lose the early game.
Mm-hmm. When you're looking at young players like this, how do you see potential? Is it just skill? You're seeing young players be very effective and winning lots of games and playing really well, or is there a more intangible quality that captains like No-Tail or Puppy, for example, will see in young players?
Well, I mean, I think those guys, the 2 guys from Creepwave before, the BCM and Amar, they have been, just looking really strong for a while. And I'm sure they also had other offers. Mm-hmm. So I think OG just happened to get kind of all these guys together in one team. And yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of new players right now, just not in OG, but just in general, especially in the CIS region. It feels like there's a new, really good player coming out every 3 months or something that you haven't really seen before. And personally, I didn't know much about Uragi before OG, but I knew the other 2 guys were really, really good players. So, yeah, it's I think in the pro scene, you kind of know who's really good, from the leaderboard and from just pubs. And even if people play in teams, you also can kind of tell if they're top players or what the deal is. So yeah, I think it's just commonly respected or known or whatever. When people are good, you just they just show it, right?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. because like when you play against them a lot in matchmaking games, and they don't have like a really strong team, you're like, man, this guy, like I'm almost never beating. He's way too good, so hard to catch. Like, what do I do with this guy? And then it's not a surprise once they get picked up, right? It's like, oh yeah, finally, I knew it was going to happen eventually. And yeah, it makes sense. Like all of these players, as we said, are so good. No complaints.
Both of you have trialed out so many teams and so many players. Is there always an attitude thing when you're looking at these young players? Because someone who's 16, I remember when I was 16, I was probably one of the worst people alive. I imagine a lot of young players require a lot of kind of molding. Will a captain like Notel or Misha, who is forming this team, will they test people's mental abilities and how they deal with interaction?
I mean, I think that's definitely a big factor, right? When you look at a player, especially a young one, like. But at the same time, I think they also chose some players with a calm and nice mindset to like almost like mold these guys. Like Taiga is one of them, right? I think I don't know Misha that much, but from what I've seen in his interviews and stuff, he also seems like that guy, that's like really calm and like just gonna build that foundation so that even if they're young, they can still just like, yeah, they can just work with what they have in a sense.
Yeah, when it comes to like measuring that, doesn't really work, right? You can't just be like, yeah, this guy is really good at that, because most of the time bad like attitudes happen when you lose games, right? Like everybody can win, but like true colors really show when you lose a lot, and it's very hard to test that, obviously. So
yeah, definitely. We've got a draft coming up very soon, but let's, as that starts, talk about their opponents, Team Tundra. I know OG haven't had too much of a chance to watch a lot of Team Tundra games because Misha posted on the OG fan Discord. Someone sent me a screenshot of him saying he's not had a chance to watch many Tundra games. So if anyone can tell him about where they ward, that'd be really helpful. So a lot of preparation going in from OG. If you were OG or Team Tundra here, what sort of stuff would you be preparing against the other teams?
Well, I mean, Tundra picks up Razor here, and we saw OG play Razor the other day, like first two. So that might be kind of a little bit of a steal going on. And then we saw a lot of Queen of Pain in the first two, from Tundra especially, and they've kind of moved away from it. And there was actually a Queen of Pain pick here for OG, but they chose to go Morphling instead, which, I mean, that makes sense as well, right? Like Morphling, like historically really good against Razor.
yeah.
But I'm a bit surprised to not see the Queen of Pain, right? As kind of the way we have thought of this Queen of Pain Razor matchup is that, okay, they're not picking Razor because Queen of Pain has been in the other team, right? But now the opportunity is there for them to take the Queen of Pain, and yeah, they just pass on it, kind of.
Yeah, do you think it's still as bad as it was like a couple of years or maybe months ago? Because it feels like Razor with this plasma field damage increase actually can do pretty decently against the co-op. Sure, you won't kill her or like completely dominate her in lane, but it's not like you're gonna get crushed, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's more based on farming now, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, like you're not gonna have this max Shadow Strike Queen of Pain like bullying you and stuff. It's more about like both players will just farm. I guess it's just one hero you cannot link, right? Which is nice. And then if you put the Queen of Pain against the Razor, you lose that whole link, dominate the lane factor. But I mean, I agree. I think it's not really about that, right? So much.
But this Morphling answers can actually be so scary, though. Like when Morphling links the Razor, because it's bound to your own attack speed, right? He's gonna like hit him 3 times per second. It's actually crazy with like all that attack range and everything.
Yeah,
it's scary. It's an early pickup for the Morphling. Do you think that's just a response to the Razor? Because we've seen Morphling played a couple of times, but usually it gets picked up in the second or even last phase. It's an early one for OG. Is that just for the Razor?
It's like you pick the Morphling, and then you have 3 bands to select, right? As well. So it's kind of like a nice slot to pick Morphling in. Normally it is picked later on, but here I see why they do it. It makes sense. Like you have to pick a core there anyways, right? If it's, if you pick Queen of Pain, then the enemy team knows the core as well. So it's kind of just
10 seconds.
They're confident on Morphling and they're going for it. I also like that OG picks up this Lion hero. I feel like nobody else is doing that, and I don't see why. Like Lion is such a strong hero. It gives you so much disable and burst, and I don't know, it's just so solid, right? It counters a lot of heroes conceptually just because of Hex being so powerful. he's a strong laner, and he's a 4 and a 5 kind of at the same time.
Yeah, I agree. But if you had a choice between Bane and Lion, what would you choose?
I mean, probably Bane, right? But at the same time, like, Lion is like, yeah, I don't know. Like, Bane is just more of a 5 hero, right? Whereas Lion has the more strict initiation later on. I guess that's the biggest difference between the two. Bane having obviously some strengths in laning phase, Lion doesn't have, but like in terms of later on in the game, Lion has this instant blink hex, right? Whereas Bane needs to like, his setup is much more slow and harder to, easier to kind of deal with.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Bans coming out from OG and Tundra. Now we've got the OD and the Beastmaster ban for OG, and the Mars and the Queen of Pain ban for Tundra. The Queen of Pain, I assume, being a reaction to Razor. Is there anything else that jumps out there for you?
Dire team ban.
Not really. Like, I thought about maybe an AA ban, but AA plus Bane suppose. Actually, it can work if you put a Bane 4, right? But AA in general is just like so weird to play. Such a weird laner. Imagine if AA Razor is such a bad lane.
Somehow they managed to nerf A really hard, I think, with the cooldown reduction on, I mean, the cooldown addition to his ultimate, right? It used to be like 45 seconds, and now it's a minute.
Yeah, it's like super long.
I don't know, A is kind of all about his ultimate, right?
Yeah. And it's also a support that doesn't really offer like much utility, right? It's like a pure damage 5, pretty much.
Yeah.
So yeah, like that old nerf is a very very big nerf.
Also feels like it doesn't even counter morphing like as hard as it's worth picking it. Like
yeah,
before it felt like okay, it counters morphling hardcore, but now it's like this morphling is gonna build some SNY and stuff later on. And he's gonna just play on higher HP, right? And then now you have an A in your team.
Is that Doom a reaction to the morphling then, or?
Hard to call it then, right? Because Doom, historically, at least last time we saw it, Doom owned Morphling when Team Spirit had their hands on Morphling, but wasn't it the same?
But I don't know if Doom is like, because Lincoln's is such a good item now, and it's kind of cheap as well.
But
so,
if you do get lucky, it's very easy to pop with a Fairy Grenade. Or Fairy Grenade, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Like, it's really like RNG dependent, but if you get that, like the entire morph item build is like down the drain, because you can always doom him whenever you want to.
The Centaur Shadow Demon picked up 2 very comfortable heroes for both ATF and Misha.
It's also a hero that Doom is also a hero that everybody has been banning against Team Tundra, right?
Yeah.
And now they've like it's left in the pool and they're like getting its second phase, so that might also be a factor to why they're picking it, because it's like quote unquote one of our best heroes, right?
Yeah.
So let's pick it. Yeah.
It's 33's second most played offlaner in this patch. He plays it quite a lot. Would you expect it to be played by him, or do you think this could? Because we see a lot of mid Doom in Eastern Europe, but that's not really necessarily perforated Western Europe.
Yeah, I would think it's his hero.
Looks like a mid Doom though now, or mid Razor, I guess it could be as well.
Yeah, but I think mid Razor.
Mid Razor is
like, again, I think Tundra has 3 cores that all need to farm.
Yeah, that's what they always do though, right?
Yeah, but normally 9 is on a hero that can make plays and kill heroes, right? Right now he's kind of just farming this BKB, Doom is farming, Wraith King's farming.
Yeah.
And OG's like, I don't know, they're going to have this gank squad going at some point in the mid game, and they might just kill all these farmers, you know? And then Morphing is just free farming on his side of the map. A bit like the game we saw against Team Spirit, right? Do you remember that? It was kind of the same as well. They had this Doom and like pretty much 3 cores with just farms.
Yeah. They even beat the Morphing in lane, but they still couldn't handle him at all because they were just all farming.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's OG. What's like a good BZM hero here? Tinker, I think, looks really good. Might be a little greedy perhaps, but like they already showed the entire hand. There's almost nothing to counter the Tinker anymore.
Seconds remaining.
Does BZM
good too.
play
Ember's
Tinker?
good too, yeah. I would assume he does. Like,
I think BCM isn't. He's kind of known for his Tinker, I think.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of his heroes for sure.
I mean, also as Ember though. We have seen it like yesterday. or the day before yesterday. It was super good. Against Razor, it's pretty hard to lane,
10
though.
seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
that would be the reason to not go for it. But in the game, it just looks good, right? Plus, you have
5
this
seconds
It looks so
insane
good.
tempo against these farmers that we talked about, that you can really punish these heroes like Doom and Wraith King early on.
Yeah, I hope they ban Nyx, because snaking Nyx has been so good. And if they do want to pick a hero like that against the Razor, then banning that would make a lot of sense. They're still banning mid heroes, though. Do they think it's a support Doom?
I will eat the cheese.
Dire
Maybe,
team
you know,
back.
it could also be this weird offlane Wraith King we've seen.
Yeah, but then it would still be Razor and Doom chorus,
Yeah.
right?
It could be a
Yeah.
support Razor. We've seen a support Wraith King before, a long time ago. It's unusual, but it's been done.
I think if it's a support, it's got to be Doom support.
10
So what they're
seconds
banning for
remaining.
is like Doom Wraith King offlane Doom Wraith King
5
offlane,
seconds remaining.
Yeah.
right? And then Razor carry.
Doesn't that sound super
Expect
weak
that
against
happen.
Morphling, though?
Turn to pick.
The Lena ban.
Like
now.
these bans suggest the Razor middle 100% to me. Like this Lena Invoker.
Do you think there's a possibility they feel that there's no particular supports they're scared of, so they're just banning out the possibility of a mid switch?
Maybe. I just feel like Nyx Assassin is a pretty good answer to a lot of the heroes of OG.
10
Like it's good against
seconds
Centaur,
remaining.
decent against Shadow Demon, and maybe even a hard counter to the mid that they might pick.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Ember Spirit.
Pick
This
up
is
that
the
Ember
Ember,
you
yeah.
mentioned. One of BZM's top heroes.
Yeah, I mean, Nyx looks pretty good. Just the lane isn't as good, I guess.
Nyx is also kind of greedy hero though.
It is. Like,
And you're playing with the Doom offlane, like what are you even doing there? Like you're
10
just
seconds remaining.
watching Morphling hit creeps, right?
what else does he like to play, though?
5
Snaking.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's a good question. He played a Wisp the other day. Obviously, that's banned. Nukes, Clock, also banned.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like, yeah, I don't know. It's a pretty.
I mean,
They
Lion
need
would
a
be
stun
good
for
for them.
sure. Yeah, they need something like a line, like a stun. That's why I suggested Nyx, cause like the stun god. Maybe like
Snapfire's
Shadow
in the
Shaman.
pool.
Snapfire, he likes. Yeah, he likes quite a bit actually.
What about Skywrath? I think Skywrath's pretty good.
Skyrath is pretty good too. Yeah.
You have you at least have a strong lane, right? It's gonna be good against.
You may now
Visage.
select your
Visage.
heroes.
So I think it's a
Is that a-
support Doom then.
Yeah, because that's a 33 hero. No,
It's
it's
a
a
mid
mid
Doom.
Doom. Support
I will eat the
Razor.
Razor,
Passive
five
Razor.
Razor.
Razor. What the?
All the
Kuroki did
memers
this.
in chat.
Kuroki did this, and he went like 0-10 or some stuff like that.
Interesting.
Okay, well, it's Tundra's turn to experiment. How do you feel about this draft then, Black?
I really liked it until like this Razor 5 just seems so obsolete to me. Like, what did you do in the mid game? I never understood. Like you're a walking plasma field. You can never walk into drain anyone or ult like efficiently. It's like,
What do you think their logic is for
I
it
don't
then? Because they must know vaguely what they're doing here. They're a good team, so why do you think they may feel it's the right pick?
it's just hard countered, right? By Centaur, by Morphling, by Shadow Demon Purge. Like, it's super hard to play Razor in this game. So
Shove it to support. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that, Misery? Are you down on this Tundra draft?
Well, I'm interested to see how it plans out. I mean, I saw them play Visage before and it didn't look that promising. But at the same time, like, I don't know. I think he's gonna rush Orchid, right? And then you have this fast Orchid against Morphling and against Ember. It could be good, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
it could be good.
You have a Bane Visage lane that's pretty strong, right?
But the
Should
game
be
will be
having free
4v5 though, right? After a while. Like, this Razor
you
won't
have-
do anything.
Yeah, you have this kind of meme Racer, but like, what is it, like? I don't know. He's gonna just like break smokes and stuff. You know?
Kind of meme Razor, I like that.
Okay, well, we're going to head over to the game. The first of this best of 3 elimination series is going to be casted by Nomad, and he's going to be joined by Misery's identical evil twin brother.
Hello, Evil Misery. How are you doing? And do you have any comments, which might be controversial or different to what original Misery said?
No.
No,
I actually agree
surprising.
completely with what he said.
You are a rubbish evil
He's
twin.
smart guy.
Alrighty, let's get into this first game of the series. I'm very excited to jump with 2 feet into this one. Is of course OG versus Tundra, and I feel like there's a lot of similarities between these two teams. You know, they both like to be a bit creative. They both like to try and push the meta in new ways. But I feel like OG have had a bit more success with that recently than Tundra have, especially, I mean, this season, OG have just formed and they're looking really fresh. They remind me of how Tundra looked last season.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have some original ideas. This game, though, I feel like they're keeping it pretty honest. It's more Tundra who are busting out the Razor 5 and the Visage 3 and, juking core heroes in the draft to support. We'll see how it works out. I still don't know. I still don't really know what this Razor 5 does. I mean, he's gonna drain the Centaur a bit, like kind of maybe pull. I'm not really sure.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it. And the game that people are talking about, where Kuroki played it, I don't think I saw that game either. So
I don't think it went well. But I don't think it went well. But yeah, I don't remember. I think it was at the animation. I really don't know though. Yeah, definitely a questionable decision, but we'll see if it pays off for Tundra in this game, because this is an important game. It's a low bracket elimination match. If they lose this game, then they could be just 1 game away from elimination. We're going to be fighting over some runes here. Tundra, on a poke away. Oh, there we go. The level 1 link, and that's going to skill on the bounty rune, and I mean, it's not really doing that much for the Centaur, but it's a bit.
starting with the fluffy hat as well. You don't see that every day.
No. Wants that little bit of HP. I mean, could it be something to do with the fact that the Morphling and the Ember are both very, very good cores versus a core Razor?
Yes, I mean, it definitely didn't look like a good Razor game.
Yeah.
Right? As a core. But at the same time, the core Razor is going to have BKB, and he's going to have, you know, maybe this Refresher. Like, he's going to have a lot of items, whereas this 5 Razor is not going to have anything, you would think, right?
Yeah.
And what then, right? But I think they also did it because they might think that this is a really good Visage game, and their off lane should be winning pretty hard against Morphling, I would say. Like, Visage Bane is a really strong lane, right?
Yeah, yeah. So the Fata will probably suffer, but it's about how well the Visage can do off the back of that. And of course, you know, it's a POS 5. What does a POS 5 do anyway in team fights? You know, they just place wards and die, in my experience.
I mean, maybe he can kind of be a semi-frontliner, right? To tank some disables, tank some lion spells, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, buy tanky items so that...
6 fluffy hats.
You know, yeah, if he's the one dying and then the mid-doom or whatever doesn't take the spells, then he's probably done his job.
Alright, so Misery suggests the 6 fluffy hats build for Fata. He's already buying a 1 though, so the dream's already dead before it's even been born. How's this lane going to go at top though? I mean, so far Fata has been kind of annoying, making it a little bit harder for Amar to last hit. He's only had 3 so far, and it's not like he's been zoned out or anything, so it's doing something.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine, like, Wraith King is going to have a decent time, but at some point the Centaur is going to have his Vanguard, right? And you can't really do much to him anymore. So Wraith King is going to go jungle. And then the Centaur will probably take top tower. But the cool thing is for Tundra is that they have this Visage, right? Who's going to also hit 6 at a similar timing, and they're going to probably play around him to take the bottom tower.
Yeah.
So they're going to eventually, like, mirror the towers.
I do wonder though, how good of a Visage game is it, would you say? Because in my new brain, I see a Visage and I'm like, okay, well, the Centaur is going to ruin the familiars, the Ember's going to ruin the familiars. You know, they've got loads of like AoE tick damage and stuns, which I just feel is going to cause a lot of issues for 33 this game. So why have they picked it?
Well, I think there's something about people going Orchid on Visage right now, and you have this really fast Orchid timing, and with the birds you can actually pretty much solo kill heroes, right? Or at least put out the like possibility of...
Oh my god, Hiragi.
Pressure.
Ooh, that was close. Sorry, continue.
No, but I think nobody really plays Visage, right? It's kind of only Tundra, and they probably have the best understanding of this hero, and it is one of 33's classic heroes from back in the day as well.
Yeah. So, not quite sure how it's going to work, but they certainly have an idea, and I'm excited to find out what it is. Of course, that Ag's very, very cool on Visage. If you haven't seen it, I won't blame you, because he's not a popular hero right now, but Silent as the Night, I believe, or maybe Silent as the Grave, actually, I believe it's called. And it allows you to basically pass all terrain, go invisible, and then when you pop those familiars, when you pop the invis, you all get bonus damage, 30% bonus damage for 4 seconds.
Yes.
It's pretty crazy.
Yes, so I think the build is Orchid into Aghanims, right? And then you're this guy who just kind of roams around and looks for kills. It's really hard to play against because he's kind of fast around the map, right?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yuragi's having a very dangerous time in this bottom lane as well. He's constantly having to dodge out the blasts coming his way by just morphing a bit of strength. And oh, Lion, careful, buddy. They're playing with the Nightmare, but it's a dangerous game they're playing with. But it does look like they will survive down here. But so far, so good as Tundra dominate the bottom lane. 7 last hits on the Morphling. This is not going well.
Yeah, definitely. This is looking pretty rough right now. And it doesn't look like it's going to get any better, right? As Visage gains more levels.
Yeah, he gets more. I mean, he's going to go for the Q here. And then probably some points in here as well, because you very rarely see Visage just skipping that entirely. But they're just going to be more and more dominant when he gets 6 as well. I'm not sure what this Morphling's backup plan is. Is there any more good news for OG across the map? I mean, it's looking like mid's going pretty well for them.
Yeah, I mean, BCM is definitely going to be a big factor this game, right? We saw him play Emperor the other day and dominated the game, and yeah, he's off to a really good start for sure. He probably needs to help his side lanes, right? At least bottom is looking, like we talked about, really rough. And I was thinking, like, one thing that people don't think about, they just see the CS of Morphling and they're like, oh, Morphling is suffering. But one thing that can happen in this type of scenarios too is that Lion is suffering badly, because he needs to buy all these cells for the Morphling, and he probably needs to sack him, so a lot.
5 stacks on Fada, do a lot of damage. He's forced to pop the salve here, but does just about survive that one. I think the Shadow Demon missed number 6, and if that had landed, that would have been a kill up in the top lane. But yes, as you say, the Lion also very poor. I mean, the Shadow Demon's also very poor as well in this particular matchup.
Sometimes when you see like a 5 Lion that's really poor, it's hard for him to even get a spell off, right? Because if he ever shows himself, he just dies to pretty much anything.
Yeah. And especially with the Visage in the game as well, he is the support hunting hero. Yuragi, once again, having to morph strength, just get himself back under the tower. Really cannot show against these two. Snaking in 33, just absolutely bullying poor old OG right now. Meanwhile, a battle over the rune, which 9 will win. He bottles up the invis, quicker clicking, and he nearly popped the Doom there onto onto the Ember Spirit. He was going for it. Will be a TP back to base for the Ember. Always have that in his pocket, you know. If things go wrong, just TP back to base. As long as you're level 6, you get that free bungee cord. They're going here onto the Doom in the middle lane. Meanwhile, it looks like Snaking is going to get first blood down at bottom. Doom is out onto the Ember, but it seems to be somewhat baited by OG. Not really a bait, actually. His batter comes through as well, and they bring down Tiger. Oh dear. Well, Doom committed onto the Ember. Didn't get the Ember kill like they possibly wanted, but they still get themselves a kill with this.
3k ahead at 7 minutes. That's quite a lead already.
Isn't it just? Bottle refill at least for BZM in the middle lane. Shrugging off that Doom very, very easily. And regenning right back up again. I mean, does this make 9 somewhat vulnerable here? As he has used the Doom, therefore has nothing to kind of stop them diving?
I think if he's sitting on like this half HP, then he can definitely die. But if he's just like he's going back to base now, right? Get his bottle refilled, let Fada have a bit of. I guess he's getting pressured now, but I think if he's full HP, then and maybe he's buying raindrops too, he should be pretty safe. But a lot of pressure on the mid tower here.
And again, some pretty big hits off. They'll force the fortification as well. 9 coming back in. But of course, no Doom means no kill. This Ember Spirit's not really killable. I mean, looking at this game as well, there are a few threats for the Ember Spirit. So it's not the free Ember Spirit game we've seen him play before. You know, I remember his last Ember game, I believe versus Team Liquid. There was really nothing to stop him, and he was just being an absolute menace, just being very, very in the face here. I was like, look to maybe go onto the Doom. 9 still has plenty of health to work with, and he's very, very fast. We're just going to sprint away from these 2 heroes, not get killed. Also, on the sidelines, we have Fata with a double damage, slapping away at Misha. Misha trying to bait him in here, and it looks like he won't be able to finish the job onto Misha. Fata's so desperate for this kill, and he throws out the high five, and that's all he's going to get from this. as they kill him off at mid.
He does see 4 heroes though, so I'm sure he doesn't mind giving away, what, 40 gold each or whatever it is. One thing that I looked at is, like, look at Centaur's game. Like, people making fun of this Razor 5, but it seems to have really, like, shut down Centaur quite a bit.
Yeah, he's
Right?
poor.
Like-
Amar's so far behind.
So what we talked about before, with, like, this Vanguard Centaur taking the top tower, it doesn't seem to be happening right now, and meanwhile bottom lane Visage is already taking over this tower. So now they can potentially, like, close the map and actually not give away their safe lane tower. Tundra, that is. Which means the map will be, like, really small for OG.
Yeah. No, and I also really like the positioning there, which 33 did with his birds, you know, where you just position the birds, but they're still attacking the hat tower, but also giving you that flying vision over the TP spots as well. Very nicely done. This guy plays Visage.
He has Orchid now. 9-minute Orchid
Woo!
on Visage.
Okay. Morphling has to be very, very careful indeed. If he gets caught with his pants down, he is going to get killed very fast by that Orchid.
I will eat the cheese.
Yeah,
I'm worried.
luckily, I think they're gonna see it though with the sword, so they do have an early heads up.
Yep,
But
if they
that
check
is,
the inventory, which hopefully they will.
That is a pretty insane timing.
Yeah. Yeah, that is terrifying. Well, 33 with a fantastic start. 5k gold advantage at 10 minutes into the game. This has been the most dominant start we have seen from a team in this tournament, I'm pretty sure. Even Secret versus Nigma didn't look this bad.
Another thing to note is that Doom is not going for this greedy first item Midas build. He's going drums. So he also understands that we have a Wraith King who's gonna farm, we have a Visage, you know, we have Razor 5. Maybe I can't go Midas, then we might get run over by this Ember Spirit. So taking a bit more non-greedy approach, you could say. He's TPing top here on the Centaur, and they kill him.
Here we go. Amar's going to get targeted down here, but he immediately pops the ultimate, giving them no chance to doom him. He already gets off the R, and he high-fives the tower on his way out as well. Which, by the way, is something you can do with the new tower cosmetics. When you turn them into giant hands, they high-five you when you walk by. It's nice.
Ensnared in fire.
9. Giving BZM a bit of a sidestep here. We should just protect him with the ground spike as well, but there are heroes coming in. Tundra looking to make something happen here under the cover of smoke. Let's see what they find. Smoke's going to get popped by the tower, and actually, yeah, this is just a straight down push in the middle lane. This isn't subtle, this isn't tactical, this is just take our heroes and ram ourselves at this middle tower and take this big objective out of the hands of OG, because we know they can't fight us. We're 5k gold ahead and we feel it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, so they lose the tower, but at least OG doesn't feed any heroes, right?
True.
They understand they have to just give it up here, and look at Doom.
Ooh,
In
Tumbles
trouble,
toy
or-
across. He's moving very quickly here. However, he doesn't really have any help just yet. The Razor is behind him, but of course it is a POS 5 Razor. I don't know how much that really contributes to a kill. We will see. It's not going anything. Oh, they're also going double drums as well. Doom already has drums, and Razor's buying drums. They were just a little bongo band on the side of Tundra.
But like we talked about before, look at the map, like how small the map is for
Under attack.
OG now. They really need this top tower.
My waters rise.
Would you say they're playing well from behind at this point?
I think they're, I think not giving away any kills, so this mid tower was a good move. And now they're just like, they're looking to smoke, I think, now with the Lion 6, right? He has it queued up. He doesn't have boots yet though, because his bot lane was a disaster. But I imagine they're gonna try to, there it is, but immediately broken by Doom.
Yeah, a lot of pings coming out, multicolored pings from both teams on that area as well. They both realize what's happening, and both teams back themselves away. I mean, Tundra, they were just going for a small two-man gank, the efficiency ganks. Meanwhile, OG were going for a big one, but nothing will happen.
Yeah, Lion has 3 wards on him, and I think he definitely wants to use his finger, try to get a kill. Right now it's just the 5 Razors sitting top and defending the top tower. I wonder if Tundra are gonna try to keep defending that, or just gonna give it up for a lot of farm.
Yeah, let's see. Tiger's hanging around. They have this observer ward down on top of Fata. That's his own ward, actually, so he sees them coming. Now, Link comes out. 33 is coming across as well. Orchid's down onto the Centaur. I'm guessing that's just to stop the Stampede more than anything, but it's a little bit of an awkward one from Tundra, honestly. They don't fully commit to this. Amar is going to be completely fine. Barely lost any health at all on the Centaur. Couldn't really find the setup there for Tundra. BZM still nearby with the cover of the Invis Rune.
I will eat the cheese.
So they're basically defending this tower with 3 heroes right now. Meanwhile, Doom and Wraith King are farming the whole map. And they're still ready to connect as well if something happens. I'm getting a haste here.
3 kills in 14 minutes. Averaging not many kills a minute, that's for sure. This is really, really slow stuff from these two teams. And I feel like that's kind of how OG want to take it. They are the ones in behind. They're more than happy just to back off, but they will need to find something at some point to stop this lead from Tundra from growing. BZM playing with Skitter down at bottom. He knows how careful he has to be, though. He is playing against a Bane. He's playing against a Doom. Top lane, and Mars going to throw the stun down onto Fata, and I think it's going to come down as well. They should get this Pos 5 kill onto the Razor, and they do. OG draw the 4th kill of the game just before 5 minutes. 15 minutes.
Oh, look at Ember. Kinda caught here.
Yeah, he's taking some heavy damage. Snaky's going to come across as well. They're going to need to interrupt this, and they will be able to do that as the Shire Demon comes across with a disruption to keep BZM alive. Now BZM turns it back around onto 33, and he's the one to fall instead. Great response from the side of OG. They keep their Ember alive, and they instead get the kill onto the very fat Tundra offlaner. Huge.
I gotta give it to OG though, like, they're kind of forcing out a couple of mistakes from Tundra just because of how patient they're playing this game. They're definitely behind, right? And their map is definitely smaller, but they're not giving Tundra any openings to get further kills.
No, their positioning is so good, it feels like every time they try and go for something, it's just punished.
Yeah, they're not panicking, throwing bodies at this top tower, right? And like giving Tundra, like I said, like giving them openings to, you know, benefit from the huge map that they have.
Yeah, definitely.
But at the same time, like Wraith King almost has Blink Dagger, Doom almost has BKB.
Quick blink away. I mean, there is no ultimate on Snake King now, so it might be kind of tempting to fight, but Skitter is very strong. That blink on the way. This will give them some kind of initiation. That's what they felt like they were missing, I think.
Ember can start being really annoying now because he has heals, so he can't really die. He can kind of always get out, unless he gets slapped into a grip, I guess. But he's gonna continue to just keep farming bottom, I think, and create space for his team.
I will eat the cheese.
Looks like OG's gonna go for a smoke here.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yep,
attack.
moving up to top. Their target, once again, is going to be the Visage by the looks of it. That's who's getting pinged, and that's who's showing up in the top lane. But they see the skeletons walking by, and they all know that the Wraith King is not going to be far behind. Here we go. BZM going to jump in. 2-man stun from Amar. That's a great start to this fight. If they can bring down the Brain, that would be perfect, and they do. Snake King gone. But Fata is going to link up onto BZM, but BZM just uses the left side of fist to break that chain. Doom comes down on the sidelines. It's onto Uragi, but he's got the strength morph going, so that's not going to do anything except get him out of the fight. But Amar has been left behind with the disruption. He gets a blink away, might still be okay. Stun out, but great stun from Misha. 3 heroes caught in that one to keep BZM alive as he backs himself away. Tundra, they're still chasing. They're hungry, they're thirsty, they want to get something, but BZM just jukes straight on behind them. No one saw that remnant. They are just completely juked by the Ember Spirit. And once again, Tundra left frustratingly empty-handed. They can't seem to convert any kills from this advantage they have, and it is really getting on their nerves. Doom used, and this might actually be OG's time to go, as Skinner does try to jump in and find himself a target, but won't really find one straight off the bat, and now they force him away. That was actually the blast from Uragi to push him away from the side of OG, but of course has the second life. They don't really want to pour too many resources into taking away the Skeleton King's first life as he runs back again. Oh my goodness.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Toggling himself, no real source of damage to threaten him there. Now they see the Doom. This is a doomless Doom, half a man. But with Sparta backing him up, they don't overcommit. Once again, OG just very cognizant not to make mistakes, but they might have just made one here actually, as they've got the link, they've got the stun, they've got the kill onto Amar. The Centaur goes down. Fata throws forward the tip as well onto Mr. Amar.
Yeah, that was kind of like the first mistake, you could argue, that where Chandra could actually get a kill, right? Apart from that, it's been like really good trades. But even this time, like Morphling got a tower top, and he has finished his Linkens. He's, you know, level 12. So his game is actually recovered quite nicely. Same goes for Ember. So considering like how badly they lost their lanes, they've actually like managed to really get out of the game nicely.
Yeah, they're not thriving, but they are surviving.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing good. And Doom didn't go Midas, so it's not gonna be this. I mean, he might still get really fat, right? Because he's a Doom, but at least there's no Midas on him too.
True. They haven't got this super scaling lineup like they could do on the side of Tundra. It does feel like a lineup made to make things happen, but that has been their biggest struggle so far. Maybe. And what are you expecting the next move to be from Tundra?
I mean, once they get Desolator, this Wraith King can kill Roshan, you know, in a matter of seconds, pretty much, with the Visage. But it looks like they're already now gonna make a play.
I will eat the cheese.
At least they're grouping up around. Yeah, grouping up. Not sure, but like the longer this game goes, I'm not sure how well Tundra Zero scale. Like the Razor and the Visage. Like Visage doesn't scale as well if he doesn't get, you know, continue to get kills, I think, and farm. Compared to all OG Zero scale really well.
It is a bit of an issue which Tundra will have to address, and I mean that's kind of why I'm waiting for them to make these plays. I'm kind of waiting for them to go and start some fights, but as you say, OG are just making it so difficult for them. They're not giving them the opportunities, they're not being out of position, they're not even giving them kills on position 5s. No one's running forward to place down risky wards or anything like that. OG is just accepting their position in the game and said, yeah, we're just going to draw a mistake out of you instead.
They're also drawing on the map exactly kind of what Tundra are doing right now. And they see the ward being placed down, so they understand that they're smoked. But this might give a free Roshan to Tundra though. So DD as well on Wraith King.
Yep. Now this would be big. This would give Tundra that kind of extra protection they need to go and make some plays. But OG, they're not going to let this happen for free. Amar, Misha, they're heading towards the pit. They're going to get their smoke broken now. And with the poison in, they'll know exactly what's going on. They'll know exactly how much health Roshan is on. Roshan just says, fuck you, Skidder. Bashes him in the face. On the way out. And yeah, with his Blink Centaur, it's really hard for them to commit to this Roshan properly. So they're actually just going to straight up leave it, split across the map, go and farm again. That is a call from Tundra. What do you think about that?
I mean, for sure, like they can't just get Roshan there, right? It's too risky. Like you're gonna get jumped, you're gonna keep getting poisoned by the Shadow Demon, and you're gonna get jumped by Centaur Ember. So you have to back off there. And once again, you see this patience from OG just paying off. The net worth is also like stagnant, right? It was down to 5k before, now it's back up to 6, but a lot of this is based on just Doom, being Doom, right? Devour.
Doom doing Doom things. Link Dagger board out on the courier though. Another source of initiation is now available for the side of Tundra, and as you see, it's got the Centaur creep as well. The possibility of initiation is pretty high for Tundra now. If they can catch out the Ember Spirit, this would be huge. He jumps in the stomp, but too quick on BZM. He goes for the sleight of fist over towards the small camp. I mean, that was insanely quick, wasn't it?
I mean, I think he already kind of knew that it was a possibility there, so he was playing a bit cautious. I think even if he didn't, even if he didn't slide, that 9 was a little bit off on the stun.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it was slow. Like he's definitely, his reaction time is.
I mean, they didn't know Doom had the blink. Oh, hold on, someone's just been blinked on up at top, and that's going to be Tiger Ball down. Meanwhile, 9 with a BKB trying to chase down Misha. Misha doesn't have the health for this. He's going to get killed off. Blink cost from 9 as well, but once again, BZM just going to keep his distance from the Doom. Doesn't want to get caught out right now. Also, Yuragi trying to escape on the side. Tundra, they get the support, and a buyback comes out from Misha. They are not letting them take this Roshan. This is where OG draw the line. You can take up tier 1 towers. That's okay. Tier 1 mid, all yours. But the Roshan, no sir. Ags now completed from 33 as well, so you can see he's just floating around the map, being wherever he needs to be. Ready with the damage. Oh, the Bane. The Bane in some trouble, but who's in more trouble? That is going to be Misha, taken out again as he backs into this one. Snaking so low, but they can't finish him off. They've got the sleep out onto the Centaur. They're trying to finish the job, but the stomp comes out. The damage is there, and BZM is going to get taken down as well. Tiger's going to be the next one on Tundra's shopping list, and that guy's not going to last very long at all. Tiger is gone. 3 heroes down on OG with a dieback as well. They have secured themselves the Roshan in this instance.
Yeah, and then we kind of saw how strong Thunder really are when OG give them any opportunity to get jumped. Like, Lion just dies in 1 hit, right? And same with Shadow Demon, so... Yeah, I mean, it felt like it was almost inevitable that Tundra eventually are gonna find them and catch them off guard. But OG played well for so long that, yeah, it just seemed like Tundra was getting outplayed. But yeah, now they finally got what they wanted, you know? A couple of kills into Roshan. And Lizzard has finished his Aghanims now, so he's gonna look to pick people off on the side lanes.
And of course, we have the triple life Wraith King now as well, so when it comes to shutting down lanes, absolutely no problems there. Yeah, Tundra, they finally find themselves a point. I mean, it was patient from them as well, right? We talked so much about OG not making mistakes, but Tundra, yeah, they weren't making the plays, but they also weren't really making any huge, unforgivable mistakes or anything like that. Yeah, Fada's pretty damn tanky actually on this +5 Razor. They can't really take him down.
But no, I agree with you for sure. It was a very easy spot to get frustrated in for Tundra and overextend somewhere and kind of throw away your lead, right?
Absolutely.
But they didn't do that. They just kept cool and kept going for another smoke and then another smoke and then eventually found an opening.
And all the while farming up as well, making sure they don't fall behind. You know that this is a Doom and a Wraith King, but neither of them have a Midas, but they're still doing very well when it comes to that money. They keep themselves on top. Oh, Hex out onto the Doom here. Misha on the run. Meanwhile, Lamar on the top side has been caught out by Skitter and by 33, and they're going to be able to kill off Amar with relative ease. Meanwhile, Misha once again being melted by his best friend, 9.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I guess one thing that's kind of, you know, unfortunate for OG in this game is the Centaur as a hero. Like, oh, look top actually.
Oh, BZM, he's being spotted. Sun as the Grave doing its job. Doom comes down, and this is going to be a freebie on to the Ember Spirits, found by 33. Great read from him to check those trees.
I was talking about Centaur, like, this hero does not really play well from behind, and I think this hero relies a lot on getting that fast Vanguard and then taking the enemy safe lane tower. When you can't do that, it doesn't really feel good to be Centaur. Ideally, what you want to do is buy Vanguard and Hood before Blink Dagger, right? Be able to farm, like, really aggressively and continue to be tanky in the game, but that hasn't really been possible for him this game.
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, it's not an Amar hero either, is it? You know, he plays it for sure, but it's no Mars, it's no Timber.
I think I would say it's in his arsenal. Meanwhile, yeah. Misha is getting one shot.
Okay, goodbye, Misha. Thanks for installing Dota 2 the video game. Meanwhile, Yuragi, oh no, they've got the grip out onto him, the Morphling. I don't think he's escaping from this one, but in comes Amar in the backlines with the stun, but it's not enough to get Yuragi out of there. And they are going to lose the Morphling, and I think Tiger might be having similar difficulties back here as they just keep on finding more. Tundra are piling the logs onto the fire, and we have another log in the middle lane as well who's about to be set alight, and he is 30 Amar. As the sprays come down, the tips come out, the voice lines are there as well. Yeah, they're making a statement here, Tundra.
Yeah, for sure. Now it's starting to get out of hand, right? Once your carry starts dying, like your last hope in this game.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
But yeah, we also saw the Visage, Silent as a Grave, come into play earlier. Forced the Orchid, right? You forced Ember to go Yule Scepter, and now he's going Linken's as well. You force him to into this defensive item build, and then he still gets caught, right, by the Visage later on. So, pick paying off once again here.
This is going to be a long-ass stun duration here. Unfortunately, just a little bit of delay between the birds, and BZM is able to escape. I think they're waiting to see if the Remnant ran out, right?
Oh, I didn't notice actually, but I think they wouldn't have been able to get him there.
Radiant's bottom tower tower is under
Just
attack.
fishing to see if it's possible.
Yeah, also just kind of get him out of there, right?
Of
Don't
course.
allow him to go so deep on the map farm.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Aghanim's actually queued up on the Centaur. This is a throwback to the Seb Centaur. Maybe also there as well. They're going to pop the Stampede to just try and blow up the Razor immediately, but Snaking's there with the save. They'll throw out the finger. This is a lot committed for the kill on Tafata. Meanwhile, the Doom jumps in the backlines, but he is going to get disrupted by the Shadow Demon. Skitter is now looking for his target, and that's his target. It's Misha again, running away on like 40 HP. Run, little lion. He is actually going to escape this one for now. Meanwhile, in the front, they've blown up 9. The shotgun is out. Click, click, boom, says Yuragi as he takes down another. And now inside that Razor form, he looks over towards Snaking. The Lincoln's going to help him for the time being as he kills off another. Great fight for OG. Tundra with the overextensions, heavily punished by the 5-man lineup of OG, and they keep their line alive somehow through all of that as well, which is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I still think OG are playing this game really well, considering what's happened in the laning phase and what they're up against. They keep kind of baiting Tundra in and like playing their side of the map, their vision very well. So it still feels like it's of course Tundra's game to lose, but at the same time, you still can't count OG out. Like, this Morphling is climbing up the net worth chart here.
He really is. He really is. Yeah, did have one death earlier on, which has slowed him down a little bit, but yeah. That said, still, 12k gold advantage for Tundra. It's still sizable. It's by no means an even game just yet. Tundra, they've got a few more plays to go before this game starts to look tricky for them.
Bot lane, maybe? Ooh.
Gets out in time.
I think he actually killed the creeps and Snaking lost vision there for half a second.
That's unlucky. But also somewhat BZM knowing the limits, knowing the timings, just playing it on the edge, as he usually does.
Actually, this position 5 Razor has a BKB now.
Oh,
Yeah, interesting.
okay. I suppose he waits for the waveform to come out from the Morphling and then tries to run him down. That seems to be the only sensible play you can make in the fights as a Razor.
Well, I mean, he's gonna just do his frontline duty, right? Even better now, like we talked about in the very beginning. And he's actually not really a 5 anymore. He's more of a 4, to be honest. But
True. Snaking,
But I guess to play
being
core
relegated. Yeah. Relive the glory days. Tundra looking to go up this high ground here. This is a risky play as they move up to that cliff. They want to try and take down the Razor as quickly as possible as they move onto Amar at the same time, and it is Amar who is in the most danger. OG seem to have just backed out here. They didn't see the opening they wanted, so they just leave Amar behind and give up control of their triangle. I mean, this
There
could be
you
a
saw
pretty
it,
big deal, right? As Roshan's respawning in 30.
there you kind of saw what the idea is here. He just runs in first, absolute maniac,
Yeah.
and you have to kind of address him somehow, right? And then he just gets slapped by the Bane, and then they can take the fight afterwards. So he gives vision for his team, and even if he was to die there, which is probably not possible because he knows he has Snaking's save, then probably they have to invest all their spells to kill him, right?
Seems that way. BCM once again playing on the very edge. Whew. It's a scary game to be an OG fan, that's for sure. But yeah, these fights. With that one going the way of Tundra, Roshan is looking very likely for them. Let's see when the respawn. Okay, that was the respawn. In we
Gonna
go.
smoke up though. Can they make it there in time?
Yeah, they're gonna have to be quick. They've got Desolator Wraith King. He does so much damage towards Roche. He's getting down low, about
They should
half
make it in
HP
time.
now. The OG should get here. Amar, his smoke's gonna break, and he needs to blink in. He needs to go now. He's taking his time a little bit. Jump in stun onto 2. OG need to follow up on top of this, though. They're being a little bit cautious as the Razor steals a bit of Yuragi's damage. It's just trades for now. Oh, never mind. Tiger's gonna get eviscerated by the Wraith King. The first casualty of the fight will be on OG's side as Father continues. Just be this frontline presence. They will take the first life away from the Wraith King, and Yuragi pop the BKB, turning on to 9. They want to take him down. They want to make sure there's no chance of Doom coming out this fight, but he's going to make himself away, which means he's still threatened Skitter once again, finding the support. supports, kills off Misha. Yuragi cannot finish off Fata. Yes, he can. Shotgun's there. They have got the Doom out onto the Centaur. Amar kind of forced this one out of 9 by jumping upon him. Also on the side here, we have this Morphling fight with the Wraith King. Wraith King just slapping away at the Morph here. He's going full strength, but it doesn't matter. He's doing too much damage on Skitter 9, getting away so low. The Sleight of Fist will catch him, but also Yuragi has gone down at the same time. It's only one man left on the side of OG, and that is BZM. Tundra narrowly taking the fight here. It was a little bit closer than you might have thought, but they do get themselves a victory. And now the stun out. Oh, BZM just gets away in time with the TP. Was directly under a ward there, but he just about escapes. And this should mean that Roshan goes to Tundra.
Yeah, you just see how hard this Wraith King hits, right? The only hero that doesn't just die like super easily is Morphling. He can kind of tank a couple of hits, but Shadow Demon and Lion just don't want to get hit by Wraith King at this point.
Did Yuragi? I think he turned into the Razor there. I'm not too sure. Yeah, he did. So he immediately links up with Fata, and Fata's like, well, my entire game plan is completely ruined because all I wanted to do was pop my BKB and start sucking away on Yuragi, and Yuragi's just like, well, no, I'm going to suck you too. And then there's like, well, I don't win this anymore. But pretty heads up from Fata to back himself off rather than staying to fight the Morphling in the link combo, because that would have just been him dead very, very quickly, right?
Yeah, I mean, he just spider-legged up the cliff fast and broke the link pretty much immediately.
Yeah, very, very quick thinking.
Also, I guess Shadow Demon diebacked in that fight as well.
Yeah, I think he was the first one to go down. Got the Skitter treatment. Skitter is doing a very good job on just completely destroying the supports this game.
This Visage is so fat now. Like, he has AC, he gets the shard here as well. He gets the Aegis too.
Yeah. Big.
Forget about what I said about scaling. Like, if you get this type of farm on a Visage, you're definitely a beast going late game.
Absolutely. I mean, he's gone for a very scaling build as well. You know, the Ags, it's percentage-based damage, very, very good. AC as well, and you can turn that Orchid into Bloodthorn later on as well. Yeah, this guy's going to be an absolute beast. He already is an absolute beast. What am I talking about? He's already doing so much work, and has a shard as well, so that's going to give him the extra survivability he needs. Yeah, this is a huge core member of Tundra. I mean, he's doing more work than the Doom is in the fights. I think the Doom is struggling the most in this game on the side of Tundra.
It is hard when there's Lincoln Spheres in the game as a Doombringer. Like, honestly, like this item is obnoxious to play against because you really don't want to use Doom on a Lincoln Sphered guy, right? And once you're in there with your BKB on and you're like trying to Doom, you're gonna get right-clicked back by Morphling, and you kind of have to get out.
For sure.
So it is not that easy for him at this point. I think it's fine to just go in and Doom whoever, right? Like, if they can kill the Shadow Demon first with Doom, it's good because he doesn't have buyback now, right? So I think, yeah, just Dooming anyone at this point is fine.
Just Doom them, lol.
Look at Ember though.
BZM being chased, they've got the stun, they've got the damage. Have they got enough though? Not enough in the tank, not nearly. BZM gets away. Thought I mean, even if they did connect with the Orchid, he had the Yules, but yeah.
Right.
Still nice escape for BZM. Draws some heroes across. But yeah, Tundra.
Where does Amar find this type of farm though? I guess his net worth is pretty low considering, but you know, he still manages to get this Aghanims online, right? Which is pretty nice, honestly, for them.
Yeah, something about the way OG plays. I think it's just a case of they basically use their mid laner to go and take the most aggressive farm, and Amar actually takes some of the face farms. They go once again. They have the Doom this time down on to the Ember Spirit. They use that Aghanim Stampede to try and get him away though. Will it be enough to keep him alive? Tiger's nearby as well. He can use a disruption if they think it will be enough, but no, they'll just go for the deny onto their teammate. And also, Amar is in the middle of everything, and he's going to get shredded as well. It's looking pretty bad. Whoa, the Morphling is also. Tiger does come through with the disruption. I think that might be enough to keep Yuragi alive. Yes, it is. And now they turn their attentions towards the Doom. Doom, the Nightmare comes out. That's not going to be enough to save him. He's gone. And immediately, BZM on the hunt for more. Looking for another target, but Tundra. They are shifting it into reverse, and they are backing the hell out of here.
Yeah, so that was like, I think that was a calculated dive by Tundra. Like, they backed off immediately as they saw the Ember buyback. I mean, Lion bought back too, but Ember being the the more crucial one here. They lose 9, but I think they're happy with it anyways because it gives them this win condition, right? They kill Ember now. He's done. He's gone for so long.
Yep, they know who they want. Absolutely.
Also, just
BZM.
slowing down his Aghanim's timing, right? It's a really big deal.
Usually at this point I'd say, oh, BZM, he needs to be so careful. He needs to play very, very carefully. But this is BZM we're talking about. He doesn't really have that setting. Very in-your-face kind of player. If he's not styling, he isn't in the game, basically. He's always trying to style. He's always trying to get the better of his opponents.
The Fata is actually queuing up a Refresher on Razor.
Wow.
It's kind of funny.
Just play position 1 Razor from the position 5. Easy. Yeah. He is farmed as well. He is really, really farmed. Like catching up with the Centaur kind of farmed. Wraith King, he's got the full Bloodthorn completed as well, so they now have an Orchid and a Bloodthorn on the side of Tundra. They are ready to catch out these heroes. If anyone gets caught out without their Link-ins, it's going to be a quick death for them. Ma trying to do something about these little pigeons of 33, but of course, with that passive from the Visage, they'll be absolutely fine. Overwhelming blink as well, my god. Skitter, 25k net worth at 37 minutes into the game. Goodness gracious me. BZM, gotta be a little bit careful here. They'll force staff him back, and I think that's going to be enough to keep him alive. It is. Misha even coming in with a stun here. They want to lock down this Wraith King, and they are doing that, but they're also losing their tower. 33 with the AC, and his birds are just absolutely tearing the tower apart. They try and finish the birds off with a sleight of fist, but it's not quite enough damage to bring them down. And Tundra get away with the building, and now back to farming we go.
This Visage is actually really obnoxious, man. This Invis, birds being Invis as well.
Yeah, it's very obnoxious. Hard to play anywhere on the map you don't have a sentry. He is so...
Shadowblade on Morphling.
Ooh.
That's cool. We saw a Tor do this the other day as well. Silver Edge just being such a strong item now.
Yeah, everyone loves a Silver Edge. Every single carry hero we've seen build a Silver Edge at some point. And now we jump in once again. BZM, this man can't go down here. They have got the Doom reflected, but they need to get BZM away. He doesn't have buyback, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to do it. They'll jump in, they'll throw down the disruption, but they need to help him more than that, and they won't be able to do so. BZM has died. Yuragi will take down 9 as well, so it is a trade, but it's not a good one for the side of OG as they buy back on the Doom. They see their opportunity to possibly end this game as they take out Amar as well. Amar, no buyback either. Misha gets destroyed by Skidder. Skidder taking no prisoners in this game. Another disruption from Tiger is going to buy Yuragi the precious seconds he needs to get himself out, but I don't know what OG can do here. The bottom lane is exposed, the creeps are coming in, they do get the blast out onto the Wraith King and take away his first life, but 3 heroes dead, with no way back into the game. Tundra are going to start taking buildings.
Oh, and they die so fast too, the buildings. ESO, Leveler, AC, birds, skeletons.
Guys, massive. Another shotgun down onto the Wraith King. Does take him pretty damn low here. Almost loses that second life, but not quite. And they are not slowing down. They are not slowing down one bit. Second lane gone. OG, their third lane of barracks, threatened by Tundra right now. They've saved the Fortify all this time. And now they pop it. OG, can they stop this from happening? 18 seconds on the Centaur, 12 seconds on the Lion. As Yuragi tries to blow up 9-9, just pops a BKB and runs at it. Final lane of barracks is going to fall here. I don't believe there's anything that OG can do to stop it. Down it will go, and Tundra have mega creeped OG in the first game of this best of 3 lower bracket series. That is a big, big win for them. 30k gold advantage. I mean, it seems very, very hard for them to lose the game at this point.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But what do you think? There's still a chance they're gonna stick around? Might as well just play it out.
It's not over till the Ancient explodes. And a team playing under this organization knows that better than anyone else. So they will play it out, but Yeah, I mean, what has to go right for OG? A lot of puzzle pieces has to fall into place for them to even win a fight, let alone the game, and one fight's not going to be enough. 2 fights aren't going to be enough.
I mean, Doom did buy back before, so if you can somehow jump him and burst him, right, then you have a 4 and 5 already, and who knows then what can happen after. They're looking to smoke the Roshan, I think, and try to... Maybe they could snipe Roshan, be big as well, but it's not up yet though.
Yeah, they've got like about 40 seconds until the creeps pour back into their base once again. No, it's not. Misha can't dangle himself like that. He is just too tempting. Now the creeps pour into OG's base, and they are not inside to defend it currently. Blinkins is popped, yours is out, he needs some help. Meanwhile, Wraith King is actually getting beaten down by the side of OG, but they can't really kill him off for a second time here. I don't believe that BKB coming. Meanwhile, Tiger's getting beaten up by Fata. Fata with the BKB and the static link gets the kill. And also, they've got the grip! Oh, Yuragi, he is gone! Buyback instantaneous coming out from him. Amar trying to run away, but Nine catches him on the retreat here. They have got the Lotus Orb thrown onto himself, but it's not going to be enough to save him. Another hero dead. The Centaur is out of the equation. Tundra still fighting, 5-man strong. 3 heroes left to try and defend this one. That just feels like it's not going to happen. Make it 2 as they take down Misha. They'll turn to Yuragi. The GGs are called. Game number 1. It goes the way of Tundra Esports.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yep. I mean, based on how the early game went, it's to be expected, right? But I still think OG did, like we talked about during the game, like OG did a lot of good things this game to kind of frustrate Tundra, and it almost felt like they could amount to a comeback.
Yeah, they were definitely poking the line at a lot of points there, you know. They were doing a great job of playing from behind for a long time, but the problem was they couldn't find the comeback plays, you know, and I think Tundra didn't give them that. They knew that if they just played it right with the laning phase they'd had, they just needed to tick those boxes, and Tundra are a very scary team to play against when they're ahead as well, because they are so disciplined. You know, we've seen them so many times not go high ground when we expect and not push their advantage, and that's just because they're making sure that every single one of their boxes ticked. It's like flowchart Dota with them, and it can be so frustrating to play against if they are just ahead. They're not making mistakes, but they're not making any big plays. They're just going to slowly bleed you out, and that's exactly what they do. Great job from Tundra in this first game to take a game of OG. We're going to throw it over to a break, and then we shall be back with a panel for game number 2.
I will eat the cheese.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Encountered in the flame.
will eat the cheese.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Welcome back. With Tundra looking razor sharp in that game one, they have built up a 1-game lead over OG. Black, why don't you talk us through what happened in that game and why did Tundra look so good?
Well, they pretty much won 3 lanes again. Mid lane was the most even one, but their safe lane and off lane were absolutely destroyed. Like, Morphling at like 7 CS when Visage at like 30 was like nothing going for them. The Centaur had like a minute, I don't know, 10, 11, 12 Vanguard, like super late. Looks like the post 5 Razor was working out perfectly. And as we all know, if you lose early game that badly, it's actually really hard to play Dota. All things considered, OG did a pretty good job at stopping the bleeding. They never really got back into the game though. Like Tundra is not really letting them do anything. Maybe they got a kill here and there, but that's all they got. Ultimately, Tundra just outfarmed them, kept them in the base, and it was a pretty easy win from there.
Was winning all 3 lanes a result of the picks, or is it superior lane play from Tundra?
I think the Visage last pick was actually kind of genius if you think about it, right? Because you instead of putting the Bane as a 5, playing into Centaur and Shadow Demon, you put him against the Lion Morphling lane, which is much weaker, right? And then you pick this hero that can rush Orchid, that can actually threaten both Morphling and Ember Spirit early on, which means Ember had to go for the Euls. Morphling got completely destroyed in lane, and then it just also one of 33 specialties, right? Like it was a little bit weird with, like in theory, with the Razor 5, but if you think about it, the Razor comes to lane and drains like 25, 30 of Centaur's damage. And now Wraith King can just freely last hit, right? And Centaur can't even trade back against the Wraith King if it's like a man up, like one-on-one fight. So kind of makes sense. Like Shadow Demon also being a kind of weak laner doesn't really offer much. So I can see how that lane went badly as well. And now you actually just have, like Black was talking about, 2-1 lanes, and the mid lane is a Doom. He's just gonna free farm against Ember, right? So I think it was a very smart draft by Tundra, all things considered.
And the position 5 Razor, we spoke about that at the start of the game being a bit of a pick of convenience. Maybe they wanted to shift stuff around. Do you think it works as a 5 that you'd pick, or is it always something that's going to be shunted into that position?
Yeah, I think it is kind of like a debate a little bit, right? Like you kind of set something up in the draft, and I don't think you pick Razor for it to be a 5. Like that makes no sense. It is something that jukes the enemy, and then you last pick Visage in this scenario or something, right? Like they overly counter this Razor with Morphling, like Centaur to break the link, and they have a Shadow Demon to purge him, and like Ember is good. Like they have pretty much have like all their heroes being good against Razor, and then you put it on 5, and then it's like doesn't matter, right?
Black, why don't you talk us through Skitter then? Because 13-0-10, however good your lanes go, is a good performance. Would you not agree?
Oh, of course. Like every team fight, he pretty much found the perfect target. Whether it was Misha or Tiger, he just slapped them in the head once and they just disappeared from the map. And yeah, like he was just unstoppable. Like he had free farm in the lane. After the lane, he had free farm in the jungle because they just had so much map control. He farmed the enemy ancients, his own ancients. There was just way too much net worth to gain, and he got all of it. And what do you do when Wraith King is like 6-7k net worth ahead of your Morphling? Can't do anything.
What do you do? Do you just lose? Because I want to move on to what OG could have done there, because they lose off 3 lanes. You mentioned before that they played pretty well. Despite that, they had some good movements. They had some good pressure-soaking positioning. Is there anything they could have done there, or was it just a case of Tundra not making the mistakes that OG needed them to make?
I wonder if it would have been better to put Lion top in this game, if that would have helped Centaur get a better game. Just because I think Lion offers more as a 4 than Shadow Demon does generally. That might have been... Imagine, I could just see if Centaur has a 1-2 minute earlier Vanguard and then Ember comes to his lane, then maybe you can trade the towers, right? At that point. And then OG can kind of like play the map better. Like as the game was, I feel like I was thinking maybe Ember could have ran top earlier and like forced the tower trade, but since Centaur didn't have Vanguard like until 10 minutes or whatever, it's not really possible, right? Centaur without Vanguard is like completely useless, right? You need that Vanguard first, and then you can play around him. So I feel like I'm not sure what they could have done differently. It felt like a rough game to play.
It's hard. Like if you lose with that draft, I think it's a draft that just snowballs too hard if you're that far behind red.
Yeah. And talking of rough games to play, every game sometimes is a little rough. We've got a second game here coming up. Their tournament lives are very much on the line. The draft, I believe, is live now. What would you like to see them pull out and do this game? Do they need kind of their own staples? Do they need stronger lanes?
I think last game was kind of just a really good genius kind of last pick by Tundra, right? Who really caught them off guard. I think everything they did in the draft was fine last game. They just kind of... It was more just Tundra being really smart rather than OG making mistakes. So I think just try to do the similar things. Maybe think about the last bans a bit more, perhaps, like, and remove these cheesy visages. Think about these, like, we saw OG lose yesterday too to an aggressive tri lane. Like, think about these a bit more cheesy things that these, like, veteran players are going to pull out against you, right? Because it is really, like, I mean, so far the games they've lost has been these kind of like more old school strategies you pull out in like game 2 or whatever, right? Like this aggro tri lane with, like, I kind of saw it coming, but like if you're new to the scenes, you haven't seen these games like from 4 years ago or whatever, you're not gonna like remember that, right?
Yeah.
But, 5 seconds.
But yeah, I think I don't know. I still think they look really strong as a team, even though they lost game 1.
I want them to pick stronger supports. Like Lion is a great support if you have an okay lane. If you get crushed in the lane, you like contribute nothing. Very hard to even get into a fight. Same with Shadow Demon. And together the supports, if you're both behind, there's like no team fight, no comeback potential, right? Like you are kind of dependent on doing
Radiant
well on the
team
lane.
pick.
So
I can kind of agree to that, actually. I think you're right. I think maybe that is something that they can consider a bit, because the Shadow Demon kind of doesn't help Centaur at all, right? And similarly, like Lion doesn't help Morphling either, so
yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
10
And this Weaver could
seconds
potentially be
remaining.
like a super strong support. Like Weaver is one of the strongest, just like in
5
lane supports
seconds
there is in
remaining.
Dota right now. So if they land this Weaver Mars, which they have before, it is like definitely a step in the right direction.
Amor on one of his strongest heroes there on the Mars, and Tiger picking up his probably going to be Tiger. Misha can play as well, but Tiger's Weaver is very, very good as well. Who plays the IO on Team Tundra though? Because I don't see that coming up a lot in their picks.
Radiant
Always
team
snaking.
ban.
Always snaking. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Pain.
And
Pick up that.
whoop. Yeah.
The
Nice
9 Queen of
favorite.
Pain. That's a Monk-Eyes, man.
Yeah,
Scary.
it's also so strong with IO, right?
OG's
You get this
turn to
magic
team
damage
ban.
increase, a
OG's
spell amp from
turn
the
to
overcharge.
ban.
Your wave suddenly deals like 500 damage.
Right. And you can also play like a bit more crazy, right? Like you actually have this guy to tether you if you get in trouble, like make you up to full HP.
And you blink like in 3 heroes, and they're like, oh, turn around. Suddenly IO comes in, you're like, up.
Are
Crap.
those
10 seconds
bans, because
remaining.
Tundra was very sure of those bans, they did them very
Radiant
quickly, the Invoker
team
and the
ban.
Puck. Are those and pro Queen of Pain bans?
Yeah, all
you're-
counter Quap in the lane, right?
You're probably going to see Tundra pick Tidehunter if
Mhm.
they don't ban it. OG.
How come? Why
Yeah.
do you think so?
Just like, I think it's their
10
go-to
seconds
33
remaining.
IO hero.
Mhm.
We've seen it a
5
couple of times
seconds
just this
remaining.
week.
OG's
And,
turn to
I
ban.
will eat the cheese.
I just like a nice hero with Queen of Pain too, right? You have the Ravage into Sonic Wave. You have this like this frontliner for Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I would like that.
OG should definitely expect it, right? To some extent at least. So if they leave it, maybe they have an idea of,
Mhm.
or they're not
10
scared of it.
seconds remaining.
What would you think about like a
5
5
seconds remaining.
IO and you just do their Nyx and Darkseer again?
That's also an option for sure.
I quite like that against the Weaver Mars. Because like it's very strong in the lane because they poke a lot, right? But IO kind of makes up for that.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
OG,
I can see that.
OG, considering
gonna-
this last ban, what do you reckon they'll be considering between here? Because they've been banning out carries, have been carry a support in Luna and Bane. Do you think they're thinking about this Tide Hunter, or could it be another option they want to close off?
Yeah, I think they're definitely looking at this IO here, right? Like, what is this guy gonna pair with this game? So they ban out the Luna, which is IO Luna Classic, and then
Mhm.
you know, I think that's primarily what you're looking at. What else do people play with IO? So they ban out the Visage due to last game, obviously.
They're in their own heads, I feel like. Visage
Yeah.
Quap IO is it's not
I
easy
don't
to play.
see why they would pick Visage here, right? Like, I also
Yeah.
think Mars is really good against Visage. You just one-shot
Mhm.
the birds with your
10 seconds remaining.
what is that? God's Rebuke? Yeah.
Yeah,
God's
God's
Rebuke.
Rebuke. It's all it takes sometimes,
5
right? Like
seconds
one
remaining.
good game of a hero you haven't seen for a long time. You're like, oh, maybe they're gonna pick it again, even if it doesn't really suit the draft.
Do you think that's an experience shining through? Because you guys both seem to feel that the Visage is a bad pick and Tundra wouldn't pick it up. Are OG just scared of it because they don't know it so well?
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a bad ban, right? Like, you can also think of this ban as a ban that, like a kind of almost like an investment to the last phase. So you ban it now, so you don't have to ban it in the last
Mhm.
phase, right? So you have 2 more free bans later. You might also be like, your time might be running out, and you're like, well, we're not really sure what to ban. Let's just ban this Visage. It was annoying last game, and we don't want to play against it. We don't want to deal with it, and you just remove it. It's fine, right? Doesn't
Yeah.
have to mean anything particularly.
Fair enough.
Grimstroke though, a very good pickup. It's a traditional
10
IO
seconds
quote unquote
remaining.
counter. It doesn't like hard counter it or anything, but it's always nice to have. And the
5
Phantom is like
seconds
amazing against
remaining.
Quap too. And if you ever leash her, she can't blink for like 8 seconds. So
Radiant team.
and it's a very strong laner too.
Good with Weaver too,
Bringer
right?
Again.
The
It is.
third spell with Weaver, Inkswell, is like really strong.
Yeah,
You
even with
could also
Mars
see
too.
the IO. I mean, not the Weaver carry. We've seen OG play before.
Yeah, potentially.
Do you like to pick
10
the, because you pick the
seconds
Grimstroke up with something that can make use of the Inkswell, but do you also like to pick it up with a
5 seconds
single target?
remaining.
Because they don't currently have any single target spells to take advantage of the Grimstroke ult. Are they going to look to pick something up, or does that not really matter to you?
I mean, it's a nice bonus, right, to have just some kind of stun, or like obviously the Doom comes to mind, right? But I think anything that just combos nicely, like it's just a Wraith King stun, it could be. It's nice. But
Like, I
it's
never
not
feel like-
necessary.
Yeah, like, correct me if I'm wrong, Misery, but I always feel like his real ultimate is actually Inkswell. Once you get the shard, you just dispel all the stuns constantly, heal so much. Like, his ult is nice, don't get me wrong, it can turn around teamfights, but Inkswell is just so OP with all these talents and stuff.
Yeah, I think Grimstroke is a very, like, it has a lot of different tools, right? That are all
Yeah.
really strong in
10
different
seconds
games.
remaining.
His Q is also amazing in some games to just push out waves and defend towers.
5 seconds.
His
remaining.
W has really like high utility against certain heroes like Timbersaw as well, right? So
Yeah.
I think sometimes the ultimate is the main key, right? With Doom or with, like, we saw the TI OG, the old OG played Pugna with Grimstroke, right? And you have this double suck. And so yeah, I agree. It's just a matter of like which game.
So DK, Doom,
I
support DK?
I mean, 33 plays both DK and Doom. I guess we could see 9 on the Doom
No,
again.
this is a Fata DK, dude. This is a Fata plus 5 DK.
It feels like that, right?
I think it is.
Yeah. Medusa is a very good answer, though. Like, has a super high win rate against Quap, I think, across the board, and it lands very well against Doom if it's there. It lands very well against anybody that can throw them, and you don't care about being doomed. Very strong
5
pick.
seconds
I like
Very
it too.
solid pick.
Yeah.
It's like the run at us kind of hero, right?
Now I think Tundra needs to think in the,
To ban.
like, they need to think what hero can we pick that can one-to-one outcarry Medusa, right? So they don't need to run into this Mars Medusa with Grimstroke.
Time for
Like-
anti-mage.
Well, that probably will get banned, right?
Yeah, probably. And then
Radiant
So what are the
PL
other
might be next
options?
in line.
Like PL, Anti-Mage.
I personally also quite like Monkey King, because Medusa is so immobile, hard to get out of the ring.
Monkey King would also synergize with their lineup, right? Now they could actually potentially run at OG a bit
10 seconds remaining.
and also go late game. What about something like an Alchemist here?
5 seconds remaining.
Outgreed them?
Turn to ban.
Is that a hero?
It's possible. It's just like Mars Weaver, which I assume is going to be the dual lane, is so scary for like a
Yeah.
low armor hero.
You also have the guy who could just rush Vessel really fast.
Yeah,
I mean, we never see that hero anyways, so it's probably not going to happen.
I would
There's
like to see
Terrorblade,
it, but TB is
10
good.
seconds
Yeah, right.
remaining.
I was going to
TB
say
Monkey.
TB. How
What
about
else is there?
Sven?
Radiant seconds remaining.
Nah, against Dusa,
I
Mars.
think
Nah.
TB or Morphling.
Morphing's good, yeah. Honestly, Draw Ranger's not good against Mars. But I could be feeling a Faceless Void too.
Do you hate a
10
troll?
seconds remaining.
Troll is also fine, honestly.
It's just weird. Like, this DK5 needs like a decent laner. That's why I thought Monkey King, because Dragon Knight Monkey King can actually threaten the Mars. Or if you pick that, this
Can't
like
you threaten
Dragon
the
Knight
Troll?
with Troll, sure. It's just
I mean,
the
he's gonna
matchup against
skill his-
Dusa isn't as good.
Let's focus on OG. What are they looking to pick up in their last phase? What sort of role are they needing? They're needing to fill a mid laner, but what type of mid laner do they need?
Like a
Some
Storm.
kind of playmaker, I think, right? Like some kind of stun
Yeah,
playmaker.
some initiator that can make
Puck-
the game
puck
easy
type
for us.
hero.
Yeah, yeah,
Puck's
yeah.
banned, but I mean, Void Spirit maybe.
White Spirit,
Yeah.
Storm Spirit.
Yep, I think so. Bat Rider, we saw him actually run. Oh, this is a pretty good bat game right now.
Yeah.
It's not good against Quap, but in the game, it's juicy against the DK and Doom.
It is, and they have last pick too. So
But I don't think they're gonna go for this game because I think it's too greedy with Medusa,
yeah,
and you're
that's true.
picking Bat into a bad mid matchup, which means he's gonna be having a slow start.
What do you think about? Nah. They need some initiation. I would like to see Storm Spirit or Puck. I think. Puck is banned.
Puck's banned.
Is it Rave King? Yeah, that's what we expected,
Comfort
right?
zone.
Like a DK 5 actually.
We expected that. We didn't mention the Wraith King,
No,
but
we
it
didn't
also makes
True.
sense. You just pick this guy for a scooter, right? It's like his go-to, and I think
10
it's
seconds
Fine against
remaining.
Medusa too, right?
It is. It
If
is.
Medusa gets super fat late game, like 5-6 slots, then
seconds remaining.
you might have a problem. But for a long time, you can definitely take a lot of map control with Wraith King.
Choose your
Tinker. That
How'd
is
you feel
so
about that?
greedy. The
That's
Tinker
interesting.
Dusa is giga greedy, no?
I guess.
Like, can't they just run over the Tinker now? And Medusa can never help. And like, if they keep ganking this Tinker with like the IO Quap or something, it's I feel like it looks hard for the Tinker. But of course, if he has a good start and gets a good mid game, it looks amazing.
I would also think it looks a bit greedy, and they also have the only way to really start a fight for them is the Amar getting some kind of spear, right?
Yep.
Which
Last
is
time we saw
not
that,
really- yeah, it's a very hard thing for Amars, I think. Normally you want some kind of setup at least.
yeah. Until Hex,
10
at least for
seconds
Tinker, right? Which is
remaining.
gonna be super late.
Yeah,
Or an
of
Axe
course.
Scepter for Medusa.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, well, let's think about these two drafts. Misery, what do you prefer? What do you think is going to happen in this game?
I cannot bet against the 9 Quap. I think he has been looking so dominant, and I don't think there's there's no disables for him, right? It's a free
No.
Quap game once again.
There's the
and I
Grim
think
Stroke,
they're
but
gonna-
that's it.
They're also gonna play around this Quap, I feel, with their DK and their Wisp and give him all the runes, and I think it's gonna be a 9 show.
Do you agree? Are they going to push it to the 9s, Black?
I like the changes that OG made in the draft, that they went for stronger supports, but the overall idea, they're still so damn greedy. Like, last game I got punished really badly for it, and like, let's do it again. But I don't know, it just looks too greedy for me. I think I agree with Misery.
Okay, well, sometimes greed is good, and can OG rely on this Medusa to help them stay in this tournament, or will Tundra be advancing to the next round? We're going to find out with Nomad and Lizzard.
Thank you very much, Dan and the gang. Yes, indeed, it is an interesting draft this time around. The Medusa pick seems like something very different for OG, who have enjoyed these more dynamic safe laners. Lizzard, what do you think of this one?
Yeah, I wasn't with you guys for game one. I saw some juicy picks, some Visage and whatnot. I agree with the panel. I think the Stinker and Medusa are greedy. But then again, I'm looking at Tundra. Do they have those good ways of getting on top of Tinker? Besides the Queen of Pain, they don't, right? So maybe BZM can have a little bit of his BZM magic and just destroy Tundra with the Tinker, which... This hero can be a playmaker. It can be a very scary nuisance in the mid game. When it comes to vision, only Weaver is providing him with it, right? So you don't have some Night Stalker or Bounty Hunter or anything like that. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, they have some catch on the side of 9, but they also have options on OG as well. You know, I feel like Mars is a very good saving hero in a lot of circumstances. Like, yeah, he doesn't have any actual saving abilities, but Spear can be very useful. Nice long-range stun. Arena as well can be used in the right circumstances. And Misha as well is going to be a big one. Are we expecting him to run for the
30
Aghanim's this game?
seconds to battle.
If the game goes well, perhaps, but keep in mind that this is a position 5 Weaver. So Misha will probably, even if he does get it, it's not going to be fast. I do like the position 4 Grimstroke with Mars. Actually, that activates Mars in a completely different way. You're thinking about Mars as this hero that struggles to initiate, right? Because you jump in and you try to spear. Well, if you have Inkswell, you can jump in, use God's Rebuke, and...
Ooh, bit of fighting.
3
Tundra
rules
gets
for Tundra.
3
Wrap
bounty.
it up.
Yep, GG. It is Tundra going through the low. No, but it is nice.
I will eat the cheese.
Yeah, and this lane, right, like the Mars and Grimstroke is pretty scary too. I just want to see how well Dragonite will do, because I've seen this on position 5 actually quite a few times recently. Not in pro games. You run in, you stun, and you just hit. And it's so annoying. Like, this is one of the longest, if not the longest stun level 1.
Yeah, pretty insane, that Dragon Tail duration. It's just a pretty powerful ability. It always has been. Not one to overlook. So Fada, we'll see what he can do as Tiger just hits him. Look at that. Look at that. Tiger's he's just out of the game. He's gone to make himself a coffee.
he has some range, right? At least with Stroke of Fate, you can secure the range creep, which he might do here, or just leave it to the Mars as well. And you can see Taiga is already running away. Dragonite on one side, Taiga on the other.
Yep, using the creeps as a shield. Please, leave me alone, you stupid dragon man. Doesn't fear anything.
Such a fata thing to do, right? Take this Dragonite, put it on a 5.
Yep, game 1 Razor, game 2 DK, easy.
Oh, he was Razor position 5 first. Okay, okay. There were some Eastern European players that used to do that a long time ago. With no success, however, but Fata made it work.
Do you remember when Kuro did it? We were trying to remember when Kuro did it last cast, and we couldn't remember.
Nope. Actually, can't remember.
Who knows? So lanes, I mean the lanes were an absolute disaster last game. Let me tell you, it was an absolute thwacking. Tundra did just not let OG get anything out of their side lanes. Mid was pretty good for BZM, but elsewhere it was absolute destruction. So good to see already things looking a little bit better for OG. But this Medusa, she is struggling.
Any lane which gives Wisp movement speed is so nice to have, right? This position 4 IO plus 33 with Scorched Earth and Infernal Blade. We've seen this, we witnessed it before, right? Absolutely no points in Devour early on, and you just play to dominate the lane itself. It's a different approach to the lane with the Doom, but it's definitely popular one at the moment.
Yeah, that's nice, especially when you're playing with that IO, right? That just makes it so much more tempting. Screw Devour. Tiger getting pretty low to the harass of Fada at bottom. Forces him back, and now Fada will get to work on Amar. It's just hitting them. It's just hitting him with that big old sword of his. Whack, whack, whack.
It's just such a funny thing to watch. Very annoying when you're playing it, but when you're watching it, he just runs up to you, stuns you. He has Dragon Blood. You don't want to trade hits with him, right? Because he just regions up anyway. As long as he's careful enough to not get speared into the tower or something like that, Fata should be fine.
Yeah, and actually, Tiger's walking all the way back to base now, so he is not even going to TP back, he's just going to walk back and then TP back to lane, because he knows that he needs regen for himself, and he needs to bring his Mars some regen as well, so that's exactly what he'll do.
Keep in mind that he started with boots, right? So, because of that, it's fine for him to go back.
Oh,
he's actually...
Snake King, will he be able to finish the job here? No, he will not. He runs out of balls, unfortunately.
Medusa is being pressured a little bit by 33. And they do have the tether. Like in a lane such as this one, you just have to be careful to tether a little bit sooner, so you have it off cooldown a little bit later too, and they don't go on you and finish you off.
And Fada continues to be annoying, blocks the Ancient Stack as well. I want to talk a little bit more about BZM Tinker, because it is an interesting pick, and it's something which he's been playing a little bit of. Last time we saw it, it was very aggressive. That was the one thing we thought about it. It was very frontline, did get picked off a bit too many times, to be honest, but overall, very, very good. I mean, he just had a ridiculously good early game. Will he get away with that this game?
Was it the game that we casted together and the Tinker won? Or did the Tinker lose in that game? Because I'm casting some Eastern European.
Pretty sure OG lost that game, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I feel like Tinker is a hero that can definitely work right now. But I, just like Panel, agree that it feels better to have a little bit more of an active safe laner, some semi-carry, or at least a carry that doesn't need as much as a Medusa.
Got it. And then you've got Queen of Pain on the other hand as well, where 9 is just going to be everywhere and everywhere, trying to be as active as possible.
Yeah, she's actually hunting for a kill. Yeah. He got level 6, and 9 actually leveled up Sonic Wave instantly. He's searching for him, but BZM is not giving away his position right now, at least.
I love it when you resist.
I love it when you resist.
Yes, resisting death. It's kind of important. Kind of what we're all trying to do most of the time. Oh, and there we go, finds it. BZM's going to get blown up by 9. Makes the mistake of daring to show his face for just a second. And 9 will rip it clean off.
there was no way he survives after that. Like, literally no way. The moment he shows himself, he dies. And I believe he knew it. Why he went for that? Is he a madman? Does he want to get that level 6 and just region up? I'm not sure, but first blood goes for 9.
Yeah, that's a pretty big deal. That is a pretty big deal for 9. I feel like it was an active choice from BZM, but I wouldn't want to say that because that does seem like a crazy thing to do. It's first blood. You don't give away first blood in the middle lane. Look at Fodder as well. He's like, hey man, I like these stacks you've made. I'm just gonna hang out here now and yeah, be annoying.
Well, 9 is trying to actually take them.
Yeah, but they have got the Inkswell out onto the Weaver. They're going to be able to stun up 9 for now, and they've also got the Silence. However, I think Misha could be the one in some trouble. The Ancient's just tearing him apart as well, joining in to just bully the poor old Misha there. And now it's Tundra who are coming in. They're invading. They're taking the stacks. There needs to be responsive from OG, and he'll throw some rockets across. But I'm not sure it's going to be enough to stop Tundra just cleaning out this hard camp.
He's like, please go away. Please go in, as he's throwing these little pebbles at Queen of Pain and Io, and they absolutely don't care. Bata might fall. They're going back in for the Tinker. They don't have the damage, right?
I don't think so. It's a bit of a long TP, but he gets out eventually.
Not only did you lose the stacks, you also wasted that whole time in still farming, throwing rockets at them, which didn't really accomplish much. Plus they get a kill on a DK, which is alright.
It's something. I mean, is a kill worth that big stack? I wouldn't have thought so.
Probably not. It's a position 5 DK, so...
Yeah.
They're chasing him.
Man, they are so hungry for BZM here. Misha is nearby, as is Tiger, though. We saw that combination do a bit of work before. And yeah, Bosom just gone immediately. He said, we're not wasting any time trying to trade with 9 or anything like that.
Do you call him Bosom?
Sometimes. It's, you know, a fun little nickname. We're very, very good friends, me and Bosom.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you pronounce it, right? So
technically, I mean, it's lowercase, so if we're being pedantic here, then...
Has been killed.
Exactly, there's a Queen of Pain with her ulti ready, but no mana.
Yeah, that's an issue. That's an issue. I trying to come across and help out, and Tiger could actually be in some trouble. Was trying to help out his TPing Tinker. Now 9 trying to just get on top under the tower with the right clicks, with the overcharge. It's not enough. It is enough. Tiger does die to the dagger eventually, but Snake King will follow him to the grave. So a very deep dive from Tundra.
I feel like if Queen of Pain waited a little bit just to get a bit more mana, and then she goes in, they finish off Grimstroke way faster, and probably Snake King doesn't follow, right? He doesn't die. But when you're dominating, sometimes what matters is to assert even further dominance, and he certainly did that by diving here too. There is a completed armlet, I believe, on Skitter. Yeah, there is. And Amar just finished off his... Is that Phase Boots? Yep.
We've seen this move before from BZM. In the triangle, smoked up, trying to take the agents, but look at 9, they know immediately what's going on. They're going to try and take down BZM, and they're going to be able to do exactly that. The Sonic Wave cuts him in 2. And now, do they take the ancient stack as well?
Seems like not. Misha was like, yeah, I'm moving aside. This Sonic Wave is all you, brother. He moves so he doesn't get picked up by it as well. He's leeching some of the experience that... He gets that level 5 at least, but like you said, we've seen BZM do exactly that with the smoke and ancients, right? We casted that game. If we saw it, Tundra saw it as well, so they knew exactly what was going on, what will happen, and they punished them.
Yeah, they've done their research, which is important. You know, considering there's DPC going alongside this as well. Sometimes you can get away with it, but this time around, Tundra did do their research. They watched the replays. They know what's going on, and they do not let the Tinker get away with it. Yeah.
So far, one hero that we completely forgot about, I believe, is 33 on the top lane. He has pretty much a Midas completed now with that level 4 Devour and with no levels in Doom. Why skill Doom if you're not gonna Doom anything? And what's a Doom without a Doom?
He is just silence, isn't he? Doesn't really have a... maybe Bringer, if we're talking about old Doom. This is a dead father on the tower. Alrighty. And now Yuragi's being jumped by 9. Snake King joining in as well. He's just going straight away for the TP out. They know the weakness of this Io Quap duo. And that's the fact they don't have TPs. The Tigers just want to walk up the high ground. Oh my god, look at the laser! What the hell? They just get completely destroyed by them. Oh my god.
Alright. Now I understand.
Yeah.
I was blind, but now I can see. Grimstroke, Soulbind plus Tinker. That's where it's at.
The
amount of
double
damage.
bouncing laser
Dire's
just
top
come.
tower
I mean,
has fallen.
Snaking just perished.
Dire's
He doesn't.
middle tower is under attack.
Indeed, he did. Queen of Pain as well.
Good
She wasn't much tankier
lord.
too. Actually, when you think about it, Io has more HP than Queen of Pain.
That was
Fada?
violent. Fada doing his best to try and defend this bottom tower. Another combo going. Oh, hold on, BTM. He's been caught. They just jump on top of him. Skidder brings him down.
Bottom tower
And the kill goes to 9 once again. DZM once again.
been killed.
You know, I did mention it before. He does like to be very front lines on this Tinker, and sometimes that can work out against them. This time he gets caught out, and they deal with the Tinker very swiftly.
I don't really worry for him anymore after seeing that Grimstroke combination. Every time Grimstroke has Soulbind, just go and make that play.
Dire's
Io
middle
will
tower is
be
under attack.
probably tethering the target, right? So it's a
Yeah.
it's a free usage of the Soulbind combination.
They do have to be close, though, for the laser to bounce.
That's
though.
true.
So
Yeah, that's true.
as long as you're not cuddling. Snaking
Are.
does love a cuddle. You can just tell by looking at him. He's a cuddler, for sure. This is a dragon under a tower, and now it's a dragon dead. They do get the deny on the tower as well. BZM's able to take that one down and spamming out some more rockets, just trying to keep them nice and low.
Ata was in true position 5 spirit there, just sacrificing his life to take out the tier 1 tower on the mid lane. He does fall in the end, but I don't think that matters way too much. One thing that you have to pay attention to is Tundra's global presence. Because of the relocate and because of the fact that they do have 9 and he's quite mobile, right? Has that blink, can initiate. But they don't really have a way of stopping Tinker from rearming, blinking away.
True enough. True enough. Especially with that shield as well. Very useful for stopping those gradual DOTs, such as the dagger.
Ara.
There's more stacks here. Tundra are just living on the enemy side of the map this game. It's very hard for OG to play into. This is not how they wanted this game to go. We talked about the greed. The panel talked about the greed of OG a lot and whether it could be punished. And Tundra are doing exactly that in this game. Look at their cores as well. Top 3 of the net worth spots. Looking very good for them.
They're punishing them, I would say, really on the back of Fada's Dragon Knight. Like, the way he's playing is he's giving so much info going forward first, and he's a 5. A 5 that's really difficult to take down. So he just goes in, gives info. If they go on him, there's always some IO to save.
Bottom
also come
lane,
back.
33.
Iragi.
He's got the Doom. They'll throw it down with the reload as well. They're looking to jump onto Uragi here, and I think they've got this Medusa dead to rights.
Can they be punished?
Let's see. Arena comes down. They've got the Io. That's going to be the first kill. Now I'm going to go towards the Doom as well. Misha, Tiger, Amar, they surround the Doom and take down 33. It's a good play from OG to get something in return from this.
9. There's a blink on Mars, but I don't think there's follow-up.
No, they just don't have the lockdown to keep 9 still. With that blink coming off cooldown so regularly, very tricky to chase down the Quap this way.
If you want to kill this Quap right now, you need a Phantom's Embrace on her. Grimstroke needs to use his spells. And they did get a couple of nice counter kills on OG, but Medusa falling is the big storyline. And if you're Tundra, you're completely fine with the way the teamfight went on the bottom lane. Top lane. Oh.
Ooh, okay, alright. This is not the IO catch here, I believe. They're being very cautious about this. No, OG don't seem to trust that, do they? They're like, we don't want to get ulti by this Queen of Pain. We don't overcommit to a snaking kill. I mean, it's very efficient though, right?
I think they didn't see the tether being broken. God's Rebuke actually broke tether, so he couldn't get out. Because of that, they were kind of playing around him. As they know that Io is kind of a tricky hero to kill. He can always just tether and get away if Phantom Embrace is dead, obviously.
I'll take that.
Nice scoreline right now. Very nice. It's BZM Throwing down some rockets onto Fire in the bottom lane, just clearing him out, claiming the farm for himself. As Misha is going to kill the courier, which has a blink dagger on it. It's very annoying to get your blink dagger timing delayed, isn't it? One of the most annoying items to get killed.
100%. It's an item that completely changes the way you play on some heroes. So when you lose that, it hurts. One of the items that are coming up that will change the way Tinker plays is the Diagonal Scepter. It's going to make him a little bit harder to deal with, especially with the Soulbind combination of that laser. Bottom lane, Amar. Relocate as well.
Yeah, he's in the spotter bother here. Sphere comes out, but that's 5 heroes upon him. Amar, he's going to accept this fate and will be killed off. He's pretty deep down in that lane though, right?
I was thinking if they can find the relocate spot, but they can't. Instead, they're setting up a kill on top lane. And someone will TP, but sadly for them, it's Wraith King with assistance from Io.
Yeah, do they want to try and fight into this? I don't think so. Misha's still considering it. He's scooted on across, just giving the information. But no, they back away.
Yeah, if it was anyone else, they could have went for that, but Wraith King up front, if you waste that Soulbind, they will TP to that tier 1 tower. You will be punished 100%, so they opt not to go for that. As they have some good items coming as well. BKB completed on Doom. Doom is available. Misha.
OG searching for an opportunity. That sentry doing a lot of work. Not finding it though. And they've got nothing to play for in this part of the map, OG, so they're just going to back away.
This is very peculiar from both of these teams how they're playing. Like Medusa is free farming and she's not really like not one of these teams is thinking about defending her or going for her. It's next level. They understand that tier 2 on top lane is probably where Tundra will try to go. And they did, but they got repelled already.
As a diving
And why do you think that is? Why does this top tier 2 matter when the Medusa's in the jungle?
The top tier 2 and the triangle, no, not the triangle, sorry, the area around the shrine helps with access to the Rosh pit. And it's historically one of those areas that you want to take control of. Fata is running straight. This is such a Fata play. Has smoke, runs straight in.
D wards. Cool, yeah, that's a statement for sure. OG like, yeah, we don't trust that guy. We're not jumping that. Not today. They want something juicier.
Yep. We said that OG's oh, Grobo. Okay, he gets it. Misha. They're just playing on the edge, right? Like saying hi to one another but not really engaging. And now Skitter is sick of that and he goes straight into the pit.
Yeah, they want to force something. Tundra tired. Do OG respond to this, Lizzard?
Do you think they can respond to this? On the side of OG, is that what you asked?
I mean, yeah.
I guess not. Not at this point. By the time I figured out what you said. Fata will die, but so will Rosh.
Yep, that's a worthwhile trade. Fata once again finding the favorable trades here. I feel like with some bugs in the pit, and maybe with like a soulbind or something, they could have contested that with the Tinker. They do a lot of damage, and they could have forced him out of the pit, but they didn't find it in time or something, I don't know. But either way, Roshan goes down, but now they come in. They're going to go take this fight with the dead DK. They feel like this is an opportunity for them, and look at the lasers bouncing around, doing so much work. Snaking so low, does get finished by Misha, but Nine in the backlines tries to find the Tinker, doesn't quite do so though as he gets himself out. Skitter's lost his first life, and Nine might be losing his first life as well, but not before he brings down Amar. Look at the amount of work this Weaver's doing, but no longer as he gets jumped up and stunned up by Fata and Skitter. They'll lose the ring. Whoa, mid lane. More fights taking place. The Tinker's coming in to help out the Medusa. Can he keep her alive is a question. The answer is no. Too much damage coming out. Tundra, how do they do that? They make two plays happen across the map at the same time. That's kind of wild, and they're going to find BZM as well. It all comes crumbling down for OG.
Yeah, really well played by Tundra there because of Snake King's buyback and the Doom from 33, revealing that Blink Dagger, jumping on top of Medusa. Medusa that was like, okay, you guys are fighting on top lane, doing your own thing, I'm gonna be farming, taking the tier 1 mid, whatever. Suddenly there is a Doom, jumps straight on top of her. And followed up by Snake King. Tinker tries to save, but 33 just waited very well with the BKB. And because of that BKB, he had enough time and strength in him to take down the Medusa without worrying about the lasers. Very cool that they realized that they could punish Medusa on the other side of the map.
Yep, the first time a play has really been made around this Medusa, and it's a really big one for Tundra.
But no, back to your point and the questions that you asked earlier, like your worries, I feel the same way. OG, that if they read that Rush Pit was happening, they definitely could have contested that. It's a better fight than to take it afterwards, right? After Aegis is already there.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know, this feels like a slip from OG this game so far. This isn't the team we're used to seeing playing, and they're not playing badly, but it's just that they're not... They don't seem to be making the same moves and having the same kind of discipline as we saw from them previously, but...
The discipline is there. I feel that Tundra is just playing very fast as well.
Yeah. I mean, that move across the map was crazy. It was so quick.
33. He has a stun here, but no, he's so close to BZM.
Oh, right on him, but another blink away from BZM. He had the next one available, so will get out. But man, this guy, he predicted, he guessed it. It kind of sucks for him now. He's got to spend 12 seconds of shame in the trees.
It was a nice attempt, and it also makes Tinker think that they have a Ignon voice.
Yeah, could do. Certainly going to be hesitant about TPing back to that area anytime soon. Yeah, they're going to spear him back into the clutches of Yuragi, and this will be a kill onto the DK. I want to see, how many of these kills which OG have gotten have been from Fata?
Fata died, what, 5 times? So,
yeah,
half almost.
Yeah. Yeah, those are just not kills which OG are going to be happy about. They've always been for a reason as well, that's the thing. It's always been...
There's a smoke now from Tundra. They have Doom available. Yuragi.
Oh no, wait, they've got the Doom out onto Yuragi. Yuragi needs some help right now. I mean, the Rita is going to come down, but the Medusa's just being completely shoved back. She's taken too many hits, out of mana, out of health. The Medusa is down. Snake King, meanwhile, going to TP himself back.
Survives.
Easy.
9.
Wait, 9's looking for BZM, but BZM's looking for 9 at the same time, and Skinner's looking for BZM. Gets on top of him with the stun, and he's out of mana, unfortunately, on the Tinker, and he is going to get killed off, and they're also going to find the Misha as well. Tundra just lining them up and taking them down. Misha to fall. Tiger, meanwhile, stun's going to come out, but unfortunately, it's the end of his life. He gets eliminated, and that is 4 dead on the side of OG. A terrible fight for them. They get 9, but that's about it, I'm afraid.
Was a decent attempt of Misha's Weaver to delay the death there a little bit and try to body block, but it doesn't matter. They have phase boots anyway. They get the kills, and the way the Tundra is playing is very fast. Like, they're taking every single team fight as soon as the cooldowns are off.
Yep.
And I'm not sure, like, if you're OG and you're taking down this tier 1 tower, like, they did it methodically. They moved around the tower, they set up some wards, they expected the defense, but then Tundra just strikes instantly. By the time they set up the wards, their Medusa is already doomed and running away. And what's allowing them to make these plays are obviously BKBs and daggers on both Wraith King and Doom. Like, they pop the BKBs, they pop the daggers, get on top of Duza and just finish her off before the team can help.
It does feel like a lot of the times when we've seen OG been a little bit outclassed, it's to these very, very fast gameplay styles.
Just outpaced a little bit, right? From under this time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
For sure, for sure. Now they try to make a play down bottom.
Dire's top tower
Or at least, I mean, it's more like just trying to claim this part of the map, but not wanting to just throw bodies up there.
Yeah, secure Medusa's farm a little bit longer now. It shakes you up a little bit. When you're playing and your Medusa dies twice in a row to Doom, it shakes you up. You reconsider the way you're playing and you try to adjust to that. One big thing for OG will definitely be the Aghanim Scepter on Weaver. As he gets the Aghanims, it becomes way harder to kill the Medusa. But besides that, they didn't really itemize in any sort of utility. for Yuragi. There's no medallion, no solar crest, no 4 staffs.
Yeah.
Nothing really to save him. Once they go on him, he's on his own.
It's also a really long way away, that Aghanim Scepter, so that isn't going to be an option for a while. $3,200 gold to farm up on a POS 5. Not an ideal situation to be in. Another smoke up from OG. They're going to look for some action. They've got this double damage rune. What can they do with it? Amar's going to bait it.
Yeah, they're baiting on it. Yuragi with the double damage with the Skadi.
I realized it was probably their plan for Yuragi to take it, but it did look very silly that the whole team's like, all right, guys, what we're going to do is we're going to bait this DD. Whoever comes, we're going to jump on them. And the elaborate plan, then Yuragi's just like, hello, I'm the carry player, I want to farm, thank you, bye.
Thank you, bye-bye. Doesn't even go for the tier 1 mid. No, I'm not taking on objective, sorry. Not until I get this Lincolns, and until I'm sure that they can't do me.
Yeah, sorry,
Because
gang,
so
can't
far,
join in yet. My GPM's too low.
the Doom has definitely worked out amazingly versus Yuragi. I don't think I've seen a single stone gaze.
Radiant are scanning.
No, I mean, I haven't seen a fight where Medusa has been able to cast a single spell, to be fair. Every fight she's been in has just been Doom and then the fire erupts around her, and that's it.
That same Doom has got the Shivas completed. Speaking of items, there is an Orchid now on Raid King 2. Things are coming definitely together for Tundra, and
oh dear, Tinker
Yeah.
being caught here a little bit, but he is very, very quick with the blinks
Stun,
away.
stun,
But so many
maybe.
hero coming through.
33.
He's just on the other side of the trees. They can't find him. Oh my god. A lot committed for that one, and they don't find BZM. Moves.
I was thinking that 33 would try to use his War Stomp, but he didn't. He thought Tinker was a bit deeper.
Yeah. Now Amar jumping in. They're going to kill off Fata once again here. I mean, it's the DK. As we've said, not a big deal, but still, it will delay this Roshan, which I think Tundra were considering there.
He has the form on, right? So killing him, it's kind of beneficial, delaying, like you said, the rush bit or any attempt of a team fight from Tundra. Now Tundra, they take rush pretty fast as well. Remember, this is a Tinker with Axe, so...
OG, yeah. OG take it very fast.
Yeah, OG, sorry.
No worries, mate.
You got me.
Off,
You
long
understand.
CIS series, you know, it's all right.
It was a crazy series, so...
Glad you have fun over with them, the DPC. We're just here without you. It's fine. We don't hold up against you. Oh, hold on. Oh, BKB out from 9. It's too quick. And that means that's not going to do anything. Look at them, the backline. They've got the Tinker. The Tinker is gone. Yuragi trying to fight. Now the Doom has been used on the Tinker. He might find an opportunity, and the Tinker's going to TP back in as well with a buyback. Skidder out forward by himself. He's going to lose his first life here. Can they protect him on his second life? That is the question. Look at Amar bodying for his Tinker, making sure they don't get on top of him. At the same time, they're not killing off Skidder just yet. Skidder is able to run himself back. They won't be losing the second life on their Wraith King, which does make this Tinker buyback. It leaves a bitter taste in the mouth because they didn't really get anything for it.
For sure, that was a buyback of Tinker in the same time that his team was kind of disengaging. So I think there was a small disconnect with what they were planning on doing. But now with the buyback, you have to go rush. I think this is... It's not perfect. You don't have an arena, but you have to do it.
Radiant's middle tower.
Fortunately, Fado was walking nearby and he saw the bugs coming out that pit, and they found the perfect stun. They find BZM again. They need to keep him alive, but I'm not sure they can. There's a lot of damage coming down on him, and he's gone. The Tinker is out of the fight for good. Can OG still make this one happen? Yuragi's trying to take the front lines here. Skidder being pounded, but guess who's behind him? It's Snaking, healing him up and keeping him nice and healthy. They cannot bring down the Wraith King. They cannot bring down the Queen. And now 33 jumps back in again, finds Tiger. Tiger's gone for good, but he's actually going to buy back immediately here. Meanwhile, Misha, time-lapse is out, just about keeping his health. They're getting a little bit low here on Tundra. They're going to lose one, but it's Wraith King, and now they catch 9 as well. Great catch from Tiger there with the silence of the stroke of fate to snipe 9 on the side of the fight. Is this going to keep the Roshan dream alive for OG? Well, it's the very least going to stop Tundra from going for it. Buyback. They want to take this one. The TP into the tier 1. Amar doesn't have a counter play. He's gone. Yuragi going to get back here with the ultimate. as 9 jumps in and takes down Tiger as well, and another stun comes in. Oh my goodness, there is no stopping the Tundra train right now. They're on top of Yuragi, the last hero left on OG, and the Medusa will fall, and that is an absolutely massive fight for Tundra. It's already going their way, and this fight, this Roshan has just made everything come up their way.
Such a nice fight. So well played. At the beginning, it looked alright for OG. They baited Tundra up to the high ground. Medusa was literally in the place where you always want to be as a Medusa, protected by her teammates, sitting far enough back and just wailing into them. The problem occurred after killing 9 and becoming a little bit too greedy, going after snaking. If they don't go for snaking and instead they just are satisfied with Roshan, maybe it ends alright for OG. But chasing snaking under the tier 1, perfect opportunity for Queen of Pain to buy back in and then just turn the fight completely.
I mean, I have to think the call was just a case of she doesn't have it. If she has it, she would have used it by now, and they decided to go for it, but it ends up being the wrong call entirely, and Amar's going to get killed down at bottom. The Snake King, he's got a BKB on the IO. Yep. Alright, no kill for you, Tinker.
He's had it. I saw that he was queuing it up. Like, there's such a madness happening everywhere. You don't think
about
it.
Got a lot of gold from the last fight, that's for sure.
It feels good to be this Wisp. Like, he's having a great game. He's got the Paladin Sword as well, which helps. Plus the BKB. So nice to have a BKB as an IO versus Mars, because you can tether in and out of arena, you can move through it. And versus Tinker, obviously. BZM, they know where he is.
Oh no. They don't have a stun. He's out. TP away to safety. 20k gold advantage of a Tundra, though. It's not looking pretty. This could be a 2-0. That is what it's on course for right now. Still a while to go. But, man, well, this game looks so good for them.
33 has a refresher orb now. Together with that Shivas, together with Doom that's off cooldown. He's just waiting for his moment to pounce on anyone. As Snake King is on a different side of the map, truth be told, with relocate on cooldown for 25 seconds, so maybe 33 can wait a little while.
Misha playing a dangerous game. Tinker as well, so peppering away at Mr. Skitter. Being so annoying with that Aghanim Scepter. I mean, this is one of those games which is never going to feel like it's ever over, because you do have Medusa Tinker. Defending high ground is going to be very easy for the side of OG, but that's also not a situation which Tundra are particularly uncomfortable in. You know, they like taking it slow anyway. They never rush the high ground pushes, so yeah. They also have a ton of ways to catch out this Tinker now. That Shivas is so useful, just because it gives you that vision in the trees. Makes BZM's life very difficult.
But on top lane, ending going into the BKB, and you talked about them having this high ground defense. Yeah, they do, but when you think about Tundra's heroes, they have 4 cores. And Amar?
Stunned up, Sentinel Stomp down as well, reload coming in as well, not that it's needed. Amar's going to be taken down very easily in the middle lane.
Ata top lane, he's chasing the Medusa.
Wait, he's TPing in on this on BZM. He's just there to give him the shield and then peace out, but he's been caught himself. He needs to TP out of this one. Relo is not going to be there. They have got the grip of the 2 of them, but BZM, he needs more help than this, and he's not going to get it. Oh dear.
That's that opportunity that you were looking for. When Tinker is dead, you can perhaps take down a tier 2 or just go straight down mid, as that's where the creeps are. Let's see what they decide to. I think mid lane is not a greedy option because he doesn't have buyback and they are aware of it.
Yep, still on cooldown from before. Doesn't have a long timer since he did die back before, but no way back into this game for him, so fortification will have to be used. Amar's back in 10 seconds, but Amar, he has just felt quite ineffectual this game as they go deep for this kill onto Tiger. Tundra under the tier 4s, bring down the support. And now they move on to the barracks as well. OG, is there anything you could do about this to keep those barracks alive? I don't think so. Melee has gone back to the jump forward now onto the Medusa. They've got the Doom coming down onto another tier 4 this is, and the Medusa's gonna fall. She has a buyback, Yuragi, but My god, Tundra! They see and they strike. There is no hesitation here from this team. 5 heroes in onto the Snake Lady. And now she's
Again?
at the 70.
They're
And
in?
again, why are you coming forward? Amai has got the BKB this time around. Could be an opportunity for a buyback on the Medusa. Tinker's back in the area as well. I questioned it, but it's a damn good play from Aman, knowing that they can actually get themselves out of this one. But Snaking with the BKB is able to get himself out as well. They
But
will
who
get
died?
one
Nomad.
kill in response, but yet again, it's just little old Fata.
Fata has 8 deaths out of 17 that OG has, almost 50%.
Perfect.
It's perfect, exactly. Exactly what you want to be doing. And every time OG and BZM came out,
This
they
is
want to jump in.
obnoxious. This is very obnoxious for BZM here. We've said it 100 times before, this guy is just a very frontline player on this Tinker.
I don't feel that this Tinker has been a huge issue for Tundra this game, though. Like, BZM has definitely had better games when it comes to positioning and being elusive enough. The itemization from Tundra is very solid and spot on, too. The Blink Dagger the Orchid, preventing him from actually casting any spells afterwards. The Bloodthorn on Wraith King, obviously. And a game in which, like, I've seen BZM have worse Tinker games, but do better. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen him play Tinker versus heroes that perhaps pose a bigger threat to him.
Yeah, but Tundra are utilizing the few resources they have to catch this Tinker very, very well. And I think 33, I mean, Fire is probably my MVP, but 33 very close behind him at the moment, because he is just constantly finding those big, juicy dooms.
Yeah, overwhelming Blink as well on him. Very soon, he has that Reaver queued up. We're talking about the Tinker and the fact that he's being caught, but it comes down to the whole composition of their draft. Like, someone has to do stuff, and no one really can. So it's on Tinker to push out the waves, it's on Tinker to create space, it's on Tinker to play with Taiga and his Aetherland Soulbind to actually get kills. It's a huge burden on his back.
There's a lot to be done this game, and doesn't feel like it's... it just doesn't feel like there's much left in the tank for OG, to be honest. I mean, they do have these very good scaling 2 cores in the Tinker and the Medusa, though, right? So they always have a way back into the game, but they are so far behind. I mean, it's a 30k gold advantage for Tundra. They're doing so much better, but this could be a big catch. That's, oh, the reload out from Snaking just takes him into the trees at bottom.
It was literally like pitch perfect, that relocate as well. The moment Queen of Pain gets stunned into the trees, speared into the trees, Snaking gets her out. Wait, he didn't BKB? Ah, cooldown. Cooldown, 1 second. I thought he's gonna BKB and TP out, but...
And that's his first death since that buyback into reload play with the Doom earlier on, so he's dead for 105 seconds.
Never mind, just click on Snaking, check his inventory. That's all you have to do.
What's...
IO, yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
Just 4 mantles of intelligence.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He thinks this game is over. He's already preparing the PM.
Yes. Yeah, he's
there.
got them loaded up. Ooh, Tinker. Some fancy dodges here. OG might be willing to take this fight. Let's see. The BKB isn't going to run out on Fire eventually. Oh, no. This isn't the hero they can let get caught here. Yuragi being beaten down, though, does manage to get off the Stone Gaze and turn around and force them back. I don't know how they didn't doom that, but in the backlines, they found BZM. 33 has gone down. Yuragi trying to hold his ground, but doesn't really have any mana left and fighting off into 3 heroes all by himself. That's going to be very difficult, and Tundra are going to be able to put down the Medusa once again. They catch BZM at the start, and that just sets them off for a very nice fight. Is that who they doomed, the Tinker?
They, the Doom actually didn't go off on the Mars because of the Lincoln Spheres. 33 wasn't truly successful in that fight, at least not as usual. Okay. But you could see what OG was going for. They had a Lincoln Sphere on the Mars, a Lincoln Sphere on the Tinker. They tried to make use of that, perhaps fight a fight in which their heroes aren't completely eliminated at minute 1 and second 1.
That was sick Lincolns actually onto the Mars. But yeah,
Tundra
a good
just way
fight.
too far ahead, right?
Yes, yeah. You can mess up Doom when you're 30k ahead. It's fine. And now the push comes in. Top lane tower being destroyed, being demolished by this demolition crew. Misha just hanging out behind. He's just a bug, chilling, waiting to see if there's any couriers or anything. Oh, there they are. Wait, is that a mantle of intelligence I see being dropped by Snaking? Is he getting a little bit of revenge here? He's not even in the fountain though. It doesn't hit the same.
Wait, where did he drop it? I didn't see.
Just dropped it at the tier 3.
Oh, I see. He should leave a trail of mantles of intelligences, you know, like across the map.
Just spell out easy with them.
Leave a mantle at every creep camp. I don't know, I love BM. I always liked it. And I always liked when the BM is before the game. Like, if you BM after the game, I don't know. It's like, whatever, man.
Yeah,
Have the
no,
balls to do
I
it before,
100% agree. Like, I 100% agree. Like, sometimes people are like, "Oh, why are you chatting? You know, before the game's even started?" It's like, well, that's the biggest confidence play. You know, if you've done it after the game's ended, then I know it's like saying you're gonna spill over milk when you've already spilt the milk over. It's not as impressive.
And showing some character actually helps everyone and makes the scene more fun. Like, it makes everything more fun.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, everyone knows these new OG players, partly because it's OG, but partly because they're just making a big stir, you know, especially Amar. He's been a big character since the very beginning. Not only a very young player, but also a very spicy one. That's great.
How spicy? Tell me, Nomad.
I'd say Vindaloo. What's your go-to curry, Lizzard?
I don't eat it actually like that much.
What?
So, I don't know what.
You know I'm half Indian, right?
Yeah, I do. What's your favorite burek, Nomad?
The one your mum made me once. Which isn't a diss, you gave... Okay, this just sounds like I'm blaming you here.
The correct answer is there's only one burek, and that's with meat. That's the correct answer, just so you know for the future.
Oh, okay.
If you don't want to piss off Bosnians, that's what you need to know.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind for my next Bosnian encounter.
Very important. Snaking, Skitter, moving like brothers into the pit. Just waiting for that rush, and they missed him by 5 seconds.
Look at the queue from Amar here. He's got 3 mantles of intelligence queued up, ready to go. But he has bought himself a refresher orb, which is the bigger deal here. So they're ready to go. Shield's coming out onto the OG players. Fada, though, in a great place to break this smoke, and that's exactly what he does. He jumps in and stuns up the Weaver straight off the bat. The Weaver's going to get killed off immediately. Amar trying to fight up into this, but what can he really do? Well, he can do a pretty decent arena. Actually catches out 9 here, but Snaking's right behind him. Going to TP him out to safety. But look at Uragi. He's doing so much damage in this fight. Tiger getting killed off behind by 33. The refresher comes out. Another arena down. Tundra, they cannot get on top of this Medusa because of the double arena. BZM's also completely fine in the backlines, but Tundra also aren't really losing heroes. They've survived through the 5th hick of it, and now they turn it around. They look over towards Uragi, and they just start pounding into the Medusa. There's no support coming his way, and it is going to be Tundra's fight. It was a very well-executed fight for OG, but unfortunately, they are just too far ahead on the side of Tundra, I would say.
Yeah, you're completely right. 35k behind and still put up a pretty decent fight. On the back of Amar, pretty much, with the double Mars arena. 33 couldn't really find the right targets to Doom. And Medusa was standing in the right position, trying to dish out as much damage as possible. But when you're this far behind, it's just like so difficult to even kill heroes. You're playing versus a Doom that has overwhelming blink, Shiva's like 3.4k HP, a Dragon Knight with 3.4k HP, a Skitter Great King that you're just not killing twice at this point. It's a rough one for OG, but they're still making some pretty fun plays.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good on paper. It really did. But unfortunately, when you add it all up, it just doesn't work out for them in the end. Maybe if they had 10k gold less on Tundra, then it might have gone a bit better, but at the same time, Tundra might have played the fight differently as well. You know, they know how far ahead they is. They know that they could be a little bit more casual about their engagements.
There's an
much for them to worry
Aghanims
about.
on Skitter as well, so even if you kill someone, that same hero, if you eliminate it fast, will have those extra 7 seconds to use all of its spells. Are found a mantle.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's being punched. I'll reload onto him as well. Arena down, just to try and maybe buy some time. Go for the team. Wait, well, what?
Almost.
They forced the Doom from that, to be fair.
But he doesn't have buyback.
Was he TPing inside the wall of the arena where
Yeah,
they couldn't attack him from either side?
Exactly.
That's a little bit silly, isn't it?
He found a pretty good spot. But what's really important is that he found Mantle of Intelligence on the ground. So
Excellent.
one of Snake, exactly. He picked up one of Snake King's mantles. If he picks up 3 more, I don't know what happens, but they won't win.
It's a 1k gold shift in favor of OG. Except they can't use it. It's completely useless. Oh, jump in now. They're getting on top of Yuragi once again here. BKB's up. Pop 33 is going to refresh her. He wants to get the second Doom off. They need to take him down before that happens, but Snaking healing him up. Skitter might lose his first life here, but in comes 9, taking out Tiger with the screen from the sidelines. Tundra haven't lost anyone yet, but Fada's getting pretty low here, and BZM with the rockets should finish the job. Skitter also has lost his first life as well. So Tundra, oh, that jump, what? He just jumped back in and blow up Misha. Okay, 9. Okay, Skitter. On top of BZM once again. He needs some help, but he's not going to find it. The Orchid's out. The hero's down. Yuragi once again seems all alone. Where is the team? Where is the help? It is coming. They're trying to help out. The laser's bouncing around, but it's not enough to keep the Medusa alive. Medusa's going to buy back as well. The lasers, it's doing work. But guess what? He's got reincarnation once again on Skitter, coming straight back into it. The ground is littered with mantles at this point. I don't even know who they are, but they've found BZM once again. BZM in the trees, so the stun's actually going to come off onto 9. 9 might need to get away here. The damage is coming out from OG. OG, are they going to get the kill onto 9? Yes, they will. Sniped it out, but it's only life number 1. Has the Aegis in her pocket, ready to come back for round number 2. Amara's here, though. He's got the spear into the trees. They need to pop out the damage before she TPs away, and she will not be able to leave. 1,000 gold going into Yuragi. That buyback is refunded, but it was an expensive hold for OG, but it was a hold all the same. The dream of the tournament is still alive, but narrowly.
Check the gold swing, by the way. Did it even happen? I feel like it's pretty much the same. 47k ahead on Tundra.
Yeah. If the fight recap's correct, then OG got a 2k gold lead, but I don't know if that takes buybacks into account.
I feel what OG, to actually benefit from this, they need to either take some objective or at least gain some map control. But it's still a pretty damn impressive defense. They managed to hold their ground. It did cost them a bunch of buybacks. I'm not even going to count how many. And one neat play that I really want to point out in that fight is Fata's Dragonite. He dies, but after he dies, he still has that Aghanims from Wraith King, right? He jumps back in, breathe fire on Tinker so he can blink out, and uses those 7 seconds to stun him and allow Wraith King to actually go in and kill him off. So, like, that's Wraith King's Aghanims actually getting them a kill on Tinker.
Yeah, that's pretty big. Fada continuing to make the plays happen along with Skitter. He's had an outstanding performance this game, has to be said, on that POS 5 DK. Something we'll probably be seeing again somewhere along the line from Team Tundra.
I will eat the cheese.
Did they pick up mantles? They did. Maybe that's the gold swing as well, by the way.
Of course, yes. The mantles, I believe they're being relocated at this point. The same mantles being moved around the map.
I see Misha is carrying some of them at least.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's into a currency. You know how so in the great, perfect pause. So you know how in Team Fortress 2, it became the case where the earbuds became the thing of currency in all the trading standards because like I don't know exactly why. There's like limited amount or something like that, but they became like the currency you traded with in Team Fortress 2 and the trading was huge there. So it could be comparable to the mantles. You know, the hero's going to start bartering for items with each other. You know, I'll trade you 3 mantles for a Sanjin Yasha.
I mean, as long as we give them worth, that's what their value is, right? As long as we make a consensus on it.
True. Yeah. That is how society functions.
mantle of intelligence NFTs coming up.
I will eat the cheese.
God, don't tempt them. Don't tempt them. You said it now. Now you're gonna have like 10 DMs now saying, "Hey man,
Hey
you're
man,
interested in NFTs?"
are you interested in this Ponzi scheme I've got? Never mind. Let's see. Amar, with the refresher, with the Lincolns, has actually 8 mantles queued up, so he knows what's the,
He's investing
what's the
early.
true
You know,
value. He's
buying in the
investing,
dip.
yeah.
Well, unfortunately, with that hold, they did expend a lot of buybacks on the side of OG, like you were saying. So now, this next fight, you know, if they can find exactly the same fight for Tundra, then they're just going to win the game. So it's not like OG are in a great spot here. They do defend their high ground once, but to do so again is very, very difficult. Tundra could also just wait for Roche and take the free Roche as well, because I highly
Tricky
doubt
Rock.
OG will come to it without their buybacks. You never know.
He's got a very nice 2 items. One is locked, however, but
Who's that?
Medusa. 33?
So,
33?
yeah, whoa, he's going to jump in into the middle of 3 heroes. BKBs are popped from both teams. Medusa's stunned up for the time being, but she gets off that ultimate regardless. Around the side, Tundra coming in. They found this Weaver. That would be a good start here. Amar popping the second arena off the fight, but so many refresher orbs from both sides. I mean, they just pop the BKBs around again. Medusa
Iragi
getting off a lot of damage inside this fight, but also getting pretty low herself as BCM needs to get away. The Inkswell comes out, and Nine's actually the one getting low. Nine with the TP out, but they're on top of the Medusa. They've got it doomed up. They've got the kill. Medusa gone. Rapier in the hands of the Wraith King. All that damage being dealt out, but in the end, it just wasn't enough to bring them down. They're going to find Tiger as well. And what was very hard for OG might have just become impossible. Tundra take another huge fight. They look so good in these engagements. This one was just clean.
Isha, they might even catch him here. The balls are hitting, and he's dead. That's exactly why I told you to check the Medusa. He had the Rapier actually locked. And the moment he noticed the doom isn't going on him and that he won't get doomed, he unlocks the items and he forms the rapier in the middle of the fight. It was a really nice attempt.
Idea, yeah, that's the thing. Like OG, they're making these cool plays, they're making these nice plays, but in the end, it's not enough to save them versus Tundra, who have just regained their form recently, at least in this series, and look so damn good. Beautiful game from them, ending with a 56k gold advantage. Massive lead in the end. Some great fights and some spectacular early game plays from them, setting them up for the clean 2-0 versus OG Esports today. They had their number.
Yeah, they truly did. I feel that OG as well had a little bit of a greedier draft. Like, they went with all their strength into this Medusa and Tinker. And they got punished by the Queen of Pain and all the 33 refresher orb dooms. It's so difficult to play the Tinker and the Medusa at the same time and not have this one hero that who has it very easy for himself to initiate, right? Like the Mars, like the panel said, by the time he jumps in, these targets that he goes on, even if he's Inkswelled, are most of the time going to survive. If they had perhaps something that's a little bit easier to initiate with on the offlane, maybe it would be easier to play make. But BZM was forced to jump in first, most of the time get caught after that. It's not really usual to see him have 11 deaths on the Tinker.
Yeah. I mean, he is very aggressive, and Tundra, you know, they had his number today. They read it well. And I think early game as well, you know, going to interrupt him when he's taking these stacks and everything, you know, just key stuff. Tundra really had OG's number. They read them beautifully. And that means that OG will be eliminated from the tournament in 4th place, taking home $14,600 amongst the team. And now we'll send it back to our panel, who are going to talk through the rest of this game and set you up for the next series. It is Dan, Misery, and Black.
Ice cold from Tundra, as neither the Tinker nor the Medusa are able to take up the mantle of carrying that game for OG. Black and Fake Misery, why don't you talk me through what went wrong in that game? All right.
Hey, Misery, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Really got the luscious locks coming in these days. It happens real quick, and a whole new look. My eyes have gone bad, though, so now I'm wearing glasses.
Yeah, you changed a bit.
That's the trade-off, the devil's bargain. You lost your eyes, but you gained luscious locks.
Oh, yeah. And you got to make. It's a deal with the devil.
Did you keep your Dota knowledge? Are you able to talk us through what Tundra did really well?
Oh man, Dota knowledge. I don't know if I have any of that, but I could kind of give you a little bit of a mantle of intelligence from my eyes. But it's that's about as much intelligence I've got, plus 3.
Okay, well, Black, hopefully you've got enough for the lot of us. What did Tundra do so well?
Honestly, it was pretty much just a repeat performance from game 1. They played the lanes incredibly well again. They won all lanes again. And as we saw in the first game, they just shut down the map completely. The greedy Tinker and Medusa have no space to farm. And like, it's hard to watch this kind of thing because, as I said, as the draft ended, I was very in disbelief that they didn't change like the approach to the game, right? That they still went super greedy and they get punished in the same way. And sure, being 4th in a tournament of this caliber is not bad at all. But
no, it's no shame. I think this is to clarify, OG are going out, but they're a really young team. They're doing all right in the DPC, 4th in a big tournament like this. These are all big teams. Is no mean feat.
But then I'm sure they also know that could have done so much better.
Yeah, definitely. There's so much potential.
Yeah, it was so stubborn. Like the second draft was so similar to the first one in terms of greediness. Like Tundra is a team that will punish you for that. They've shown that in the first game. You gotta adjust. If you don't, this will happen. They will do it again because Tundra is just very consistent at what they're doing.
Let's talk about Skitter. That's 0 deaths in 2 games. Very obviously, it's on a Wraith King, so he had some little fake deaths. Bcop, were you impressed with his performance? Because he's been a carry who's been kind of on the fringes for a little while. It feels like he's really beginning to step up now.
Yeah, he's really stepping up, and I feel like his performance, like, you can see the steps that he's been taking. His play on the Wraith King opens up time for his team to react, and it's based on also OG's aggression. OG is a team right now that's playing hyper aggressive. We saw it like backfire on them a couple times when they went a little bit further after they killed 9 and they wanted more. But when you're playing on a Wraith King, you lose that first life. It does offer a lot of opportunity for Tundra to turn the fight around when they're ready, and they played the map perfectly. So Skitter knows what he's able to do with his heroes, specifically the Wraith King. He's been fantastic with, and Tundra's really done a good job around him as well.
Also, 2 unusual position 5 picks there from Fata. I know he plays a lot of position 5 DK. Maybe it's slightly less unusual, but still a big performance. Would you agree, back to win in that sort of way?
Of course. I mean, I was also the guy that like 2 or 3 days ago said that he played like the post 5 Night Stalker a lot. Like when it comes to unconventional post 5 picks, Fata is definitely the guy to look at. He always seems to make them work. Like when you look at him play, it kind of feels like, oh wow, he just randomly fed there. But all these devs, they actually create so much space for his team, like whether it's for a tower or to get a couple of wards dewarded. Like he always gets something done with his devs, and he always forces a lot of rotations with those. Like the way he plays post 5 is really very interesting.
Excellent. Anyone else you'd like to bring up from Tundra as having performed well this series?
Who hasn't?
Yeah, really. That whole team really played so well. Just to piggyback on that Fata talk, like you also saw his kills and assists. He's involved in so much with the team as well. Like, yeah, he's making the space, but when he needs to be there, he was initiating some of those fights too. Once he got the Blink Dagger on the Dragon Knight, he was starting the fights, and he was just in the face of OG. Like, that's the best feeling as a 5. When you're able to start fights, make so much space for your team, and your carry's not pinging you for doing something wrong, it's the greatest feeling in the world.
Who wants to kill him? He's a plus 5 DK with like 4k health. Like he blinks in, stuns you, like, okay, what now?
I don't want to deal with this.
Possible. Okay, well, Team Tundra are going to be moving forwards to the lower bracket finals, where they're going to be facing off against the loser of our next series, which is Team Spirit versus Team Secret. I think everyone has been hyping up this series across the whole of the internet, not even the Dota internet. Even my mum was mentioning on Facebook earlier. So you don't want to miss that. Tune right back in. We'll be back very soon. We'll see you in a moment.
will eat the cheese.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
will eat the cheese.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Is over.
I will eat the cheese.
Roshan has fallen to the dump. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Hello and welcome back for our headline event. It is Team Spirit versus Team Secret. And to help me through this, I've got Black, and we couldn't get A Cop, but we've certainly got B Cop. Guys, are you excited about this game?
Yeah, very excited. Big series, probably the biggest so far. Probably a series that everybody's been hoping would happen, and now we're finally here.
Everybody around the world. Insane. No, it's going to be a good one. It's going to be a very good one. Can Secret stop Spirit? Maybe.
Well,
Maybe.
maybe. Well, we'll find out the answers very
maybe.
shortly. This is a bit of a rematch. If you cast your mind back just a couple of months ago, the lower bracket finals at TI, Team Spirit versus Team Secret. Team Secret are a different team since then. They've changed out 2 players. They've brought in Ice, a big player, and they've also brought in Samael, another very big player. Black, do you think they're a fundamentally different team to when we saw them face up against Team Spirit last?
No, I do think they replaced 2 insanely skilled players with 2 other insanely skilled players. But I do think they're a little bit weaker because they're not fully accustomed to the positions yet. Sure, Ice is a full fleshed out offlaner, but Sumail played carry for the longest time and offlane in between, and Nisha was obviously playing in the mid lane. So it's gonna still take some time to fully get back to the roles, and once that happens, I think they will be a lot stronger. But the transition period is still gonna be their weak point, I think.
Mm-hmm. Do you agree with that, Big Cop?
Yeah, it always takes a little bit to get into your roles and figure it out again, especially like Black said, when you're switching like Sumail did to a couple different roles. And, I guess it takes different amounts of time for different players on when it'll click. But right now for Secret, it looks like it clicks sometimes and then it doesn't. Like here, obviously they haven't dropped a game, but they're 2-2 in the DPC. So, some things are still being worked out for sure.
Yeah, certainly. I think as well at this point when they last played, I think Team Secret came into that match pretty firmly the favourites. I don't think there were that many people who gave Team Spirit a huge amount of a chance. There might have been some outliers here and there, but this time it does feel like, and tell me if you don't agree with this, guys, that Team Spirit are going into this series very much the favourites.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Spirit have definitely proven that they're, everybody loves to say, oh, fluke this, fluke that. But Spirit have proven that they are just such a great team. And the everything just seems to mesh so well between all 5 players on this squad. And, I'm not, the only way I'd say they're not like a betting favorite is because Secret still have a whole bunch of fans and they're probably moving the lines themselves.
I would say the only reason they're not a betting favorite is because they're experimenting a ton in this tournament. Like this +1 Slaughter that they run people over with, it worked out nicely, but in a game where it doesn't work, like who knows how it looks like then. But
a couple of singed eyebrows.
Yeah. I like that though. I like it. especially when you're like the favorite, you have the patch figured out completely. Like adding new tools to your arsenal makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
It does feel like Team Secret are maybe figuring themselves out a little bit, as you mentioned, Black. But Team Spirit, there's no figuring out to be done. This team feels like a team who are on the absolute top of their game. They've come off a TI win. Usually you expect players to need a bit of a rest, just from the huge amount of emotions that come with winning TI. I think it probably exhausts you a little, but not for Team Spirit. They've come out looking in fighting form. Would you agree?
A little shake of the
But
head.
Bcom looks very keen on answering this question. So
No, I was just gonna say, yeah. I mean, you ride the wave as long as it goes. You're just getting 50-foot swells right now, and you might as well ride it all the way through. Like this team, I don't even know if they expected like the new season to start on the same patch. Like you just figure out a patch.
I didn't.
Yeah, I don't think anybody did. And now they're just like, oh, second wave. All right, it's like second dinner. It's delicious, and you're just gonna take advantage.
No, we figured the patch out perfectly. Let's do
Yeah.
it again. Oh,
Why
next
not?
CI, same patch. Let's go.
Second
Win
wave
it
is a
again.
bit of a dodgy term right now, so maybe avoid that one. I want to mention as well that this, of course, is a inter-region match. Really exciting. The DPC is a great format. It's really good to see the top teams of a region face off against each other with such regularity, but it's always exciting to see this level of inter-region match, and it's great to have an upper bracket final between two of the biggest teams from their respective regions. Black, talk to me a little bit about playing CIS teams when you've been in EU or reverse. Does it feel like they're teams that you know very well, or is there always a bit of a divide between EU and CIS?
I think between the two regions especially, there was never really that big of a divide because we would scrim against each other a lot. We would have a lot of mixed tournaments together. So, I mean, a lot of people at the time even considered them EU. There was like no CIS region per se, like there was literally just like European tournaments that everybody spoke about. And they've gone through quite a bit of change since then, though, like CIS as a whole. Like they used to be really just all in aggression, doesn't matter what happens, we're going to keep running in, and then we win or we lose. But now teams, like they're much more calculated, and you can see Team Spirit is like the best example for this. They build a small advantage, make it bigger, make it even bigger, make it even bigger, and then they win.
Do you agree with that, Big Cop?
Yeah, it used to just be divide Dota, run in. 13 minutes into the game, somehow some of these CIS games were ending like 54-36 and just like the most ridiculously short time spans. But I agree, like Spirit has it figured out in a different way. Like they're extending their leads, they're cutting off the map, they're like just piece by piece. It just seems to go perfectly. Their drafts have been nice. Their gameplay has been great. Like, yeah, there's been some experimentation here in this event, but it's experimentation that I think they just have such a good grasp on the patch that they're almost so confident with. Like, oh yeah, we're just going to do this, but we've got a lot of confidence in it, and we're still going to do the same thing. We're still going to cut off your map. We're still going to take a 20,000 net worth lead somehow in like 15 minutes and be happy with it.
Another difference between these two teams is the difference in experience, I think, because a lot of teams after Team Spirit won TI when actually young players seem to be young players are obviously the future of Dota, but it's very important to bring in young players because they're bringing in new ideas, they're bringing in a new energy. So a lot of teams like OG have remodeled around younger players because that seems to be the way forward. Teams Secret have gone a very much different direction. They brought in Ice, who's one of the few top Dota players who's older than me, so pretty old there. And they brought in Samael, who may not be super old, but he is certainly very, very experienced. So they've got a team here that is built up entirely around experience, whereas Team Spirit, obviously they've got the TI win under their belt, but they are a much, much younger, fresher team. Black, when you're looking at these kind of two approaches between experience and youth, does that change how the teams play? Is that a matchup that you will notice in the way that the teams face off against each other?
Like personally, like if I were to build like a brand new team, my favorite composition would be like 3 very seasoned players and like 2, like not completely new players, but like unexplored players, like that are really high on the leaderboard, people don't really know much about, and kind of just like shape them to the vision that you think would be perfect for your team in specific, right? But the proof that either way works is last TI, because Secret with 5 super veteran players, they got top 3, no problem.
and Team Spirit obviously won with 5 very, very young players.
Yeah.
And we've got a draft coming up. But I guess the broader question is: do you think older teams play very differently to younger teams? Do you notice that when you see them draft, when you see them play?
Definitely, at least OG seems to be like the high octane aggression. Just keep running at them, and get annoyed by some kids until they call GG. But I don't know. Other teams, it seems like just it almost feels like they have just as much experience. Like Spirit have been around for a little bit. Like these players have done a lot, especially Maposhko. Like there's a wealth of knowledge for him. He's done so much, and I wonder if they're just feeding off every bit of information he gives them and just taking it 10 times.
Wonderful. Well, we've got a draft coming up right now, which we can sink our teeth into, with Team Secret already banning out Collapses Mars and that ever-favoured Bane, whereas Team Spirit are banning out the Monkey King. Not much to talk through yet, but Black, are there any inklings you can get of what's going on here out of these early bans?
Well, I'm hoping to see IO banned, because if not, either team is gladly going to pick it up, I think. And other than that, like, nothing's really out of the ordinary. Secret likes to first pick OD, so that's an option for them. And if they don't, I mean, it's kind of like the scenario where I think, okay, they do ban out the OD, which does leave the IO in the pool. I don't know how much Secret favors it as of late, but they can definitely play it.
Yeah, if you're picking here, you picking up that IO immediately, considering it's available, or is there a slight hesitation around it?
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, I would just pick it, but that's me. I think that hero is completely busted. Has so many good partners, so many good lanes, very different ways of playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They go straight away the IO. Yep. Team Spirit, we'll see what they'll pick up. They've got lots of their heroes still in the pool here.
They do. Probably going to go with the Weaver, right? They like so much.
10 seconds remaining.
Perhaps pick up a Collapse hero early, with some of them already banned out.
And no Mars, no OD.
Have you been impressed with Team Spirits? Because it feels like they're doing quite similar stuff to what they were doing at TI. Have you noticed an adaptation in how they're playing and how they're picking?
Some of their picks have been kind of different, like the Sword are, but it seems to still be, at least for a couple of these guys, still the same.
Yeah, so the thing is, like, the playstyle is still the same, right? They're just trying to integrate new heroes into it. But like the way they're playing the map and everything is still very much the same as it was before. Fair
enough. They're taking their time with this first pick, though. They can't have been not expecting that IO. So that's not come out of the... They're going to pick up that Weaver, as you mentioned. And a 1-2 punch of Collapses Tidehunter as well. Talk me through those, Black.
It's a fantastic dual lane. I'm just going to assume it's not going to be a 5-tide. Because some people do it, but not a big fan of it. And Weaver Tide, you get the Gush plus the bug on you. The Anchor Smash deals like an absurd amount of damage, and you gotta pick a strong carry to lane against this, because otherwise you are going to be in trouble. Could be one of those tight counters like Ursa or Monkey King, or just another range hero like Medusa or Drow Ranger, which don't necessarily pair up super well with an IO, but we'll see what route the Secret wants to go. They're very versatile themselves.
Razor.
Or the Razor, yeah. Okay. Also a tight counter.
Also a tight counter. Unlikely to be seeing this as position 5, which we saw Tundra pick it up as. I think only Fata would do that, or Kuroki. It doesn't feel like the sort of thing Puppy would allow.
10 seconds remaining.
He runs a tight ship. He's not going to allow it.
5 seconds.
Anyone who picks up a position 5 Razor, I suppose he would be the one who picks it up. So he'd have to punish himself.
I mean, Puppy's this kind of guy where he picks Tidehunter, then loses to Razor, and then when the enemy picks Razor, he's going to pick Tidehunter again. It's like, you gotta make it work. Historically, actually, one of his, well, if you want to call it that, biggest weaknesses is that he's very stubborn when it comes to drafting. It's gotten a little bit better since he joined, I think, but, you know, can't teach an old dog new tricks, as they say.
You certainly can't. Although Heen will do his very best, I think. Heen is such an impressive coach.
He is. Like, he is hands down one of my favorite coaches around. He's a
He's
super
like-
nice guy too.
He's very nice. He's like, I was going to compare him to someone nasty. He's like that episode of The Simpsons with the dog trainer, the choke chain. Beats it into people.
I'm sure B Cup knows that. He's very much into Simpsons.
No, I don't actually watch The Simpsons that much. I know a lot of references, but I'm trying to think of the dog trainer's name. He had his own show in the US.
Joshua.
Might be.
Okay, well, we've got some picks going on here. There's not much time to reminisce about various Simpsons episodes, as we've got bans coming out from Team Secret of the Morphling and the Lena, whereas Team Spirit are banning out the Puck. Is there any particular logic behind these? Are they just banning out effective mid laners that are still open?
Seems like it with the Puck and the Lena. I would be surprised if Spirit left the Timber open.
10 seconds remaining.
We've seen how crazy Ice can go with that.
Timber can be a scary one, especially with the Tide. But the bans of Secret are very much to just protect the Razor right now. Also from potentially being countered in the mid lane, because it can still be a mid Razor.
Banning out the Storm Spirit there. And we're waiting on what sort of stuff do you expect Team Secret are going to ban out in this final phase? And what do you think that means for what they're looking for the next phase?
10 seconds remaining.
Stuns. Always stuns. They have 0,
5
so they're going to add
seconds
some.
remaining.
I'm almost 99% certain.
I mean, no one's really got any stuns. We've got the Tidehunter Ravage. That's the only stun here. It's not a stunning draft.
No, not at all yet. I don't want a little bit of lockdown for the Razor to keep that link on.
I love it
But you
when
can
we
also
get-
see, they're all banning mobility heroes, right?
Mhm.
So lack of stunts is very apparent, and they're like, yeah, if the analysts know that, I'm sure we do as well.
10 seconds remaining.
It's going to be one of these games where everyone's banned out every single mid hero, and
5
people are left
seconds remaining.
very much scraping the bottle of the mid barrel. But Zeus, how about
Mid Lion,
I don't know.
let's go.
Barra mid?
Yeah, why not? I mean, I like these kind of heroes mid. You know, like if you're forced to be unconventional, this is when the greatest ideas are born.
We won't be getting Barra mid though, as that's banned out by Team Spirit. They read my mind.
I heard you say it. Your comms are open.
Yeah.
Secrets turn to pick.
Okay.
Grim Stroke. Excellent.
Wow, the double gush combo.
It's more the Weaver and the Inkswell, isn't it? We were talking about that last series.
Yeah. Or the Tide Inkswell also works perfectly.
Still not a guaranteed
10
lockdown though.
seconds remaining.
It's not. But the answer of like potentially leashing together a Razor with someone else so he can't just run a hero down is always very nice.
But are you also looking, because we spoke about this last time as well, with this sort of draft, are you looking to pick it up with something single target to combo with it?
Maybe if you have the luxury. It's always just a plus when you play Grim. It's not a necessity, but it's very nice to have. Like they could still just pick up. What could they pick up? B Cup? I have no idea.
The Luna's already gone, so there's no double
Luna's
Laguna
gone.
Blade. If you go, I'm still hoping one day we're gonna get the mid lion, double finger.
Mid line with Grimstroke. Oh, it's so Craigasm. Have you ever seen it? The double axe finger on everybody.
Didn't you get 6 stacks one time off one finger with the double
8.
Grimstroke? Oh my god, that was wild.
8 stacks. Yeah, it was so insane.
Team Secret
There's the
picking up that Doom. Do you think that's a mid Doom? Does Samel play mid Doom?
He probably does. But there's the thing. Razor or Doom, they can go any lane right now.
Mm-hmm.
Very open.
It feels more like an Ice
10
Doom with a
seconds
carry
remaining.
Razor, and they've still got the mid lane to pick. Although I suppose there's not that many mid lanes left, so we'll
5
see what they can do.
seconds remaining.
Still hit that 5 razor.
Potentially. Well, I'm just expecting a 1 Razor just to counter the Tidehunter, because they picked it straight after the Tide. And then the Doom is just to prevent Tidehunter from ever ravaging in teamfights.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not, you don't really need to put the Doom at the moment on either of the supports. Like they're not really too big in these team fights, right? Like you just want, like Tide's the only target at the moment
Yeah.
that you care about.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, it's
Until
our first
maybe...
block.
Yeah, it's... I mean, I personally like Clock and Doom a lot because even Razor, like those are heroes you just want to run away from, but then Clockwork just hooks in, disrupts all of
10
that,
seconds remaining.
potentially keeps you in the cogs or just separates you from your entire team. It's a very
5
disruptive
seconds
hero
remaining.
when paired with Doom and Razor.
It feels like it does well against the Grimstroke kind of combos as well, the Inkswell. If they're going to Inkswell into you and you're a Clockwork, it's difficult to get around.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
And
see.
no time left.
Both
they
these
used a
teams
lot of
are
time.
using all of their time. They're really trying to make us analyze everything in the highest amount of depth possible.
Ember
As Team
Spirit.
Spirit pick up that Ember,
Yep.
one of those mobility ones. And it feels like that's good against the Clockworks lockdown as well.
Yeah, what control do they have? A Doom and a Hookshot. That's it. They gotta somehow
10 seconds remaining.
pick a hero that solves that problem. It could be
5
like a Void
seconds
Spirit
remaining.
and Pucker's Band. It's gonna be a tough mid pick to get more lockdown.
And they've got 2 bans on Team Spirit, so I would expect them to ban out the Void. Just from my expectations. But then what else do you ban? It feels like everything else is banned at the moment.
Kunkka?
Potentially, yeah. Be a good hero.
10 seconds remaining.
How about Wind Ranger or something along those lines? Something with a bit of
5
lockdown.
seconds remaining.
Wind Ranger is okay, it just feels like very unreliable.
They're
Like
gonna
if
ban
I'm
out the
Secret
Troll.
now, I'm looking at a Troll, so I think it's a mid Razor then. Which could be very much possible.
Mid-Razor is pretty good against Ember Spirit, isn't it?
Yeah, very good. Honestly, I wouldn't mind just
Team
carry
Spirit,
Faceless Void
turn
right
to
now.
ban.
I think looks really good for Secret as well.
Mm-hmm.
If they want to go that route.
With the banned carries, what carries do you think are effective on Team Spirit here? Because they've banned out the PA and the Anti-Mage. What else do they want?
Oh, you can still go Wraith King.
As always, yeah. They have Doom and Razor.
10
Wraith King is a good
seconds
choice.
remaining.
And they're going to have absolute last pick too, so whatever Secret adjusts,
5
they're going to
seconds remaining.
know what they're going to do. Luna, okay. So they definitely expect it to be mid-Razor. I thought it was a carry Razor for sure, almost.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Secret picking up that Wind Ranger. A perfect call from host Daniel Offen.
Yeah, I hope it will be a perfect gameplay by Sumail too, because otherwise they have no stuns.
Yeah, do you like it or do you not like it?
If he hits his shackles,
10
it can work out
seconds
wonderfully.
remaining.
It's just Wind Ranger is such a weird hero, right? Either you kill everything or you kill
seconds
nothing if nothing
remaining.
connects. But yeah, Spirit, what are they gonna answer? I think Wraith King probably just looks like the most cookie cutter you could pick.
Centaur.
Or
They're
it's
not
a
going for the
Carry
cookies.
Weaver.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a Carry Weaver. Claps on his scent. Toronto Tokyo on the Ember, of course. And Team Secret lining up
Oh
as
my God.
expected. Black, talk me through this Team Secret lineup. What do you think they are aiming to do here?
They are aiming to be very greedy. Like this Doom offlane, he's definitely gonna go Midas, Ice always does. Wind Ranger can't really rotate a whole lot until at least Javelin, preferably Maelstrom. So I think it's gonna be pretty static laning phase, and Secret is just trying to get ahead from that laning phase.
B-Cop, how about Team Spirit? What are you expecting to see them come out?
I gotta say, it feels like they're just gonna do the same, play hyper aggressive off the lanes. But I wonder, there's not really a lot of catch on Secret, right? So they kind of have free reign to do, for the most part, what they want on Spirit if they get themselves a little bit of an advantage. Like, you have to rely on hitting your shackles, which if you don't hit it, that's a big chunk of percentage-wise of the lockdown that you even have on that team, and then Spirit's just gonna run at you.
Yeah, and Linken's is super OP this game. Prevents solo kills from Doom, prevents solo kills from Wind Ranger. It's going to be tough to break those Lincolns, especially if they don't get the Fey Grenade.
Any predictions? Who are you favoring, Black?
I like Team Spirit a little bit better. Like, sure, Secret can win. Sume can easily explode with that Wind Ranger middle. I just like consistency over high risk. That's kind of the player that I am, so I'm going to go with Spirit.
How about you, Big Cop?
Even a slight edge to Spirit. Obviously, I don't want to like over favor someone, but I do like participating in the caster's curse, so I'm going to go Spirit.
Okay. Well, can Team Secret's limited lockdown close the door on Team Spirit, or will they manage to run away with it? We're going to find out with our casters. It's Nomad and Lizzard.
Oh my goodness, it's the upper bracket matchup you guys have been waiting for. It is Team Secret versus Team Spirit. I mean, without seeing the drafts, would you just be favoring Spirit all over Lizzard?
No, I don't think so. I actually like both of these drafts. Without seeing the teams, you mean? Or without seeing the...
I meant without
okay,
seeing the drafts.
I wasn't really listening to you. I'm sorry. Yeah,
That
I would go with Team Spirit a little bit. They are in a really good form at the moment, and they're just defeating everyone in the tournament, looking in a stellar form. So yeah, I would. But looking at the two drafts, I feel like I like what both of these teams have got. On one side, you have Weaver, that's kind of very mobile, versus Razor, also builds into a Lincoln Sphere, which has multiple purposes. On the other hand, you have this Razor that's an extremely good carry at the moment, and is being, well, not undefeated, but has a pretty damn high win rate.
Yeah, it's looked good. It's looked good. You need to have an answer to it, and I'm not sure if Team Spirit does, but I mean, Team Spirit famously run at you, outplay you, make you feel like you're a toddler in an MMA Grand Finals. And you don't have any stuns versus them. You know, you've got very limited stuns versus them, right? You've got Shackle Shot, you've got Hook Shot, Cogs can maybe help a bit. Is this enough?
Well, depends how the fight starts. I think one big thing for Team Spirit is that they have debated them a little bit with the Tidehunter than the Centaur. And now you have the Centaur that's able to stampede out of Razor's Link as well, right?
True.
So that's bonus mobility for every single hero on the side of Team Spirit. And a hero that I was waiting for, we haven't really seen. I don't dare say any Centaur, but not too many, right?
Did we not see one earlier today?
Maybe without me. I wasn't.
Yeah, sure. You weren't there. Okay.
Okay, so you saw one.
Yes,
today.
we did
Yeah,
see one
perfect.
Today, yeah.
That's my luck. I don't watch one game and the hero is picked.
It's all right. Yeah, I mean, that was against a Razor as well, though, and they went for the Ags as well, so, you know, it made sense. Also against a Doom, which favored them very nicely, because obviously the moment you get doomed, you pop that Stampede and you just run away from all your problems.
Unless it's the Centaur getting doomed, right?
Of course. But then you've doomed a Centaur, so your other cores are happy. Tell me how these lanes are going to go. What's Wind Ranger like in the mid lane right now? Is she going to go do alright versus this Ember Spirit?
We haven't seen too many Wind Rangers as well. I think the lane should be fine for Ember. I think you're going to get a decent chunk of farm here, and I feel that Ember makes an easier time rotating, right?
Yeah, for sure. He's got the better catch in that regard with the slight chains. Makes better usage of the runes, I suppose. Going to be a bit of a slower game for Samel, that's for sure, but it was a very nice deny on the range creep, so, you know, Yatoro already in tatters. Sorry, Toronto, Tokyo. Since they've changed their names to both having all capital letters, it's really confused me. I've realized that I'm a very simple man, and, you know, capital letters equals Toronto, Tokyo. But now Yatoro has capital letters as well. And my brain can't handle it.
Just hope that the rest of the team doesn't go that way as well then.
Oh, we're screwed. We're screwed if that happens. My career's over. All right, Lizzard. Time to earn some cred amongst the viewers. Which lane is First Blood going to happen on? He's last hit for Mirror.
I would probably say top.
Okay.
That's the one that seems volatile. You have this. You have three very bulky boys though on top lane, so.
Yeah, you do.
Lane,
it's a brave prediction, Lizzard. It's a brave prediction. But they're going to make the play here onto Ice. He could be... Nah, he's good. He is going to run away. That bug upon him will eventually be taken off. It's not the fastest right clicker in the world, but it's fine.
Yeah, he also has like
Mira,
11 armor.
In trouble. One more right click.
No, Mira!
Quite
Don't do it!
enough. Up the high ground. Puppy's going to find him, and Puppy will draw First Blood upon Lizzard's integrity. And
I lost street cred now.
oh no. It's alright, you can't lose what you never had.
Yeah, that's true. I had for like a month. I was ranked 1 once.
True, you had it.
Like 5 years ago or something. But yeah, on this bottom lane you have 2 supports that are, let's say, a little bit weaker and easier to take down. And it kind of goes... You try to go on the Nio, you don't kill him, he heals up, he heals the tether target up, and then you get punished for it. And, the 2 of them with the bonus movement speed are definitely nasty to play against.
Oh yeah, they are some quick boys. Very, very fast indeed. Hard to get away from and hard to track down. So, you know, pretty obvious that it's going to be first bottom lane, I guess. And when you really think about it.
All right, Nomad, stop it. Why didn't you make a call, huh? You put me on a spot and then gloat over it.
Antagonize you over it, because exactly that, Lizzard, exactly that. It's my the advantage I have being the play-by-play is that I get to lead the conversation and make sure I'm never in any trouble.
Lead it then. What's happening on the mid lane? Tell me. How's Ember and Windranger doing?
That's you leading it, but no, it's a pretty exciting lane, especially as Toronto Tokyo's run around the back and is able to steal the bounty rune away from Sumail, which is actually a bit of an issue because he is out of bottle charges here, and Toronto Tokyo is full health, full mana, with 2 bottle charges bottled up, and there are no runes for Sumail to get, so this is actually could result in a bit of a deficit there in the middle lane. Meanwhile, Ice TPing away up the top side, and he's going to get out all right.
Sumail is the first one that gets level 6, and he's actually chasing Toronto Tokyo right now. The problem is Toronto is just a little bit too fast, so yeah, you dish out a decent amount of damage, but you can't really finish the kill off.
He in some trouble, jumps back to his friend. Nisha says, get off my support! But the right click comes out from Mira, and they're going to be able to get that kill and collapse. I think he's going to get out okay from me, Nisha here. No, maybe not actually. He's just too slow. Man, this Razor, so fast. So it's power treads, and that's it, really.
That Io would have lived 100% if he used the salve. Puppy didn't want to, I guess, waste it, because the right click was flying to him. And if he uses the salve, there's definitely enough HP on him to survive. He doesn't. He instead likes going back to base and bringing all the items to Nisha, which is also understandable. Some rune control happening from Yapzor, something that you mentioned earlier. Sumail has not had a bottle filled for a long time, and it seems like he won't have it, at least not with an active rune.
Nope.
Just a bounty.
Just a crappy bounty rune. Ugh. Gold for your whole team, not even just for you. And it's only 2 charges? Rubbish. But it's something. No one stole it this time around.
Sumail right now is like, Puppy, can you die again and TP mid, please? Puppy, can you?
I've been in that situation where I'm kind of like wishing my team dies so they can refill my bottle.
They're thinking about going mid, Mira and Toronto Tokyo, but top lane action is already happening.
There is a bit of action, but they've taken off the bugs, so you know, anti-armor's not there. But Yapzor, I don't think he's getting away from this one. Yatoro's just going to stay on top of him, and SSIS, Yatoro trying to fight up into it. Nice cogs come out from Yapzor, but they turn their attention towards SSIS. Maybe it wasn't that nice of cogs, they blocked off SSIS, but in the end, he is going to be okay.
I just can't. He's healing. This is such a nice SSIS thing to do. Like, he's taken this stupid healing creep, and he's healing Yapzor while he's trying to juke them. It's like... There, now he's gonna heal him. Yeah. Yeah, take that, Yapzor. Yeah, get healed.
So quick.
Get healed, boy.
5 mana for how much healing? Like 10?
15? Yeah.
15, wow.
Yeah, it's worth it, man.
Meanwhile, Sumail is trying death by 1,000 cuts onto Toronto Tokyo once again here. But Toronto Tokyo is going to turn around on Sumail. Sumail, has he got a way out of this one? He's got the 1 charges. Bottles out as well. Toronto Tokyo playing a dangerous game. Mira going to come in and ruin the fun. But as is Puppy, the support's coming through. Salve out from Puppy, keeping Sumail nice and safe. Meanwhile, up at top, bunch of low heroes just kind of pounding away at each other.
Don't worry, SSIS will heal up both of them.
I've seen, like, you know, kills where you just slowly whittle someone down, but I've never seen lanes where you're just slowly healing someone up. That must be a pain in the ass to micro, right?
Definitely. You can autocast it, I guess. Does it even work anymore if you autocast it? I guess it doesn't. Just cast it on yourself constantly.
I want to see him like heal a ranged creep to stop it getting last hit, and then deny it.
Oh, that's the next level play, yeah.
That'd be big. That's the dazzle play right there.
So far, a very calm game, isn't it? Like only 3 kills, 8 minutes in.
This is very action-packed compared to the first game we had. We had like 3 kills in like 15 minutes, so...
Alright.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot.
You're really gonna stick it in that I didn't see the first game.
Hey, don't get off that hurry. Oh, Doom, straight up onto the Weaver. Yapsor coming in around the sidelines here. He gets the cogs out onto him. The damage will be enough to bring down Yatoro. And I like that from my side. The moment he hits 6, do not give the Weaver time to even process that you leveled up. Just turn around, whack the Doom out on him, and just Sport is there to finish the job. Very nicely done.
That's Yapsor, right? Like CIS, his job was just there to press Doom on the Weaver.
Just kill
Bottom lane, Ember.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bochka is cogged, but can they kill him?
Yeah, Yapsor's doing a decent chunk of damage to him, honestly. With that Scorched Earth coming through as well, Bochka is losing his health, but not quite enough. Oh, Yatoro takes a pretty big swipe from some mail from the side. Ice. Back up to healing we go. He's full mana, so he's going to have to spend a bit of time spamming that S button.
Yatoro God. Rocket? Is it enough? I don't think so. No way. Level 1 Rocket. Come on, heal up, boy. Heal up, Ice. Go into your lair.
His APM's going to be so sick this game. Ice, that spell's on cooldown. Come on, buddy. Stop slacking. Still the creep. Better not see any inefficiency there. Double damage rune in the bottle for the Ember Spirit as Ice continues to heal himself away in the top lane.
He doesn't want to farm. He has Midas. All he needs to do, Ember, stop lane.
Oh no, heal! Heal, Ice, please! Couldn't heal through that. Double damage from Tokyo roams up to the top lane and kills off the dude.
Just thinking about tickling Yapsor a little bit, as the skill is kinda hard to do even with the double damage, right? And also keep in mind that there's Relocate from Puppy and Nisha, so any aggressive move that you do on top lane can be heavily punished.
Gotta be disciplined, you gotta be smart. Most of all,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
100% sure, whatever you say. And do you think that it's like they're pressuring the top tier 1? This is a move that can be punished, like we said with Relocate. Wouldn't you rather perhaps move to the tier 1 bottom and attack the lane in which IO is? Very peculiar how Team Spirit are approaching the post or laning stage.
Yeah, I think they were just utilizing the fact that there's a dead Doom to whack away at that tower a bit, and not really any objective commitment from them, I suppose.
It does make sense.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It did look like, though, even though 4 heroes wailing at the tower, it's some sort of move anyways. It's the male. He's just farming up for this Maelstrom. You know, as you mentioned before, this hero can't really do much in terms of rotations and kill threat until he has the Maelstrom. Very item-dependent hero compared to the Ember Spirit, who can move around very early.
For sure. If you want to see if he is interested in making any plays, just look at the ways that he's using his spells. If he's spamming stuff out constantly and has no mana, most likely than not, he just wants to stay mid and continue farming that Maelstrom.
Wow,
mid.
Committing the hook shot in, and now the reload comes in as well, as you say, but Toronto Tokyo get the kill and jump away. However, Ice, he's actually got the Doom out onto Bochka. Oh, and the deny to the neutral creep.
XD.
XD indeed. Thank you very much, Centaur. Coming in clutch with the stomp deny.
I wonder if Doom would have killed him if Io didn't tether in. Like, the Centaur will not stomp unless there are 3 heroes around.
Radiant's bottom tower
Male.
is under attack.
The shackle does not connect.
Close. It was close, but no cigar.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh,
they got him.
Never mind.
There is a cigar.
Wow.
Yeah, and can you explain to me where this saying comes from? Close but no cigar.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yes, I can. Lizzard.
Thank you.
Google
But without googling.
close, but I'm not googling
I
that.
can do that as well. Like, what the hell is this?
Dire's structures
I'm done.
are
Weaver has
fortified.
taken the bottom tier 1 tower, has that Maelstrom and Falcon Blade completed straight into Lincoln's, no boots necessary. And do they have any mid lane? Well, Nomad is googling, guys. I'll be the play-by-player,
You'll do the
I
play by
guess.
Thank you very much. But
Yapzor uses that hookshot in. Nisha connects with the static link, but he's alone. Oh, gets ravaged actually.
Pushka though, the hesitation there, is that going to cost them? It very well might. The chains are out, and yeah, they don't want to go up this high ground with the TPs coming on through here. Nisha's going to be absolutely fine. Oh, they found Sumail, however. Sumail kind of needs some help here. He's got an E. He's going to use it to try and get himself away. Team Spirit still chasing. They've got Yatoro on the Weaver, so getting on top of Sumail shouldn't be too hard, but finishing him off, that might be tricky. He gets himself under the tower, and they're not going to commit more than that. They don't want to overextend for this, so Sumail does survive. And all in all, a lot of time wasted from Team Spirit here without too much gained.
If
Radiant's
that
middle tower is
connected,
under attack.
the stroke of fate, Sumail would have died for sure. So I can see that they were attempting to dive a little bit, but sadly for them didn't work out. And Yatoro now is taking a juicy stack, just a double one, but
Radiant's
still
bottom tower is under
nice amount
attack.
of gold going his way. There are some ancient stacks as well, a triple in the triangle, and Weaver right now can actually take it with the Maelstrom, with the Swarm. Actually very capable of, unless Collapse says no, it's mine. And it seems like he is saying exactly that.
Remember your place.
Spoke up.
Team Spirit once again looking for some action, this time up at top. Moving into the Doom, CIS gets himself away. He's not showing on the lane. Do Team Spirit keep on going here and try and find CIS? He's positioned very, very well to not get caught.
He's hiding in the trees. Ember and Grimstroke will go into the triangle. There's no one there. Perhaps some...
CIS is showing, but he has got two heroes nearby, so this might not be the easiest pick-off. Let's see what happens.
Centaur is TPing in as well.
Sumail, they're actually moving away now. They are going to come back towards him, but are they going to be in time to save CIS? There is a double damage, and he's going to get killed off regardless. Could have possibly gone for the Doom reload, but it just seemed like a bit too much to ask for there.
Yeah, he didn't go back because he had two heroes around him, right? And they were in the forest, so he thought there's no way that they just go on me that easily from this side. There's no one to the left. Who's gonna be on the left if I have two heroes in the enemy jungle? So yeah, nice smoke from Team Spirit, getting them in position a little bit earlier.
Yep, so sensed something there. I'm not sure what he sensed, but popping the cogs on the rune spot.
Radiant's bottom tower
You know
is
what? That
under
wouldn't have
attack.
happened to CIS if he'd kept the healing creep. Centaur stun did nothing. He needed heals there.
Yeah, for sure. It would have bought
heal through it.
enough time, and he'd be saved.
Needs a holy locket as well, just to double down.
Next level strategies, Nomad.
Thank you. I'm
I
good at
like
those.
it.
Radiant's
I
middle
wouldn't
tower
share
is under
them
attack.
usually to the public, you know.
Yeah,
the
keep them to
masses.
myself so I can gain that sweet MMR with Holy Locket Doom. Good idea.
Exactly, you know, just keep them, abuse them on your own.
Interestingly, Yapsel's just rushing this Aghanims here, and he is going to connect onto the Centaur. Is this who he was going for? Oh yeah, definitely who he was going for as the team comes in, TPs across. Collapse actually using the ultimate here, but that's not going to get him out. And CIS is going to claim the kill onto his enemy offlaner.
Broke the wrong cog. Like the plan was sound, break one cog and then stampede out, right? But he broke the cog, he killed the cog that was right next to a tree. So after doing that, the tree was still blocking him. I think, did he Quelling Blade? I don't think he Quelling Bladed.
Not too sure. A bit of panic in the moment there, perhaps, but they're in the bottom lane now, and they're going on to CIS once again here. Silenced up, taken down. Yatoro and Mira, a great pairing here. And Team Spirit, they're utilizing this combination really, really well. They're just moving around the map as two, utilizing the Grimstroke Inkswell, because they've got two fantastic Inkswell users, and when the Centaur has a blink, which I
Even
believe
more.
he does, yeah. So you got three great users of that.
Casting it on Weaver, on Ember, even on Mikoshka, really.
Is under attack.
Hookshot, misses. By the way, you asked about the Aghanims on Yapzor. I actually think that this is the best way to play
Radiant's
clock,
top tower is
hands
under
down.
attack.
Yeah.
Rushing the Aghanims, it just changes the hero. It allows you to do so many tricks, and like clock +1 with Aghanims is almost a certain kill on any hero. There's just so much control.
It was really annoying. And BKB penetrating as well with the both the cogs and the stun, so there's no real answer to it.
Yeah. So the trick is usually when you're playing versus a Clockwork, right? Like he hooks in, you BKB if you have it. But the problem is here you BKB and then you're stunned again, right? So it, like you said, it doesn't really help. Lincoln is
situation.
completed on Yatoro though.
Middle tower is
Look at this guy. He's got a Lincoln. He's like, hell yeah, I can do anything I want. Die middle tier 1 tower. And actually, Secret aren't in a place to defend this. They gotta let this go. And that'll be the first tier 1 tower of the game. In the middle lane, at least, going to the way of Team Spirit. Of course, the safe lane towers are both dead, respectively.
Mid lane, Yatoro, that's they were thinking about it. Inksol was casted on Centaur, but this is a bit too deep. Like, going for that tier 2 dive, I'm not sure. You're playing versus a Wisp, Razor, and they do have some big items on the side of Team Secret as well. 2 BKB charges. Ember. Oh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Yep.
Very, very close there. But that's
Nicely
just
played,
gonna
got out.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
So,
attack.
I mean, I'm guessing Secret are pretty happy with this pace, right? And it's a bit slow, you know, they're the ones with the Midas Doom. Their Razor's farming up as well, you know, not really turning up to any engagements just yet. This is fine for them, right?
Yeah, I would assume so. Anytime you have a Doom and they use it here.
Whoa, this is a tier 2 tower without much health left. It's taking some heavy hits. The pings are coming out.
Absorb.
Collapse
Radiant's middle
has to
tower
be
is under
careful.
attack.
Team Spirit is setting up in the area. If they're going to take a fight, it is going to be a proper fight, not just a pick off. So, Secret, if they go, they need to be sure of it so they can get that kill as soon as possible. The vision advantage going to Spirit. I'm not sure they're going to be too tempted to make anything happen here. Ice runs forwards, but a blink away from the Centaur. Stay away from the Doom is the call. They've got Miposhka here, stunned up, and he's going to be able to get off the Ravage regardless here and just turn around onto Yapzor. Maybe not the play they were looking for there, as Nisha's BKB not really getting a whole lot done. Maybe it gets them the kill onto Mira. Mira getting very low. They won't take him down, but Eye on the backlines being smashed away at by Yatoro. Yatoro, though, doesn't quite have the damage output. Meanwhile, Samael, he's actually using that ultimate onto Collapse, who is still plenty healthy and also going to get picked off by Yatoro. This is a big issue for Team Secret. They pour too much into the Centaur, and now they're getting punished pretty damn hard. Yatoro just running circles around them right now. They do indeed have it, but they can't get in range. The Weaver's going to be fine. And Team Spirit are the ones who lose 2 heroes, but as do Team Secret as well. Did they buy back on the clock? Was just a short? He's still low level, isn't he?
Yeah. I think that if you're Team Secret, you need to reconsider using focused fire on Centaur. Like, Sumail almost killed himself there, just hitting the scent.
I was wondering about that. I didn't want to... Yeah, they poured a lot into that Centaur in that fight, but they didn't bring him down.
He's the tankiest one, and his item build too. Does he have a Lotus Orb? Almost has a Lotus Orb completed, so extremely difficult to take down.
But I mean, I guess when you look at the other targets, the Weaver, probably very tricky for Samel to stay on top of the Weaver, as time lapse as well. The Ember Spirit, the moment you cast Focus Fire on him, he's just gone. Ideally, they want to doom up somebody and then follow up with Focus Fire just to get them dead for sure, but...
Yeah, they didn't even use Doom that last fight.
Nope.
But, the trick is, Secret didn't have that blink on Doom, and it was very difficult for them to start a fight. Like, Yapzor, he can hook in, but even after he hooks in, like, every single hero on Team Spirit can react on time and either get away, or if you're Tidehunter, just use all your spells before you die, which is also good. You're at position 5. Now that they do have a blink on Ice, things do change a little bit. Ideally, they could catch Toronto Tokyo before he gets his Lincoln Sphere.
Nisha from the low ground.
They know where he is now.
Yeah. Very far forward though, he doesn't care, and actually Ice has jumped onto Miposhka on the pos 5 Tidehunter, and he's going to get taken out. So it's actually Team Spirit making the play this whole time. And And I think that was Ice trying to look for the Remnant. Found it a little bit too late, unfortunately. But look at Yatoro, constantly being very, very annoying on this Weaver. Shove it in the middle tier 2 tower. Secret, they need to do something about this. They're losing buildings.
Team Spirit will know, though.
Ooh, this is
because Secret is going for Rush.
Yeah.
You can see Toronto Tokyo. He's already going there with the Lincoln Sphere. Keep in mind, and Arcane Rune.
Gonna try and disrupt it, but Roshan is so low. Can he go for the steal? Toronto Tokyo tries for it.
Oh, he kills it.
Does get the kill, but doesn't get the Aegis. That will go to Nisha. But now, Team Spirit, they're looking for something. Ice on the front lines once again. He has got the Doom, but the Lincolns, I don't think it's popped on Yatoro. And now Ice is just gonna get run down. Oh, he's already used the Doom onto Centaur after he's already used the Stampede. Unfortunate. Samel still trying to fight in the front lines here. Not really looking too great as Nisha rips around the back and kills Poshka once again. Doing a lot of damage to Totoro here, but he has not got a time-lapse to work with, so could be in a bit of trouble. Tries to security himself away. Rockets out as well. And it looks like the Weaver's just about got safety, and now the jump into the stomp here onto the Razor. Razor's going to go down along with Yapzor. It's a nice couple of kills for Team Spirit as they take the Aegis out of the hands of Team Secret and really lose nobody for it. Some lovely, lovely team fighting there from Team Spirit.
Hey, they lost Tidehunter. What do you mean nobody? He's a part of the team. He contributes.
Never refuse gold.
Sure. Not quite
though
the
he
same
didn't even
value
have-
as some other heroes here, I would say.
Yeah.
And, you know, they're happy for him to be the sacrificial lamb.
Top lane, Centaur collapse. He blinks out. Yeah, you're completely right. Miposhka even did not use his Ravage, and I believe now, if you're Team Spirit, you can look to smoke up, get a fight. That's what they're gonna do, as Doom has already been used unsuccessfully for Team Secret. Plus, they lost that Aegis. Like, really good plays from Team Spirit to left round and center in that fight. And this play, perhaps not as much.
Wow, a reload out and everything, my goodness. They just wanted to get the hell out of there on Team Secret, and this probably means that Puppy will die. Goodbye, sweet prince.
They tried to save him a bit. It's so hard for Doom to get the proper target. Like in that fight around the pit, Ice actually does jump right, but he can't break Lincolns. He needs Fey Grenade or he needs a creep that can actually allow him to break that. After he gets like a Purge creep or ensnare or anything, then
Yasuo goes for the D-Ward, nearly gets caught by Collapse. Collapso hesitates just a minute there on the start, or maybe it was the interrupt from the battery shot, not quite sure. Either way, doesn't get the kill. And Spirit saying that's enough. Ooh.
Almost breaks that TP, but not sure if they would be able to kill him. In any case, the Toro God gets out and he is building towards that Skadi next. He's a pretty big Weaver.
He is indeed. Top of net worth now, overtook Nisha a couple of minutes ago.
What do you think about Nisha's build? He's not going for Refresher. Do you like that? He's going for AC instead, some extra armor, and SNY completed.
Yeah, so the SNY I liked a lot. You're playing with an IO, you know, you kind of doubles the value of any movement speed you get, so I did like that choice a lot. Would maybe like the Refresher now over the AC, but I guess they do a lot of physical damage on Team Secret.
It benefits him, it
take
benefits
a lot of physical.
Wind Ranger as well, right?
Yeah, answer to the bugs somewhat. You know, give everyone a bit more attack speed to take them off. It's got a lot of value. I kind of like it. But Yapsol's actually hookshotting in here. Collapse getting taken on down here. Nice BKB from Nisha should secure this kill as a Centaur will lose his life. Also on the back lines, they're looking over towards Miposhka. Miposhka might just tick away. Ooh! Power shot will miss from Sumail. Miposhka does actually get away. And look at the damage pouring in now as the Ember Spirit commits to the fight and brings down Ice and Yapsaw. Double kill for Toronto Tokyo as he jumps into the right moment and takes down two. They'll go towards Puppy as well. Puppy, has he got anything to link to? Doesn't look like it as he's going to lose his life as well. Secret, a great start to this fight for them. And then it kind of just gets very sloppy very quickly.
I can't even believe how well Team Spirit recovered from that beginning, as Yapsor did some godly plays on Clockwork. He hooks in, and he prevents anyone from going into the fight by cogging on the ramp, right?
Yeah.
Completely separating Collapse from the rest of his team, but Team Spirit, they're just way too fast to react. They get in, and Ember is just doing God's work in these fights, dishing out a ton of damage. He has that Desolator to work with, Orb of Corrosion, and Maelstrom. Like, it's not even Weaver that's the biggest problem in fights. It's really Toronto.
Nisha, he could be caught out here. 3 seconds still on the BKB. Can now use it, so we'll be okay. And they forced the ultimate out of him, actually, but only 60-second cooldown on that, so he'll be alright.
SAPPHIRE was done. He just couldn't find a creep to break Lincoln's with, so he bought himself a Yules. Like, he's like, alright, had enough of this.
I need something. He does indeed. Why didn't you go Halberd this game? Or no SAPPHIRE?
Not sure, really. I guess Yules is kind of fine for some dispels as well. Decent versus Stampede, right? I think that could be one of the reasons why he went Yules over it.
And I guess Halberd's not really fantastic. Oh, hold on, we've got a catch here on Sumail. They're going to drop the Ravage for this one, and they will be able to bring down the King in the bottom lane. However,
very nicely comboed the Force Staff into the Blink collapse, even though he wasn't necessarily close. They just move him in, followed by Ravage. Very well played.
Love me a nice aggressive Force Staff, very cute.
So we're waiting for Yapzor to finish off his Aghanim's. It's 1,000 gold away. But he's not waiting.
He's not waiting. We are, but he's not. Well, for 4 stuff away. And Collapse does escape his coggy prison. Now, Toronto Tokyo, Collapse is there as well. They've got the stuns, but the heals coming out from Puppey seems to be enough to keep him alive. Not for long, though, as they do finish the job. And now they need to get the IO out of here. He's about to reload back, but he won't be able to make it. 2 more heroes dead. Team Spirit, they are running over Team Secret at this point with a jump in from SAPPHIRE to keep Nisha alive. Now the turnaround, they've got the Doom out onto the Weaver, but the 4 stuff down to the low ground. He's going to be absolutely fine. Toronto Tokyo also makes it back to his team. So not only did they get 2 kills, not only did the Wind die earlier, and now they've wasted Doom on the side of Team Secret as well. Team Spirit, man. I feel like they've just played this traffic light Dota, where it's green light and they go, and then it's red light and they back away, and it's green light and they go, and they all somehow know exactly when those lights are coming on and off. It's insane how synchronous they are inside these team fights. It is beautiful Dota. It really is.
And what's Team Secret? They're those guys that continue running after red light.
They don't have a red light. Their traffic light is broken. It's green all the way, baby.
Beautiful.
I tried. Anyway, Skadi on Weaver makes Io's life a bit harder, but also Razor's. Like, I don't think Weaver cares anymore about being static linked. Just gets up close personal, destroys anyone that's on his way. Has that MKB that he's building into, and once he gets that Sumail's game, he's kinda ruined too.
I mean, Sumail really doesn't feel like he's had much of a game from the start, to be honest. The panel did doubt the Wind Ranger pick. I really wanted it to work out because I love seeing a good Wind game, but this just hasn't really felt like it. I mean, how do you focus fire a decent core here, right? You focus fire the Centaur and you just get stabbed in your own face, mostly. You do it on either of the other two and they're just going to run away. Jump up, stun. Nice initiation from SAPPHIRE. Also in the back, Toronto Tokyo fighting out with Sumail. A battle of the mids and the back lines. Meanwhile, Toronto Tokyo, Yatoro is just tearing Yapzor apart. And Sumail does end up going down. Yapzor dead as well as they jump in now. Ember Spirit joining the main lines of the fight. BKBs are out. They have got the Doom, but they don't want to use it as Puppey falls as well. And it looks like this is just Team Secret absolutely melting under the fire of Team Spirit. Awkward fight.
On the upside, they do have 4 buybacks and perhaps a Doom after he's up in 14 seconds. The only question is, will they GG out before that?
Yeah, it's a real possibility at this point. It just does not look like I can take team fights anymore.
You do have a tier 2 on the top lane, so at best, Team Spirit can get 2 sides, right? They can't really go for megas.
You're really a glass half full kind of person, aren't you, Lizzard?
I mean, it's Dota. Anything can happen. You should never, you really should never give up. I mean, in pro games, I think you can't really expect people to make as many mistakes, but when you're playing pods, I don't think I'm one of those play until the end, until the throne falls.
Me too, man. Me too.
I mean, you never know. They might DC. electricity might fail. Something might happen.
I mean, my reason's a little stupid. I just believe that I'm not smart enough to know when the game's actually over, so I'll just play until the very end regardless. I'm very humble that way. Roshan is being humbled in the meantime as well. That's going to be an Aegis going the way of Yatoro, so if you thought he was hard to kill before, now it's just going to be downright impossible. Doom the Weaver all you like, friends. It's not going to matter.
And he'll probably be on the front lines as well. He has that Dragon Lance, giving him just enough range to assault the high ground. Now, if you're Secret right now, you have to find a way to kill the Weaver without using Doom, right? Because you need the Doom for that second life. Or, at least, you need the Doom to kill off Ember. Killing Ember off first would perhaps be even better. But, yeah, that Ember is actually hunting you.
Doom. Being tapped a little bit, he's alright. Yatoro, not a fear in the world. Lincoln, Skadi, MKB, and an Aegis. This little Weaver has everything he could want. They jump in, they actually get the Doom out onto the Ember Spirit, but they're just gonna stampede him out of there. And he's gonna be absolutely fine. Samel, though, still chasing, still wants it. Can he find it? Arthur, he's gonna find something alright, and it is not what he is looking for. The Wind Ranger is down, and Yatoro is still fighting on the front lines, chasing back the side of Team Secret, telling them, get back in your base. We did not give you permission to leave. And they will be forced back to that high ground. Secret, a nice try, a good Doom from SAPPHIRE, but unfortunately the moment that Stampede comes down, the fight is over. Now they jump in with a Ravage connecting onto 3. Down goes 1, down goes 2. Can they get any more as Yasuo to fall? Toronto Tokyo trying to get his way out of this one. He has got the remnants to work with. Samel trying to chase him down, but can't stay on top of him. Nearly brings the kill in, but can't quite make it happen. Yatoro still fighting on the front because he's got that Aegis. He is happy to just blast damage into these Secret heroes. And now a TP out from Nisha. They try to disengage on the side of Team Spirit. They decide they've had enough, and it does look like they're going to be able to make it out on all 4 heroes. And once again, just the Tidehunter dies. You happy this time, Lizzard?
Yeah, this time I'm happy. You did it well. Just the Tidehunter, because his skills matter. His Ravage was on point. Secret is just struggling to get a good team fight without losing too many heroes. And Team Spirit is not struggling at all to disengage every time that's necessary. This time around, they force 3 buybacks, they go back, reset. They'll strike back before Aegis is reclaimed, as they have like, what, 2 more minutes on it? 2.5 minutes? Weaver is also level 25. That +1 Gemnet attack feels so damn good on this hero.
Yeah, it's silly.
I would love to see the shard on him as well. Yeah, he's buying it next. It's just like he hits you with the swarm as a support and you just die from the Gemini attacks. It's ridiculous how strong this is. Top lane relocate. Puppy. Oh, Puppy. Oh, there's...
Goodbye, Mr. Puppy. It's been fun. Well, that's sad. They might actually... Never mind. Yes, they will. There is a hero here for him to reload to, but he's got silence out. And Samel gets killed up by Yatoro, so Yatoro is just full anti-Samel with his build, his gameplay, his everything. Doesn't want this guy to have a game. Yabsaw jumping in though, they're trying to make the plays. They manage to get the Doom out onto the center, which means there will be no Stampede. And with a static link, they do bring him down. But it is a trade for SAPPHIRE. So Nisha, he's in very, very deep here. But Poshka will dive the Lightning Storm. But Nisha gonna go down regardless. Yatoro's gonna get the kill. The Weaver still completely unfettered throughout this entire damn thing. And the GGs get called from Team Secret as game number 1 goes to Team Spirit convincingly. Puppy, you might have had a plan for this one, but it did not work out against the TI champs.
Yeah, I didn't mind the draft, and I didn't mind the plan that Puppy had. You have this Doom versus all the mobile heroes, and then you can follow up with the damage from Wind Ranger and Razor. Plus, Clockwork brings enough control, right? Their draft is indeed well-rounded. The problem comes when you don't Doom the Centaur, and he just stampedes everyone out. And the problem comes when you have too many Lincoln Spheres and 1 Force Staff, but 1 was more than plenty. Actually, Mira had 1 as well, so 2 Force Staffs. I take that back. And they just juke and jive around you. They dodge everything that you have until Doom is out, and then they re-engage. Team Spirit, I mean... they're a hard team to beat when they have all these mobile heroes. They're a hard team to beat in general, but damn, they're just looking too good.
Damn, your dog was about to gank Ricky, but then decided against it.
She's ganking me the whole game. Like she's literally jumping here on top of me while I'm yeah.
Aww.
Yeah, it's you they're talking about.
Well, you can go and
like this.
Play with your lovely. Ah, who could be mad at that? Who could be mad at that? Alrighty, guys, we're going to throw it over to a short break, and then we're going to be back with game number 2. Can that Pappy guy make the plays and come back into this series, or is it going to be a Team Secret Day 2-0? We'll find out after this short break.
Well, Team Spirit have been vaulting and pirouetting over Team Secret like they're a pommel horse, and they're going to perfectly stick the landing for a first game victory here and a hopeful 10 out of 10 from our judges, Bcop and Black. Black, talk me through that series. What did Team Spirit do so well? I think someone was being muted in vMix, I believe. Are we all good? I hope we are. We are not good, apparently. I will keep on going as if we are. Black is muted, so I will talk to Bcop. Bcop, can you provide the analysis on that series?
For that game, I mean, for the early parts of it, it looked like Spirit maybe they were down a couple thousand. I could still hear you.
We're good now.
We're good?
Keep on going,
right.
Bcop, though. You're
Yeah, keep on going, Bcop. You're on fire. Dude.
Oh, God. I thought I was just going to get saved here. But yeah, my equivalent MMR analysis to chat on this one was, that Secret, they had a little bit of a lead, but Spirit, in typical Spirit fashion, know the moves to make to not only come back in, but make it look like a shellacking every single time. It's almost like if they fall behind, they get a little bit angry and they move forward. Like the move and the decision making to have Toronto, Tokyo focus the Roche Pit, knowing that they're there, and then also have Yatoro go for the mid tier 2, like movements like that just show how well Spirit play. Like making a decision like that just seems so tier 1 in my eyes. I don't know. From there, it just like their movements around the map, their team fighting was so good, and it shows with the Weaver going 11-1 and 11.
Black, before the game, you mentioned lack of lockdown on Team Secret being a major issue here, and 1 death on Yatoro and 1 death on Toronto Tokyo definitely backs that up. Would you say?
Yeah. Excuse me for not talking to you people. I was had to rejoin vMix apparently, but yeah, going back to the point. It's basically what we kind of alluded to at the end of the draft. It's just much more stable coming out of Secret. Out of Spirit. Like Secret actually won the early game. They won 3 lanes, not super hard, but a little bit. But it didn't matter. Like once they have their Lincolns up on the Weaver and on the Ember, like what do? Like they have to jump with the Doom perfectly, somehow trigger the Lincolns while Clock jumps at the same time too, so they don't just get out for free. It's just too hard to do against a team like Spirit when you have so many other things to worry about, So next game, I would really like Secret to just draft more stuns, like make it easier for yourself.
It felt like there was a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Samael as well, and unfortunately he shrugged because 1-5-1 is not a fantastic score. I think he had quite a good laning phase, but it seemed to fall apart after that.
Yeah, just the Wind Ranger is... That's why I was so skeptical as soon as they picked it. I just don't think it's a good hero. Like you need to snowball from start to finish, otherwise it's just you have no game.
Yeah, just listen to Slacks. Don't pick Windrunner. That's pretty much it,
But not for his reasons, different reasons, but yes.
Okay, what do we want to see from Team Secret in the next game? Because I would love a 3-game series here. These are 2 great teams. It would be great to see them both put up a fight. What do we want to see Team Secret start to pick up? Just a couple more stuns, perhaps?
Yeah, I think they needed a little bit more lockdown, and I want to see if they can maybe even focus getting Maposhka on something he's uncomfortable with, because he can play both the sit back, Bane, let me give you lockdown from afar, and the, hey, I'm also a Tide who's a 5, kind of similar to the last series with the DK and everything. It's like, I'm going to run at you and eventually Ravage. You could kill me, but I'm still just a 5.
Yeah,
like,
I would say they
kind
of got baited, right? But the Weaver, they're like, yeah, they got an Ember and a quote-unquote support Weaver. We don't need that much lockdown. And then they just made it a carry because it's like a perfect Weaver carry game. And yeah, got him. Like the lack of lockdown is even more obvious when they pick the Centaur. Like he just ults and everybody runs away. Like, oh, okay, I guess they're running.
There was a point where he ulted right before being doomed as well, which must have felt pretty bad because they're already struggling to get on top of them if they're struggling to get on top of them before the Centaur ult, they're going to do it afterwards. A tricky game for Team Secret, and I think there probably are some slight bright spots there. I know a couple of players underperformed, but even so, I think they did themselves not a disservice. Would you agree, Bicop?
Quite a bit. I wonder what everybody's going to pull out come this game too, and if it's going to look just like this. Because if Secret can make this a 3-game series, like that's a good feeling not only for Secret but the rest of all Dota, where Spirit are like a team that bleeds potentially.
Do you agree, Black? What would you like to see then?
I mean, the laning phase was good, so keep that up. But you gotta draft a little better, and the execution in mid game also needs to be better. Like they really got outmaneuvered by Team Spirit, and that's probably also due to the lack of stuns. So I think just if they get a well-rounded draft, like things will naturally get much easier for them to execute.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we're going to be having that draft coming up very, very soon. I think the teams are still preparing for it. So in the meantime, let's look back on Team Secret throughout this tournament so far. It feels like they've mainly played against EU teams. Well, they have mainly played against EU teams. And the draft is ready. But before that, it feels like they're getting more up to speed now than they were before. Would you agree, Black, that they just need those final couple of gears to come into fruition before they're at their level again, or do you think there's a long way for them to go before they're back up there?
It really depends on how easy they settle back into their roles, because Sumail obviously was once the best mid laner in the entire world, right? And then he was like, that's pretty boring. Let me do something else. And he did something else for I don't know how many years in total, probably 2 or 3 years. And now going back to the mid lane, it's a completely different play style. Everything changed, It's gonna take a time, like a while to get back into that. Same as Nisha. So I think probably in a couple of months, maybe 2 or 3 months, they should be good to go.
Cool. Well, we've got the draft coming up right now, early bans and early picks. We'll see what these teams are going to pull out in this vital game 2, with Team Spirit branding out the Spirit Breaker and the OD, and Team Secret the IO and the Bane. So nothing we saw last series, some bans we saw last series as well. Nothing reactive yet. Talk me through these early bans, Bicop.
Secret, again, focusing Miposhka, getting that Bane out of their hands, and then the OD, which has been, it's in either you ban it or you pick it kind of thing, and they've outgone the Monkey. I'm a little surprised that the Spirit Breaker is in that first 2 bans, just because I feel like Spirit Breaker's shown to be a bit beatable in multiple games so far.
Mm-hmm. Very rapid picks there. Monkey King on the Team Spirit side, and Team Secret picking up Queen of Pain and Nyx Assassin. Any thoughts, Black?
Well, Nyx makes up for a lot of the missing control they had last game, so I like that adjustment a lot. It doesn't really counter anything just yet, but depending on how they play it can be very solid hero and laner regardless. So I like the pickup, and Monkey King is most likely going to be post 4 on Mirror. He plays that hero fantastically, but it's still open, of course. So I go with the Lion straight away. One of the best heroes against Nyx, because the best answer to the hero is really you either instantly silence him or disable him with an instant hex, so you can't press the Carapace. Very common answer, it's either Lion or Shaman.
10 seconds
remaining. It's time to
remaining.
pick up the Lion. Way more meta. Yeah,
5 seconds remaining.
I already don't like the Nyx Assassin anymore because of that. Against Monkey King it's not great. Against Lion it's not great. It kind of feels very forced.
Do you agree, Bicop?
Team Secret's turn.
Yeah, I don't really like the Nyx Assassin, but I wonder what Secret are going to bring with it. So, are they going to look to have Nyx Assassin just purely be a vision and play with a pretty mobile lineup? They've already got the Queen of Pain, right? So,
yeah,
it's still tough to play into these 2 heroes, though, as the Nyx Assassin.
I mean, you still become a Nyx Assassin after a while, right? It's just the laning is so weak unless you're with a Darkseer, which they might pick up if it doesn't get banned. But yeah, what are you in lane? You're 70 damage stun.
10 seconds remaining.
That's hard to hit.
Tricky.
Yeah.
I The Queen of Pain, we've
5
seen it
seconds
played
remaining.
carry a couple of times this tournament. I don't think Team Secret have played a carry yet. Will you expect this to be a mid, or do you think they can flex it quite easily?
Definitely could flex it towards the last pick if they want to go that far. It's found success in the safe lane. Like there's no reason to force showing what it is at this point. Especially, I think teams knowing that this hero can be a 1 as well.
I would definitely say it's not an ice hero though. So it's Nisha can definitely play it, and Suma plays a very good quap too. So it's going to be 1 or 2.
Secret's turn to ban.
But yeah, it is still flexible. And the better Timber saw. Okay.
It's a ISIS respect ban, I would say. I mean, everyone seems to ban out Timbersaw against Team Secret at the moment. He's just so good on it.
Team
Yeah,
Spirit's
he made it
turn
popular.
to ban.
Just kind of feel like
spammed it.
There's no trees left in Singapore. No, there's ISIS lives there. So concrete jungle.
That's a false claim, guys. I live here. It is not true. He was just
Yeah.
10 seconds.
blowing
I
out of
went to
proportion.
the botanical gardens are very nice in Singapore. I remember visiting those.
5 seconds
Plenty of trees for
remaining.
him to bounce around in. Final bands coming out. Well, second phase of bands coming out from Team Spirit and Secret. What would you like to see Team Spirit ban in this phase? Else.
Seems like they're just focusing ice. It's what could be, obviously we've seen the Spirit Breaker go in other lanes, but for the most part, it's just been off laners, and they're really just trying to take
Team
everything out of the
Secret's
hands
turn to ban.
of ice. But they go to the Razor.
So they do not care about the Darkseer that could potentially come. Because Darkseer Quap Nyx is a pretty solid combo. Or at least a lot of potential for a very solid combo. And we've seen how Tundra runs the Nyx
10
Darkseer. It's
seconds
very
remaining.
scary. And Ice also plays a
5
fantastic
seconds
Darkseer. So
remaining.
I hope they pick it up, actually. Would make a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm. Why wouldn't they pick it up? Because we might not see them do it. What would be the logic if they don't?
Well, there's 2 picks to counter it. So if they pick it up, I think it's going to be in the last pick of the second phase. Because otherwise, there's really just too many heroes that are too good against it.
Okay. Well, they're still thinking about that ban. After that 1-2 snap pick at the start of this draft, taking a little bit of a slower time to close it out. What do you think they're bouncing around in their brains, Beacop?
Maybe they want to focus their matchup in the mid lane, but I'm wondering, do they want to get like something like the Doom out of the play?
I guess
It's always a tough pick, right? When you pick against a Nyx assassin, like you don't really want to pick these Pucks and Linas. They're so fragile suddenly, but sometimes you still have to.
it feels like the Nyx is as much of it's a pick, obviously, but it's a pick that bans out so much. It restricts. I mean, a lot of picks we talk about as opening up your own draft because they're flexible picks, so you can do so many different things with them, and it's difficult to predict. It feels like the Nyx Assassin's kind of the opposite. It restricts your opponent's draft so much.
Yeah, it's just annoying. It's just super annoying. Like every time I play a game and I see Nyx Assassin, I play mid. There's like literally 50% of the heroes you don't want to pick. Snapfire, okay. Well, it's gonna be Puppy's hero. More stun. Very big fan. Like this draft altogether looks way better already. They got good burst damage, they got a good team fight, a lot of stuns, very strong laning if they pick up the Darkseer. If not, then potentially not that strong laning. But
5 seconds
there's still a high chance they pick up the Darkseer.
What sort of carry do you play alongside this Snapfire?
It's so strong, you can literally do anything. Like PA works wonderfully. Like it's just such a strong 5 that you can pick it alongside almost any carry. Like Face's Void also looks amazing with it. Mars, okay, yeah. I'm surprised it's still in there.
Yeah, it's unusual. They've not banned out a lot of Collapse's heroes. Normally, people just target him. Perhaps they've decided this time to not. Although that did not do well for them at TI, not targeting Collapse.
Yeah, their bans kind of seem all over the place for Secret.
Yeah, banning out that Terrorblade, that's an unusual one. Why would they
Wait,
ban out the Terrorblade at this phase?
Wait, let's see. No, I see the strategy. They banned out one hero of each position.
They have very much. That list of 5 bans on the Team Secret page, that's a pretty good lineup. If you got all 5 of those.
Yeah, it would have been. Well, luckily Spirit can't pick it anymore. But yeah, they pick Puck. Just traditionally one of the better matchups against Quap. Forces her to... Honestly, Quap doesn't mind it as much anymore, because you just max out the Scream and farm and get big yourself. But yeah, give me that Darkseer, please.
Could still move the quad.
Potentially. But you could also just pick Darkseer.
Yeah.
I'm assuming on the Spirit side, I mean, the Monkey King can be quite flexible, but would you say this is leaning towards being a support?
With the Puck, it could very well be a carry, because they love to play their Lion Mars lane. But I personally don't like carry Monkey King that much against Quap and Snapfire.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Team Spirits turn to ban.
Templar Assassin.
Picking
TA.
up TA. Presumably a carry TA. Although Samael does love his TA, so...
Another
It's very
mid that
flexible
can
though.
also. Yeah.
1-2, both of them. Well, that's exactly what OG did, right? With those 2 heroes, exactly.
Yeah, very much so.
5 seconds
What final
remaining.
bans are we looking for here? So Team Spirit, both teams are now pretty flexible. We're not exactly sure what they're going to be
Team
doing.
Secrets
What's
turn
so
to ban.
Team Spirit is
Oh.
banning out that Darkseer. Team Secret almost certainly do need an
No.
offlaner. I don't think they're going to
Yeah.
be playing any of these heroes offlane.
Yeah,
Team
I
Spirit-
think Tidehunter
ahead.
is a good ban, I think, for Spirit. They're gonna ban on teamfight control. Other than,
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
That with the Mortimer's Kisses could be a problem.
yeah, what else is there other than
5
Tide?
seconds remaining.
Doom's still on the board.
Yeah, could
I still
be
kind of
an
like the
option.
Doom.
So Spirit has an abundance of teamfight right now. What they're lacking perhaps is a little bit of just some good damage in there.
Is it a Medusa draft? Are you banning out the Medusa here?
Team Spirits turn
You
to
do have the
ban.
Nyx against it, so probably not.
All right. okay,
Stark,
yeah.
okay, yeah. Counters the TA, is very good against Nyx. So I do think they're just going to ban the Tide. Probably.
Secret could ban the Luna.
Yeah, Luna is a very good ban. Although
10
Monkey
seconds
King
remaining.
with the 2 rings is very strong, like with Mars and Puck, because they just
5
are kept in
seconds
place, and the
remaining.
Wukong can really deal a lot of damage there. If they plan to play it as a carry.
It's a full Venn diagram. 3 circles.
Yeah.
You just
I
need
just
2
need an
more
axe.
circles, and then you've got an
Team
Olympic
Secrets
draft.
turn to ban.
Ooh.
LC. Okay. Going for the more pick off. Now, I don't
guess
like it
it's-
very much because there's Nyx Assassin already that fulfills LC's role, basically. Like, what they're lacking is team fight control, not single target control.
Well, I guess it's really good at
10
locking down the
seconds
puck
remaining.
before he gets Lincolns, which you may not want to do.
It is.
5
Yeah.
seconds
It's not a
remaining.
terrible
turn
ban.
to
It's
pick.
just... I thought
Naga.
not what they needed. And Naga... yeah, I can see that. It's a terrible matchup for TA. Makes sense. Can't really pressure him with the Nyx Assassin. Also, might hint towards an offlaner that doesn't
10
really
seconds
clear
remaining.
illusions. What could that be?
Okay, B
5
Cop.
seconds
Now's your
remaining.
time to shine. Call the pick for Team Spirit before it happens, and you'll be king for the day.
Oh, Wraith King. I feel like that's the
Wraith King.
fallback right now. I want Luna. I said it earlier, but I feel like Wraith King's just the fallback.
Dark Willow, let's go.
Do you think you
If I
can
get
call it
either of the
back?
two, are we good?
Yeah, then you'll be king. We'll carry around on a throne.
Team Secrets turn to pick.
We'll put that throne on ice. It's a morphling.
I was
You-
amped.
You are a peasant for the day now. Talk me through this morphling.
Nothing's
pick,
changed.
Black.
Well, it completely destroys pretty much the entire draft of Secret, and they now have a very big
10
problem
seconds remaining.
to deal
Why
with.
does it destroy the draft so much?
Well, he doesn't care
5
about Quap or
seconds
TA at
remaining.
all. Same with Snapfire, really, and he can even transform into a Nyx Assassin and use that Carapace to stop potentially Snapfire and Quap. It's a fantastic pick here. And
Choose your
okay, well,
Yeah,
that's
that's
how you answer Morphling, right? Just take away all
Yeah.
its armor.
But to be offlane ET or offlane Snap?
Offlane ET for sure.
Offlane AT, yeah.
It's
I love
got to
the
be.
ISIS plays a mean ET.
Yeah, and now they have the ET TA combo as well, where you can go into a big minus. You got like minus 14 armor or something silly like that, even on a Morphling.
We are going to be seeing the carry Quap. So why don't you talk us through this Team Secret Draft Black? What can we expect to see out of it?
Is it a carry co-op? I assume I'm playing it, right? So it's probably middle.
Oh yeah,
Maybe.
sorry, middle.
Or maybe there's a swap, honestly. I'm pretty sure they can just swap. Like, we have seen Sumail, Safe Lane, Spirit Breaker. Like, Safe Lane Quap, I do think makes more sense here. So, yeah. Do I like the draft? Like, okay, they got at least more stuns now. I like that.
Certainly got those.
But, man, if Elder Titan doesn't have a good game, I don't see how they stop this Morphling. I really like Spirit's draft. There's so much control and teamfight damage. I gotta go with Spirit again.
Do you agree, Bcop?
Well, again, there's a Mars with $1,000 worth of cosmetics, and you know how I make my picks. It's always through cosmetics. That's why I'm a big FY fan. He's got the Bleak Hallucination, Tusk, and Rubik, and those are like $5,000 each. So yeah, it's all about the cosmetics. But also, more seriously, Collapse on Mars is just such a game changer in himself, and I just can't see them losing with Collapse on that Mars, and the Spirit team looks so good right now.
Okay, well, David Bowie once sung Is There Life on Mars, but today there is Collapse on Mars as Team Spirit are going to take that into this game 2 and hopefully take it maybe to a game 3. We'll see with Nomad and Lizzard.
Thank you very much, Dan. I like that one a lot. That one tickled me. But yeah, indeed, Collapse on Mars, and we have Yatoro on Morphling. I mean, to me, the drafts feel pretty even, but Team Spirit just seems so far in their comfort zone. Well, what do you think, Lizzard?
They're in their comfort zone. I'm looking forward to seeing this Elder Titan, though. Ice.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of games in which he, if you remember his Timbersaw games, he just brings Secret out of the gutter and helps them helps the carries carry them to victory. I think maybe he might be able to do the same thing here, because Aghanims on this Elder Titan looks pretty solid. Not only are you strong versus the Morphling, but you're also able to get out of arenas, right? And my tongue just got
30 seconds.
Sorry,
to
mate.
battle.
You smashed it, don't worry.
English hard.
Yeah,
I
first
slam.
language.
I slam.
See,
English
you have an
very
excuse.
not
When I
good.
mess up, I've got nothing. I've got nothing at all. You know, I'm my dad came here as an immigrant. That'll do. Anyways, yeah, it seems like there's some really cool stuff going on. I mean, Ice, you know, he's played the most different heroes out of everyone, I would imagine, on the DPC EU at least. So it's no surprise to see him playing something completely different. Very, very cool. So there seems to be a bit of fighting over this rune here. I'm going to jump in Mirror from behind and sneak him. Yapsel does miss the stun. And, well, that's going to be 2 for 2 on the bounties by the looks of it.
Yeah, the game is even, and we won't see an instant win for any of these teams, like you said. It's even. I'm surprised Nisha didn't go mid. Panel was talking about it. Like, you would have this TA into a puck matchup, which is historically heavily TA favored. Maybe something has changed a little bit, and puck has a bit of an easier time, but still.
Yeah, and of course, you don't level Dagger when you're playing against Puck, because if he just takes phase shift or even can orbit off as well, you can disjoint it. So not that easy to do. But yeah, they keep Nisha in the safe lane. I think that's probably because they want the Nisha puppy lane where they go for this meld strike here, and then you get like a ton of anti-armor, right?
Oh yeah, that's a very good point. Like, even the 2 meld strikes are incredibly difficult to deal with. When you add the little shredder, it's just you melt. There is no way in hell that you dive these 2 under the tower if they have their spells, right?
Indeed.
Because the power lies in the tower hits with all the minus armor. You just disappear.
Yeah. You'll get absolutely shredded, as the case may be. Nisha taking some damage here. He's got to get himself back. Trying to move to the trees, trying to eat the tree down, but they just quell it. And Nisha is gone. That's going to be first blood for this top lane. Anti-armor, no anti-armor, doesn't make a difference. Team Spirit get the kill.
That was interesting. They're the ones that... I think it was actually Collapse that ate the tree so that Nisha couldn't hide.
Nice last hit on the range creep there by Puppy, though, utilizing the cookie in order to grab that one.
Nisha is the one that's bringing items this time around. You don't usually want your carry to be the one that... Nisha is getting very low.
Nisha? Hello? They've got the Jingu out. They've got the right clicks coming in. A little bit of juke through the trees. That going to keep Nisha alive. The cookie as well. My goodness, Nisha surviving on a sliver of HP, as does Mira. The Salve comes out. That was close to just being lane over for Team Secret.
Yeah, that would have been a disaster. Like, if Nisha dies...
Radiant's courier has been
I
killed.
don't know. Like, I don't know how you make a comeback. Labs would have an incredible laning stage, but yeah, at least they managed to survive. The lane continues. What's happening elsewhere? Talk to me about the other Titan.
Elder Titan is currently... Oh, hold on. Mira's alright.
Bracers?
Yeah, Elder Titan's doing fine. You know, just last hitting some creeps, having a good old time. Yep, double bracer. Classic. I mean, there is a degree of threat onto the Morphling because, of course, Natural Order, very, very good against the Morphling. But when your lane partner is a Nyx Assassin, it's very
Pouring
obvious
lane,
when you're
isn't it?
coming in, right? Like,
Yeah.
catch is not there for a Morphling, so...
They don't even have a slow. That's the problem, right?
Yeah.
Like, Ice Sights and the Absolute... Ice Sights isn't going for Orb of Venom, Corrosion, or anything like that.
For sure. Like, Nyx is a good laner, but he just doesn't have the catch required to catch a Morphling off guard, which is a problem. So, I doubt we'll see any kills down bottom lane. I don't know. Maybe Miposhka could be caught out.
And the mid lane, so far, so good for Queen of Pain. Actually, Sumail doing, like, what, 7 denies? 6 more denies, 5 more last hits. Quite alright. Some of those might be small camp, I'm not sure.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Can never quite tell with the mid lane, can you? But hopefully we can see the net worth, which does look a little different.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Yo, that's a lot of damage. Yep, that's a Morphling being chased back by Ice with with some heavy punches.
Yeah, once Ice has boots, you have to be careful. Like, he can hunt you down. And Yapzor is making sure that he's stacking, so they could do some funky plays with moving the spirit back, taking the ancient stacks, and then dealing like plus 200 damage or something.
That sounds cool and fun.
Radiant structures are fortified.
You're not really an Elder Titan player, are you? I can feel it in your voice. You don't like just running up to people and anything. You need some Slav spirit in you. That's the problem. You don't have that.
I would love to play that hero. It's a
yeah, but you're more of
a hard one to learn. But I'm a safe laner myself, so you know when I see
feel
that
like
guy
you're...
running at me with his big old glowing fists, I'm kind of just like, well, puckering up.
I feel like you're more of an Elder Titan that goes Soul Ring, maxes out Echo Stomp from distance. Thinks he's contributing to the team fights because everyone is asleep.
I don't like what you're implying, good sir.
What do you mean? That's a smart Elder Titan player. That's what I'm implying. Because that's how you should play the hero. Unless you're on offlane, obviously.
Yes, unless you're Ice. Ooh, we got the stun out. A little bit of mixed targeting here from both Puppy and Nisha, as and bottom lane as well. Miposhka on the run. Can they finish him off? Is a question. The answer is no. He's under that tower and safe and sound. And top lane as well. No kill coming in from the side of Team Secret, but good lanes from Secret here after the last few minutes. They've been able to get some heroes pretty damn low.
I'm not sure because of top lane. I'm not sure if Miposhka actually falls. I was just about to praise him so much. Like, he survived at the first attempt on taking his life by hexing Ice just as he's about to hit him. The thing is, Ice gets way too much movement speed and damage from the spirit, right? And Impale was wasted, but Miposhka cancelled one of his attacks, auto attacks, which allows him to gain enough distance.
Coil out in the mid lane as Mira makes the rotation in, but that coil's not going to last too long, and turns very awkward very quickly. But meanwhile in the bottom lane they're going on to Ice here. Miposhka and Yatora, can they finish him off? I'm not sure they're going to go into tower for this one. There will not be a kill. My god, this is a very I can't say that, but it's a game that's leaving everyone on the edge of their seats. There's no kills actually happening, you know.
Yeah, we're being debated left, right, and center.
That's
I'm still thinking about the Lions hex. Like that Miposhka hex was so on point. It's not something that you see very often. Taking a thing that's kind of normal, right, and just stepping it up, putting it on a different level.
Yeah, that's a TI winner complex right there. That's where it'll get you. There is a rotation
Smael
coming in
bottom
from Smael down the bottom. They want to try and catch out Yatoro. Can they do it? It's a question. The answer seems to be no. Maybe they get Miposhka. They do get him down, and Smael swings in across and just goes in for the easy kill. I mean, sure, it's fine. It's a rotation. It's not the best
He
thing in
didn't
the world.
also... Arena.
Yeah, Nisha trying to juke around Mr. Collapse here. Collapse is just about going to grab him at the end as the arena unfurls. And now with the stomp coming through from Mira, Boundless Strike, a couple more right clicks will be required. Mira does have the jump up into the trees. One more right click will be required and it will come through. Nisha goes down. Great kill from Team Spirit, invading the jungle and catching the TA, doing a bit of jungling.
Something that Mira is doing really well in every game. He just gives vision, he gives info, he's jumping around the trees, hunts down the carry, and then calls for some help.
Samael, oh no, Samael gets absolutely worked by Toronto. Oh no, never mind, Toronto taking good eyes anyway. Thank you very much, Nyx Assassin, saving the day, saving everyone the embarrassment of that. Yeah, Samael knew exactly what was happening.
It's kind of for the Monkey King as well, who was jumping in, but yeah, Nyx Assassin on point. That's 5.5 level on Yapzor. Like, he had a couple of hiccups with the Impales, not perhaps most accurate ones, but he's finding levels, he's finding kills.
Yep, and he makes the one that count just there, yeah. Very entertaining laning phase so far. Both teams really giving it their all. And it's a good time so far. With that kill onto the puck, a really important kill as well. Even though he missed the Sonic Wave, it doesn't matter because the Nyx Assassin comes through and saves the day. Now, Samael is in a really, really good place. Is this the kind of game which a Queen of Pain can just dominate?
I feel like every game right now feels that way.
Yeah.
Queen of Pain is... the hero is in a really good spot. The item build Kaya Sanj just gives you a lot of damage. You don't even have to build into an Orchid or anything like that. Before it felt like you go into that Orchid, if you don't get a kill, your game is ruined. If you die, it's even worse. But right now, going into a Kaya and you just can farm, you can get that shard to be relevant in that mid-game portion as well, when your ulti is off. I like it.
Yeah.
Miposhka again, I feel like he might be dead.
Oh, they have the vision now, though, onto the Yapzor. Yapzor, though, he's going to be able to survive. He's got the Spike Carapace as well. So low on Yatoro, but Samael will finish the job with a scream just in time. Ooh. Just on the edge there, but another big pick-off for Team Secret. Samael is having an absolutely killer game.
They greeded out a little bit. They tried to go on the Nyx Assassin. And they do have control, but if you don't kill him in that control, spiked Carapace and he's away. That also gives Yapzor level 6, and he will use the top lane, it seems like. He TPs Vendetta.
Yeah. Going in on top here, they're going to start the play onto Collapse. Now the Mortimer's Kisses will need to be on point if they want to get this kill. Collapse, can he juke it? No, he can't. Puppey brings him down. Sniped.
And Yapzor punishes Mira for hitting him and cancelling his stun. Mana Burn Impale on the right tree.
Very nice, very nice. Good moves across the map once again, but only a small advantage for Team Secret at this place. It feels like they're getting the better of Spirit all over the place, but it's not a huge lead.
It's not, but these small moves that Secret is making are actually not so small. Yapzor just prevented Mars from taking a tier 1 on the top lane or damaging it heavily, and he was the only one needed in that rotation, right? So
true.
These things do matter. I mean, because of that, TA is free to farm somewhere else. Queen of Pain is free to make this move on the bottom lane. Elder Titan is also farming, so...
So there's a reset button pressed in the top lane, but Spirit are going to go for it anyway. And do you think they come back and try and defend this top tower again here, or do you think they're going to try and trade for bottom tower?
This time around, I think with the catapult being there, it's a little bit too late to TP. We'll see. There's no vendetta for 24 seconds. If you want to defend the top lane, I feel like you need to send the other Titan there, and it's just not something that seems best play. SAPPHIRE, by the way, is going for Echo Saber.
Okay. Okay. So going for the slower work up to the Ags.
I mean, it's an item that you want to build anyway. It just feels so good to have on Elder Titan. Once you get the Aghanim's, you hit twice and instantly, and you get that extra slow, which is pretty damn nice to have when you're hitting for like 400 damage.
Especially when you're playing against heroes like Morphling and Puck, who are able to get away very quickly. Like, you'll often have to kill them in the duration of 1 or 2 stuns. Echo Saber can certainly help with that. That initial burst is just so heavy.
Yeah, the main thing for Spirit is to just control the Elder Titan. That's always what works the best against him. And Lion, Monkey King, Mars, they all have controlling spells, so it shouldn't be that easy for SAPPHIRE to just come and hit someone.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Poshka.
Pain.
Just dodging out Yapsa a little bit down here. But yeah, we do see Secret go to make this trade. Now, Collapse has finished off the top tower, but Samael and SAPPHIRE are kind of pushing away at that bottom tower. They'll leave the catapult to do its job, as the Puck has now come in as well.
Yep, Zor, he has Vendetta, but there's a sentry. In Poshka, he's a bit out of range.
Yep, there's a Vendetta. Hex out onto the Elder Titan once again here. Is that going to be enough to keep him alive? I don't think so. SAPPHIRE just running him down. The stun out as well. Poshka just ignoring the Nyx Assassin and stopping SAPPHIRE from collecting with him, but it doesn't make a difference. They will still kill him off, but still, the kill takes much longer than perhaps it should have. Also, Medjitoro going for some hits onto the tower.
Because of the way Miposhka was running, he was trying to force them to line up so that he impales both of them. In the end, he decides, okay, if I impale Elder Titan, Nyx Assassin doesn't have enough damage until I'm under the tier 2. But they still dive him, and Elder Titan just giving enough damage with that Astral Spirit for Nyx Assassin to finish him off. Meanwhile, TA is just farming away on the triangle, getting some stacks as well. Getting closer to the Desolator.
Radiant are scanning.
He's getting there, and that's going to be a big timing, of course, for Team Secret. They have all this anti-armor, and that's just going to make them so scary when they group up as 5.
Yeah, but Secret is just constantly making moves. Look, Yapzor again, with the Queen of Pain this time around, smoked without Vendetta.
Tower is under attack.
Collapse is fine, though. He's going to dodge out the stun, absolutely fine. Gets himself back under the tower, and it is all okay.
Yeah, they moved a little bit too soon. There was no Vendetta on Yapzor. If he's the one starting that, I'm sure that they kill the Mars, but I mean, he's not gonna stick around for that long. If he doesn't see Queen of Pain and Nyx Assassin on the map, he's probably gonna head back. Which he isn't doing right now.
He is not. I know, it's 8 kills at 30 minutes, you know, it's a decent amount, and Secret have gotten a big advantage from this. 3k gold, 13 minutes, it's a lot this early on. Team Spirit, they do play very well from behind, though. And they always have this Yatoro Morphling to fall back on as well. And that is just so scary. We've seen it bail them out of so many hard situations in the past as well. Can he pull it off this game as well?
Nice.
Oh, here we go. Leash comes out. Damage comes in. Goodbye, SAPPHIRE. The finger is there. And they get that kill with ease.
At the same time, top lane. Oh.
Okay.
He wants to use the kiss, but he needs to go far away from Collapse.
Yeah, and Collapse is going to get him with the spear as well. Did take a bit of damage from the kisses, but unfortunately Yapzor just doesn't have that much damage to offer to this. He just keeps tapping away, and in we go. Tumblerstoy forward, Sun comes out. Collapse, though, still walking them in circles, and now pulls down the arena. He does just about get off the spike carapace on Yapzor, but it doesn't make a difference. Collapse is going to bring him down regardless, and that's going to be a clean kill for the Mars.
Man, he played them so hard.
He really did.
They were setting up that kill for a minute. Like, how long is Vendetta level 1? Let me see. Again, 40 seconds. At least 35 seconds, Nyx Assassin was running around that collapse Mars and trying to land a hit plus a stun, so that the Snapfire can finish him off with Morty's kisses. But Collapse was reading that, and he was always moving just close enough to the Snapfire so that he can cancel out the Mortimer's kisses.
Blink Dagger now completed on the Mars as well. That's going to give them some more initiation. Initiation very important in this game as well. You're playing against TA, you're playing against the Queen of Pain. If ever you want to start a fight on Team Spirit, you have to get on top of one of these two heroes.
Yeah, and it's easier this time around, right? You have this Mars that's playing with... He's playing with a Puck, he's playing with a Lion. All of these heroes kind of want to get items that allow them to go in first, so that Mars can actually get a proper arena. And Nisha now, he's in vision.
Here we go, Blink reveal from Collapse on to the TA. Can they bring her down there through the refraction? The real damage coming in now. They need a little bit more in the tank as Ice holding them back. They're looking for the turnaround now. They haven't got the damage to bring down Nisha somehow. Puppy coming on onto Collapse. So he's going to need a little bit more help here. And he has it as Ice comes in round the side. If Ice touches him, he will crumble. And down goes Collapse. Meanwhile, Nisha on the sidelines finds a kill, but now getting stunned up himself. But Poker in Toronto, Tokyo, can they take him out? No, they cannot. He's got another refraction charge, and they're gonna get another kill. Team Secret, where did this power come from? Lil was in them all along. They have been the lead as they look over towards Toronto Tokyo, but he's got the blink away to the low ground. Ice trying to get on top of him as well, but Toronto Tokyo is out. And I mean, they keep the Puck, they keep the Morphling alive, but it is a big loss for Team Spirit. They go for the kill onto TA, and it does not pay off for them.
And that will be Roshan now as well for Team Secret as they go straight into the pit. They have the double damage, not the double damage, sorry, the Desolator on the TA. Meanwhile, Team Spirit, they're struggling at killing off the TA because they can't deal with refraction really that well, right? Like, you have the arena, you have the perfect setup, but you have to pretty much hit her every single time to get rid of the refraction. You don't have any damage over time spells that get rid of that instantly. So that's kind of a problem for them, that they have to find a way to mitigate.
What can they do? What can they build which deals with that?
I'm not sure.
Like... Cheeky, trying to go for the play here onto Yatora, but Yatora has the reactions to get that strength morph in time.
Yeah, and if you click on the Morphling, he might be giving us a possible solution. That's the Manta, right? But it doesn't feel that great. Mira with his ultimate as well can be helpful. Just a little bit harder than an Ember with a Flame Guard, or I don't know, an OD with an Orb, Wings or whatnot.
Yeah.
XD.
Mira with the, yeah, just jumping up to the trees, throwing in the XD as well. Got to taunt when you can. Look how all in Secret are on the anti-armor. They got Solar Crest on Puppy, Desolator on TA, and of course, just the very presence of Ice. Okay, Mira, just casually jumping around some trees. Yeah, he's destroying them right now.
Let's see. They know that he will try to go for this creep wave. Look.
Oh, the player has been played. Great idea from Secret there. Puppy does waste the kisses, but in the end they get the kill, so was it really a waste? You decide.
He already juked them like 5 times, so
yeah.
I think he's fine with the space that he's made.
Yep, so he's been seen here. They're gonna spear him up for now. The TPs are coming. Can they bring him down in time? The dust is finally there, and they do get the kill. Yapsor goes down.
And they do manage to get away as well. 2 rotations forced. Puppy and Ice TP'd in. They will run into Toronto Tokyo, but it's not a hero that they can take down together. Need some more control. And the panel was talking about Queen of Pain, and yeah, it's there isn't really a lot of catch for her, but for Puck there is almost none. It's going to be very difficult for him to die unless he gets caught by some random spiked carapace by Nyx Assassin, and he can dodge that as well with phase shift.
Yeah, it can be tricky. I think Yapsor might be able to catch him out, but we shall see.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So they're going for
Radiant's
this at bottom by the looks of it.
tower is under attack.
Once again. Oh, the sentry is down, so they know this observer ward is here.
Radiant's bottom tower
We'll take care of that, but they don't place one down of their own.
Can't believe he actually tried to use Puppy and prevent him from dewarding there when his whole team is around.
Dire's top tower has
He's just
fallen.
always playing on the edge
Yeah,
with his Monkey King.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Living a fun life, that's for sure. They don't seem to be catching this Monkey King at all. He is wasting so much time just by juking around heroes. But that said, I mean, it's kind of time they can waste, right? Because during that engagement, they were just taking the tier 2 tower. It's fine. Like, as long as they're chasing the monkey away, he's not going to be able to stop that happening. And that's the important thing.
Yapsor is... I think Toronto is caught.
Oh, he catches him out with the stun, and now Samael comes through and they will blow him up. Goodbye, Toronto. Tokyo, great catch out from Yapsor, catching him TPing away. Nisha forced to put the BKB in mid here just to help himself out, but they've actually got the arena down. Nisha in some real trouble, but of course has the Aegis, and they do not want to commit to this kill knowing that.
And he's got the Aegis for a pretty long time still, 30 seconds. Mira, even with the Yules, will not be able to survive, but I don't believe they can catch anyone else. There is a problem with Puck's build as well. He has this Blink Dagger and Veil of Discord. Queen of Pain already has got the Shard, so even though there is no Orchid, there is silence coming from Queen of Pain. It's one of the reasons why it was so easy for them to kill Puck.
Yatoro in a dangerous position here. He's going to start morphing that strength. When Ice comes in, Yatoro is going to go down so much damage onto that strength morphing Morphling. When Ice gets on top of him, utilizing that natural order, that is just brutal.
Just disappears. It's like you have the soft lane, and everything that he builds is kind of a bonus, right? As he already benefits your team so well with just a natural order. It feels good to be an ET in a game such as this one.
He just becomes a bit of a raid boss at some point. Did I see he was going Blink Dagger, by the way?
Yeah, he was thinking about it, but he went for the Aghanims instead. Blink Dagger is top lane, collapse.
Ooh, collapse on the run, turns around with the spear, holds back the Nyx Assassin. They want to get that D-ward. Collapse is going to survive.
These two have failed quite a few times at killing Collapse.
Yeah.
Funny at this point. And he almost has his BKB completed, which will allow him to be a little bit freer in these team fights. But I still feel that Team Spirits just don't have the damage needed. Right, in these fights, that's how it looks like. They can't take down the TA.
They almost have twice killed off the TA, but once you had an Aegis, so it didn't really matter. And the other time, it really did matter. They didn't quite finish the job. Those refraction charges, such a big deal.
I think we're just waiting for the Manta on Morphling and maybe an additional damage item.
Yeah,
and you can kind of do it.
Really would help a lot, just getting through those refractions. As well, I see the Mars has a shard queued up, and I can't help but think that could be the reason why.
It can definitely be helpful. Yep, so he is in Vendetta and in a smoke, so they're looking to hunt around the mid tier 2.
Mm-hmm. Who do they want to find?
Collapse is a good kill, but he has a BKB. I don't think you can blow him up without Queen of Pain. There's an A on disc on Puck as well. So these kills are becoming a little bit harder for Team Secret as well. Team Spirit, they're buying all these small items that allow them to... Well, not really that small. They're buying these items that allow them to survive.
Oh, Puppy, ready for Mira here. Trying to stop him getting back onto that tree, but Mira with the Yules. We've seen this one before. It does a lot of work. Very, very hard for them to get on top of this Monkey King at this point. He's just making so much space for his team, Mira.
Just pushing in the waves, giving, like, just by the action of pushing in this top tier 2, you're giving enough information for the Morphling to feel a little bit safer in the area in which he is. Right, so it's definitely making Secret's game a bit more difficult. Aghanim's completed on Queen of Pain. They really want to be able to take down that Morphling instantly.
Yeah. I mean, again, I feel like it's all about damage from Team Secret. If they can just nuke these heroes in the few seconds in which they will be caught by the next assassin or something, then it's going to be big. And look at Yapsor going for some revenge here, and Samael's going to come in from the sidelines to finish the job. They finally catch out Mira, and that is going to open up the map a lot for them, because this Monkey King has just been so damn annoying. Meanwhile, CIS is going for the solo play onto Collapse here. Guess who's coming by? It's Puppey. With the BKB on Collapse, he is going to be okay.
Good trade for CIS. He only used his ulti. He forced the Mars to use one of his BKB charges. Completely happy with that. The Toro God, he's actually showing himself.
Just taking the outpost from them. Just making a statement.
Yeah, but that's the one hero that Secret would love to kill, right? It's their main target. And just showing like that when 2 Manta illusions are already running around, so you know that he doesn't have Manta as well. Dangerous business, Miposhka.
Oh, Nisha just comes in for the back lines and blows up the line, and now they look over.
That's Impale!
Actually turning it around, yes, huge! The Stone Impale for the Atoro doing work, but is it really going to matter too much? I'm not sure. Misha, Mira's going to lose his life. And everyone else just going to back themselves away. Man, it's complicated having Nisha, Mira, and Misha all in the same tournament, isn't it?
Yeah, you tell me, I know, I agree. Collapse, if he was a little bit closer to follow that amazing Impale with a good arena, it could have been a disaster for Team Secret. They have to, like, you see how little Team Spirit need to make something out of nothing. It's just a pleasure to watch. Turning into that Nyx Assassin, impaling 3 heroes, and had that Queen of Pain survives, it's just a bit of HP.
Indeed. Indeed. But as it stands, the scoreline is still 5-17. Secret definitely having the advantage in this game, and Spirit having to play from behind. But I mean...
Some pretty good neutral items as well coming from Secret. Enchanted Quiver together. Actually, Enchanted Quiver for the Mars. And I think that was Sliver for Dire. Also, full Aghanims completed on TA together with the Orchid. This is rush time. They just need to converge around the pit. I mean, he's killing it alone.
Yeah. I mean, you know, the Aghanims on TA, we've seen it a lot. It does give you that insane map presence, and that's just an Aegis gone. That's so quick.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Wait, Aghanims on who? Who has
On
it?
ET.
Oh, ET.
Aghanims on
Right,
ET.
right. Yeah,
Not on TA.
that's massive. Yatoro being stalked by Yapsor. They see him. This could be... Oh, no, no, no. He's TPing out, but it is too late for the Morphling. Mira tries to help out a little bit here, but there is nothing he can do as Yatoro's going to lose his life. Oh, no.
Very nice play by Yapsor. Getting these pick-offs on very important targets. He knows where Mira is as well. The only question is, does he want to follow up and try to catch him too? Like, because at this point you're thinking, yeah, I can go after him, or I can just take the tier 2. I can help my teammates perhaps even push the high ground as we have. That's Aegis.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's
Oh,
bottom
yeah.
tower is under
Aegis
attack.
Immortality. TA with a Desolator. Nisha is just ready to tear through this high ground right now. Throwing a little Shredder as well, because why not?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Pretty brutal. But now the Morphling is back. Does Secret continue, or do they back away?
Dire's middle tower
I think it's more
is under
disciplined
attack.
approach to back out and just camp this triangle area. Creep skip mid lane, creep skip top. You don't have to, you know, put yourself on a back foot in a position in which you can lose a team fight. Like, All these heroes that they have as cores, like Queen of Pain core, TA core, they are fat at the moment, but they do easily die if they're controlled, right? So you still have to be careful how you play it. Toronto, Tokyo. Huh?
Oh, they call the silence out on him. Oh, Aeon Disc. Well, I didn't see that, and I don't think Team
Is it
Secret
enough?
did either. Is he still okay? Blink away. He will be all right. Goodness me. I don't know how he got out of that one. Well, I do. It was an Aeon Disc, but, you know. Oh, Collapse is going to get here. They've got the spear back. They've pinned the TA to the tower. They might be able to take down her first life here. They will. That is a first life dead on the TA. Inside the Wukong's command. She will come back for round 2, but BKB instantly from Nisha just to get him back to safety. But a really good play from Team Spirit here as they take the Aegis out of Nisha's hands, and it costs them virtually nothing.
And Nisha cannot fight any longer. He's sticking around, which is surprising. He doesn't have a BKB, remember. Without that BKB, I assume Team Secret will not attempt to push that high ground once again. Really well played. Like, you could see from Team Spirit how little they need to take out a TA or anyone else pretty much on Secret's side.
Yeah.
If you get caught by that spear, there is enough follow-up, and they have an abundance of control on their side too. They have this lion, the Toro God can morph into something like a Nyx and bring more puck as well, obviously.
You just want to see another 3-man stun again, don't you?
I really do.
Yeah.
Wouldn't mind seeing it.
Pretty damn nice. Oh, hello, Monkey King. He's got the Yules once again, though. Mirror and his Yule Scepters. It's a combination I'm loving recently.
And it saves him as well, right?
Every time.
Manages to jump away afterwards. Just a nice item. And have you noticed that there is some Weavers also buying Yule Scepters right now? It's, position 4 Weavers, that is. It's just such a strong item. Gives you some extra control as well.
Yeah, sometimes all you need is just to take off the one stun or the one silence. And
cancel some grip or some channeling spell as well.
Exactly. Be very, very annoying as Toronto Tokyo just going to go on a dewarding mission. Does get away with it. He gets back. I like how they're using him for this sort of thing, because he's got the Aeon Disc, right? Like, he can survive. None of the others can, so you're on dewarding duty. Sorry, sir.
Yotaro has a BKB, and he has shown himself a couple of times bottom.
Ooh, they might be setting up something.
I feel like they might try to kill off a target that tries to stop him pushing.
Yule Scepter not enough this time for old Mirror, as he does get killed off by Samel and the gang up atop.
Ice.
So many times you can get away with this one. Yeah, he's going here.
That was close.
Do they catch out the Morphling? No, they do not.
That third splitter was actually so on point. It almost got him. I just want to see Ice. Actually, I don't care about those 3-man impales anymore. I want to see Ice hit something. Like, man, you built this BKB, this Aghanims that gives you a free BKB and a gazillion damage. Go slap someone.
Just go hit him. It's, yeah, I'm down for that as well. We haven't really had many big team fights. We've all just been pickoffs. So I'm talking about pickoffs. Here's another one. Yotaro. Is he in some trouble here? He is morph in strength, and he has got a lot of it. And that's going to allow him to get off the BKB and get his way up to the high ground, narrowly surviving the gang.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Toronto Tokyo is actually pushing out the mid lane. So they don't really have any creeps to work with, and that BKB usage will not be punished. Most likely, at least. But they're actually controlling the Dire Triangle more than their own. Nisha, Orchid.
Ooh, ow. Alright, and a great stun from the low ground. Yeah, although actually the puck, he's managed to blink away from this one. He's okay, and look at this damage coming out. They are going to just about survive, I think, here as they're running out of gas. Uh-oh, Toronto Tokyo, he's silenced up and just cleaved in half by the TA. Although in the back, they have killed off Samel at last. Samel dies. Mahoshka going for the TP away, but Nisha's going to snipe him. Gets a right click off, and it's going to be Samel dying for both the puck and the lion.
That was a very optimistic TP from the lion. Sadly for him, didn't work, but that was like killing off a Queen of Pain and losing, like trading mid laners 1-for-1. Team Spirit in this situation, when you're 10k behind, you're all right with that.
is under attack.
And they're just showing how strong they can be by these small little plays in which they poke and prod. Puck obviously with that Dagon level, well, level 2, but still dishing out significant amount of damage.
Yep, still behind Team Spirit. Team Secret have gotten the better of them so far, but Spirit fighting from behind very, very well. I can tell you that Secret are taking no breaths this game. They are
I was just waiting to see TA queuing up Aghanims.
Same.
Like,
when I thought you said they got it earlier, I was so ready to be like, ah, hell yeah. This item feels so oppressive. Yeah, Yatoro's just turning this around onto Yapsor here, popping the BKB, but he's actually TPing. Yeah, he's fine, he's fine. Nisha doesn't quite have the damage there.
Had a sentry, right?
Yeah, Puppy just got rid of it, I think.
Okay. And that's such a nice sentry. Such a cool sentry to have. Because Yatoro is usually around those trees, right? Like, hiding there. And it helped him...
Hello, Team Spirit are going in here, but they're walking straight into Ice Slice Slice. Arena comes down with the BKBs there from Nisha. And look at him turning around, just completely takes apart the Monkey. Monkey does pull up the Yules, though. Maposhka the only casualty so far, but Miro will join in the grave. And Toronto Tokyo is out of there. He is not messing around.
They lost 2 of their supports, and the BKB was used on Mars. Mars that has, by the way, a refresher orb completed, so... The arena will be there if they need it for the high ground defense.
Yep. And you gotta respect the spear back, you know, it's what caught them out last time. And they could do the same thing again.
There's no TP on Morphling.
This could be problematic. Gonna buy back on Mirror here. Defense of Kinds will be made, but so far, nothing being shown from Team Spirit as they lose their tower. Barrack falling as well. Morphling just not coming back at this point. Barracks, one, and I mean, they'll take the melee. That's huge for Team Secret. Massive.
I think they didn't plan on defending that. Now that they have a Skadi, they can smoke up and perhaps try to defend Roshan. This next stage arguably is a bigger deal than one side. And if you defend it, you are forced to use Refresher Orb on Mars. So he loses that power spike, and he loses that ability to use 2 arenas in the same fight.
Team Spirit, what will they find? What was the buyback about on the Monkey King then? Was that just like a, you know, we'll use it and see if that's going to scare Secret away or not?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. A gamble, then.
Yeah, just a bluff. You're trying, because maybe if you cast all your stuns properly, you get TA down low enough, they'll back off. It was a nice attempt. They knew exactly that Morphing doesn't have a TP, obviously.
Smoke up now from Secret as well. They are moving in towards Team Spirit's location. They move right over the Team Spirit ward. The stun out onto Puppy. Puppy in some trouble. They're going to take him down for the first kill of this fight. Immediate buyback coming out from the Snapfire. And in comes Nisha looking for Collapse. But Collapse ain't going down that easy. BKB is being popped all around here as Ice jumps in trying to look for something, but will not be finding much as Mira is just doing so much scouting at the back here. They will come back and go for the D-ward as they find Maposhka. That is a dead lion.
And that one does not have a buyback. Now that he's dead for 40 seconds, Roshan has just respawned.
Yeah, and the top lane shoving in as well. Due to the barracks they took, they have to go back and defend that.
Yeah, Team Spirit is completely in their base. They're not really close enough, and this will fall in a matter of seconds. A little bit unfortunate from Team Spirit. Then again, Miposhka going uphill to prevent, I guess, Snapfire from dewarding was
too late.
Peculiar.
Too little, too late from Team Spirit. They do not stop the Roshan attempt from Team Secret, and now they have an Aegis for their TA. And let me guess, I'm guessing they gave the Aghanims to her as well.
Yeah, she's got it.
Oh, good
she's
lord.
got the shards, she's got the Aghanims.
And, well, she might be losing the Aegis just quickly as she picks it up. Let's see here, stunned to a tree, but so damn tanky on Nisha. She is turning around, plowing damage into the Monkey King. The Sonic Wave comes across as well. The Monkey absorbing a lot of hate here, but Mira does eventually fall. Wukong is giving him the tankiness he needs to survive the onslaught, but does go down eventually. Meanwhile, Yatoro, he's inside this TA farm. They've got the stun out onto 2. Goodbye, Collapse. Yatoro, can he fight into this as well? His BKB is ending soon, and they won't chase him any further than this, although Puppy will. Okay.
Oh, Sumail will.
Wait,
as
wait,
well.
wait. Hex,
There's a
Hex coming down under the tier 4s. Do they have enough to bring down Yatoro? They don't. Yatoro gets back.
Collapse.
And now they look over. Collapse with a great arena down. Gonna get on top of the TA getting solo. Will lose her first life. Now they move over, look in towards the Nyx assassin as well. Nyx forced to low ground, but inside the second arena from Collapse, a refresher orb doing so much work. Are they gonna kill off TA again? They are. Oh my goodness. Huge fight from Team Spirit. A cookie forward though, they turn it around. Yatoro, is he okay? Here, he's getting
Shai's
pretty
back.
low. Bonked by Ice. Yatoro is dead. Hello, Team Secret. They're back into this fight in a matter of seconds. Ice just smashing through the Morphling.
Will they back out? I think you have to force Morphling's buyback here.
You have
Puck buybacks, yeah,
But
it's cute, but that's it.
Radiant's middle
Yeah.
barracks are
I mean,
under
the Morphling has no buyback. They're going to notice this on Team Secret. Do they go for the end?
He does have it now.
Radiant's middle barracks
Okay.
has fallen.
That's something at least.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
If they smoke up, they'll try to spear the TA and instantly buy back on the Morphling.
Alright, let's see it. In they go. Hex is there first, but the cookie to follow. They don't give the Mars a chance to get in position. Secret just relocating their TA back to safety. And this Morphling buyback is not going to mean much in the end.
It doesn't mean a lot, but I feel that this is the best position Team Spirit was in this game, because there was a buyback on TA, and you have proven that you can kill her. So if you make a good play, a good smoke, and kill off the TA, that's your win condition right there. You are 2 sides down though, which isn't that great.
True. Yeah, game, I mean, even in that respect, but then you look at the gold, and you look at the barracks, and you know how far behind Spirit are.
That's all true, but the goal doesn't matter if heroes don't have buybacks. At this point, like you can take down the throne. I mean, you can take down the throne perhaps in those 2 minutes, right?
Right.
I'm not. I'm. What did you call me? A glass half full kind of a guy?
Yes.
I'm definitely bringing some optimism here for Team Spirit fanboys, but obviously very unlikely that they take this one. Let's see. Double smoke as well. This is it. No more smokes then.
Final fight of the game, perhaps. Very likely to be as these two teams collide.
And Secret have vision.
And here we go. Mira, he's going to start things off with the Wukong's command down onto Nisha. Nisha, though, with the BKB, going to be able to disengage here. Team Spirit will be happy with the BKB, but now they want to go in with their Lion. They know how powerful this can be if they can land the Hex onto the TA. She can die so damn fast. Samael, the only player with buyback in this game at this point. And you know what? Secret are going to back away.
One really cool thing that Nisha is doing is carrying the cap. I don't want to try and pronounce this. Can you do it? Aesthetic? Aesthetic?
I mean, it's not an aesthetic cap. It's aesthetic.
I know
cap,
it's
I
not.
believe, but...
It is very aesthetic looking on him. Fine, I guess.
It does fit TA's garb, doesn't it? I don't actually know how that one's pronounced. I assume aesthetic. But...
What? You don't know? Where are you from?'t you
yeah, I know. It's
British dude, like
few words outside of my my vocabulary.
In any case, it does save the TA in case they go all in on her, right? Like that status resistance can come in handy.
He's not going to be able to resist that as he jumped in with that. Oh my god! Maboshka died fast in the courier. Alright, there's a Lion dead without buyback. Is this Secret's cue to go in, or are they going to play it super patient and wait for Roshan?
They're looking very passive at the moment, but Rosh is so far out. I would like to see them make a play before that happens. Still though, like the best thing that you can do if you're Secret, the thing that gives you most probabilities of success, I guess, is waiting for Rosh, right? Because TA doesn't have buyback, you take that Aegis and you end this game smoothly. Everything else is kind of a risk. Can I just flame Ice a bit? Like, this is the tankiest, the most farmed Elder Titan that I have seen in a while, but I haven't seen him hit anything. Like, Even has that blink dagger.
Yeah, I mean, he took down the Morphling, so you know that's about as good as you can get. But yeah, it was only the last few hits, and inside the actual team fights, it does feel like he's struggling to really get his damage off as they unleash onto the puck. He's got that Aeon Disc though. Will they be able to catch him on the exit? No, they will not. He TP's away, Collapse as well. BKB TP out. Team Spirit, they leave.
They run away. Mira obviously is still around, ready to poke them a little bit.
Has been killed.
And these couriers are just not going to reach secret shops any longer. No matter which one they go to.
They are making sure of that.
I like these couple of traps in the trees on the sides of the map as well, from TA. Just making sure that they see the Monkey King if he goes that way.
Dire are scanning.
Secret 32k gold advantage. And waiting patiently for this Roshan, and the TA as well. She's about to double the net worth of the Morphling and the Puck, which is just ridiculous. But that's what the Aghanim does in this hero, like your farming just explodes.
Yeah, some interesting amount of lasted 66666. That's a few numbers too many, but doesn't matter.
Scary. Scary stuff. Yeah, so he was caught very briefly on the... Oh my god! Okay, that's a pause.
Perfect timing.
So, alright chat.
So Mira,
time for a bit
they're
of chat
coming.
interaction.
Yo Mira, they're coming for you. Can you use and perhaps 3 dance away? Eh?
I was just gonna leave, he's just done.
He disconnected, of course. Yeah.
Dodge the gank. Alright chat, is this Monkey King gonna die? Type 1 for yes, type 2 for no.
Does he have a buyback? He does.
If you get it right, message Lizzard on Twitter and he'll send you a burek.
I will not send everyone a burek, come on.
Send one lucky winner a burek.
If you are around Sarajevo, like, you can get one on me.
Handmade.
By the way,
burek.
the best bureks in the world. Like, Turks can step aside.
Crap. I regret mentioning bureks now. It's a bad idea whenever you're casting.
And I'm hungry, and it's so tasty.
Bureks.
I just want one, right? I'm gonna go.
No, you gotta stay. He's back. Monkey King's back, therefore you have to stay.
After the series, relax.
Oh, okay, good. Alright, Mira, let's see. The silence is out, the stun is in, the damage is there, Mira is dead. Congratulations. The people who pressed the button, which I said meant he died, so I can't remember anymore.
Can they capitalize on that, or will they just go into the pit and wait for Rush, who may respawn in 5 seconds? Let's see how lucky or unlucky Team Spirit is. 1 minute. So they will have the Monkey King by the time Rush respawns. They can set up a decent fight. Look at Collapse. Poshka.
I'm looking at them. They are some
Are they-
fine gentlemen.
Are they hunting or are they being
Oh,
hunted?
I think so. No, I think they're hunting. They can kill anyone between the two of them, I'm pretty sure.
Nisha? Perhaps not.
I don't know. Would the Lincolns be enough with the double arena? I guess the team would come in time to help Nisha out if they did unleash everything onto him, but...
Yeah, because of the cap that we can't pronounce.
Yes, the A cap.
Yeah, the A cap that we cannot pronounce would probably save the TA, together with the Lincolns. She has a decent chunk of armor as well. Mars actually collapse. Oh, he's trying to TP without the BKB.
Oh, they don't see him. That was greedy not to use a BKB there. But it works out.
He's out. Now, you need to be careful if you're a Team Spirit. These traps, they're everywhere. Inside the trees, and if you're not careful, Nisha will scout you out.
Littered all over the place.
Look, he just noticed. They know everything. They know where Miposhka is, they know where Oh my god, this is gonna be a disaster.
This could be really bad. The whole team carrying in the tree. Samael's gonna come in and ruffle them. And now they unleash everything onto Collapse. Can they take him down in time? Yes, they can. Collapse is out of the equation for 113 seconds. He has got the buyback if required. Meanwhile, Mira is on the run. I can't believe they didn't lose more than that.
Yeah, pretty solid disengage from Team Spirit, all things considered.
Yeah, for real.
They need to step out of the trees.
Trees are not safe, but the lanes are not safe.
Collapse buybacks. Roshan is up. And
Okay.
are they chasing Mira here, or will they go straight into the pit? I think the pit is probably the best option. Nisha is around it already.
Radiant's courier has
Killing another courier. No E-Blade for Morphling.
Oh my goodness, Maposhka once again. If Nisha even gives Maposhka like a look, he doesn't even need to use both his eyes. If he just looks at him with one eye, Maposhka just dies. He just obliterates.
And with that death, I'm surprised they aren't. Okay, Ice goes into the pit, scouts out Roshan. This is Aegis, Cheese, Refresher, and Aghanims. They need Aghanims on anyone? I guess you could give it to the Snapfire, right?
Roshan's new CCTV 4K edition setup, letting us know that he is dead.
That was so quick.
Aegis, Refresher, anything a little TA could ever want in life. And a DD rune, because why not? Why the hell not? Give him a DD as well.
Now you have another way of initiating tools. Puppy can gobble up one of his heroes, chuck them in.
How about an Abyssal Bladed Elder Titan? Is that a good hero to throw into a fight?
Oh, that's an amazing hero to throw. Especially if he has a couple of stacks on that spirit his way.
Hell yeah.
Like, every hero has everything that you want them to have at any point.
And here they go, unleashing onto Collapse. Collapse does not have buyback anymore, and he is dead for 120 seconds. Make that two as Mira will fall. Buyback from him, though. Secret taken to the high ground, dealing with this barracks, the final lane of barracks, but they'll be forced back for now. BKB was then, he just refreshes straight the way back up again. The backpack refresher ready to go, and onto the high ground again. Nisha will go.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
Team Spirit, they can't do anything. They are going to let their final barracks fall for free. And it is now mega creeps for Team Secret as they march up the high ground. They're forcing the response here. The tier 4's being slammed by Nisha. And now they jump in onto the Morphling as well. Morphling hexed up. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Yatoro is gone. Buyback from him. They have caught Ice to the side, but they don't have the damage to finish him off. It's going to come through as well. They will kill off Ice, but they've lost yet another hero, and another buyback comes out from them. 4 heroes alive from Team Spirit, 5 from Team Secret as they buy back on the Elder Titan once again.
Yeah, Team Secret does not want to wait for Mars to respawn. They want to just end this game while they have the 4 versus 5 advantage. So they're happy to use the buyback on Elder Titan. Also 6 versus 4, I should say, with the Aegis on TA.
My maths don't look too good, Lizzard.
We're
Team
trying.
Spirit, they've never been a team to care about maths, have they? Toronto Tokyo starts off the fight. He does have a buyback on this puck, so a good target to go down if there is one. Meanwhile, Mira has to yield himself here to keep himself alive, but it looks like Maposhka is going to be the next casualty as he just gets completely torn apart. Yatoro trying desperately to fight into the Secret heroes, but I don't think he has enough damage. Using the TA's form, but it's just not enough. They cannot keep Team Secret off their Ancient. Mira holding inside the base. Yatoro TPing to the backlines, but it's too late. Too little. Not enough in the tank from Team Spirit as Team Secret take game number 2 and even out the series.
Acetic. Apparently. That's how you pronounce it.
Acetic?
Maybe
I
they're
don't
lying
believe
to
that.
me.
What's your source?
Someone...
What's your source? That's not the important thing. The important thing is that we've just evened out the series where Team Secret just took an amazing game versus Team Spirit. And in the TS showdown, it is now all even. I mean, what a crazy last fight. You know, they just didn't quite have enough in the tank. Collapse, unfortunately, is the first one to get caught out. And without going without buyback, not really a whole lot that Team Spirit can do, unfortunately.
Yep. Maybe it's acetic or acetic, not sure.
All
Anyway,
right, we'll get back
an
to
amazing
that one
game.
after the
Yeah.
break.
Well,
We'll do some research. I'll contact my etymologist and see what they have to say about it. But yeah, huge game, huge series. We cannot wait for game number 3. Neither can you. And you'll have to wait after this short break.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Doesn't even describe it.
The hidden ones have blessed me.
Ancestors.
You died on the temple. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Ours. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, Team Spirit fought to the very end, but eventually Team Secret squeezed the life out of them, boa constrictor like, to even this series out 1-1. Black, why don't you talk me through the key pain points of that game?
Well, everybody was looking at the Elder Titan to be like the big Morphling counter, which he was at the very end. But early game, I was very surprised how the Quap actually beat the puck like by quite a bit. And he got a solo kill on him as well, or I guess with the help of the Knicks, and it snowballed into a really, really strong mid game. Like both their pace setters, the TA and the Quap had amazing early and mid games. Pretty much unanswered. The TA, well, she had like a bad first death, but after that, easy stacks to the triangle, just farm back up, get into desolated timing, get the first Roshan, snowball with the first Aegis, and unfortunately, Spirit, for the first time in this tournament, I felt like really got outmoved, like almost every time. Like they tried to make a play here and there, just didn't work. Secret was one step ahead.
It felt like for a lot of that game, they were kind of feeding off scraps. It was a very scrappy performance from them. I don't think they played badly by any stretch of the imagination, but they were stretching the map. The Monkey King was running around. Beacop, do you agree that it was almost a frustrating performance to watch?
Yeah, I think there was a lot of things that you could even see that maybe even Spirit were kind of frustrated with. Mira's cutting lanes. He's getting caught almost every single time. Yapzor played out of his mind, like the vision he provided. They got and caught the Morphling a couple times thanks to his vision. He really provided so much. And I think it must be a frustrating feeling where you just don't feel safe anywhere on the map, which is very inconsistent with how we've seen Spirit play previously, right? It seems like Spirit are always controlling the map, playing aggressive, and feeling their boundaries. But here it felt like they were forced out of their boundaries and couldn't get it done.
We've got the teams above the wrong players there, so it hasn't been a quick mid-series switcheroo of organisations. But let's have a look at those team secret scores. Puppy 5-1-12, Samael 10-1-14, Nisha 15-3-8. I could go on, but those were good, patient performances, don't you agree, from Team Secret? It felt like they could have maybe pushed ahead too quickly and lost that game.
Easily. They have so much team fight on the Radiant side with the puck coil and the Mars Arena. It's very, very easy to just overstep and lose the game. They almost did so at the top ranks. They instantly lost the Aegis and had to disengage right away. Luckily, they didn't lose anyone because they showed a lot of discipline for sure. Like they just do what you should do when you have a lead, just keep building on the lead, make it bigger, make it bigger. I think they ended the game with like 50,000 something net worth advantage, which is really a testimony to
huge
just how patient they were.
And 50,000 net worth on Nisha as well. I saw on the previous screen he had an XPM, I think, of over 1,000 as well, which is a pretty phenomenal performance. I know it's quite easy in inverted commas to do that on a TA, but even so, Black, you must be impressed by that farming performance.
Oh, definitely, especially after the rough early game. Like when he died, he beat back, almost died again. I was like, whoa! It was like one hit off dying again. His entire early game would have been like completely ruined. And then how he came back to be that farmed in such a short time. I mean, sure, TA farms very fast, but Nisha is also, just like he was back then, one of the fastest farmers around.
Phenomenal farmer. Yeah. I want to talk a little bit about Team Spirit, B-Cop. Collapse, much hyped on the Mars. I know when he got that hero picked for him, Twitch chat was overwhelmed with Collapse on Mars, kind of Monkas style posts. Did you think it maybe didn't come as planned? What happened there?
I think there's a lot of high expectations when he plays a hero like Mars, as will probably be the rest of his career while he plays on Magnus. But I thought he still played well. I didn't think this was like an awful game from him. He still made some pretty clutch plays. The spears are on point. You can always rely on him to really make those kind of plays. It was still there for him, but they were working on the backstep quite often in this game where it just doesn't stick out as much. So
I guess
like
it's
down by that much, it's not going to look as good.
I guess it's a team fight hero, and they were struggling to kind of build a team fight, which is where it goes. Let's talk about looking forward then. We've got a Game 3 coming up. One of these teams is going to be going ahead into the grand finals. The other will drop down to the lower bracket finals. So not eliminated from the tournament, but still a very important game nonetheless. What do you want to see either of these teams do in the next game, Black?
I am starting to reevaluate Nyx Assassin. Like I thought he's a really weak laner, but like snaking every time he gets his hands on him, he absolutely destroys the map. Now Yapso did the same thing. Like it's so scary to play the map when he hits level 6. Just nowhere feels safe, especially when there's a combo here. Like a TA can easily kill with him, Quap can, even Snapfire can. It's a very scary hero. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him banned. Like I don't think if you're a Spirit you want to play against him again.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. If I'm in those first two bans, I might even banned Spirit Breaker in the first ban. I would almost switch that with Nyx Assassin. Take him out of the mix.
Is there any other signature heroes you'd maybe like to see come out? Because this is a time, a Game 3 like this is a time to really pull your best strategies out of the bag.
I'd like to see maybe the side of Spirit stray away from that Monkey King. Maybe it's just the sour taste that last game left in my mouth, but it felt like that Monkey King wasn't exactly getting things done, and Secret were very prepared for it. Now that also comes with almost knowing his tendencies. They were there every time he was trying to cut the lane, and they made him really feel pretty ineffective overall. So maybe go somewhere else with that pick.
I want to also talk about, that was a long game. That's 50 minutes. Obviously, it wasn't the kind of post 60-minute marks, but it was still a long, exhausting game. Both teams had to kind of be very much on the top of their playstyle for the whole of it. Black, when you go into a Game 3 after a Game 2 like that, is it difficult to mentally reset, to kind of build up the energy you need for a third performance?
It certainly could be, but it's Spirit. They lost a lot of games at TI, and then they ended up winning it. So I think losing doesn't really faze them like at all, and they've had worse losses than this for sure. But it's very annoying when you play a game that long and you're behind since like minute 10. Like you have never in the game had the advantage other than in the early game, and it's just a very annoying feeling. But I do think it doesn't really affect them at all.
It's an interesting one as well because they really didn't GG until right at the end there. The throw maybe had 10 life, I think, when they called GG. So as an exercise in frustration or in annoyance, they must have always felt like, and it shows so much tenacity of character because a lot of teams, I think, probably would have called that game a lot earlier than they did. And they kept on fighting for the whole thing. They must take that must mean something to them.
Yeah, when you're down that much, I think, at least my personal opinion, fighting back, and if you can see the tools necessary, why not play it till the end? There was definitely a possibility that they could have blown up that TA, especially after the buyback, that made that game potentially winnable, which it shows how much Spirit, even at the top of the top, like that's a learning experience, right? Coming and trying to come back from such a deficit like that, there's things you can take away from a loss like that, or things you can do that maybe next time. Oh, I'm well versed in this situation where I'm down this much. This is what we can do to maybe bring it back.
It's a tricky one. I would like to see, I guess, Team Secret put out something similar next game. I love watching Team Secret. They're such an exciting team and such a well-rounded and disciplined team. It felt like Black, we've been talking quite a lot about them needing to build up to the level that we know that they can hit. They've brought new players with switched roles. Did you feel you were seeing a little bit more of what we expect from Team Secret in that game too?
I mean, for sure. They keep growing steadily. Slowly but steadily, and the biggest issue I had with them game one wasn't their play or anything. It was really just the draft, and they adjusted it very nicely in the game two. Like they picked a lot more stuns, a lot more setup, made team fighting much easier, and you can see the results, right? Like they get an advantage and they keep it instead of getting an advantage and then struggling to keep it because they have no heroes to really make plays with.
Okay, well, talking about their drafts, we finally have a draft ready for this Game 3 deciding match as we go into these early picks and bans. Team Secret banning out that IO. They don't want to play it and they don't want to be playing against it, whereas Team Spirit are banning out the OD so contested in this tournament. Any thoughts on these early first two bans, Speak Up?
Pretty standard. I wonder if Secret are going to let the Bane through. They've banned the IO. Do they let the Bane come through? Is there the Nyx that's going to be banned again? Or not banned again, but banned for the first time in this first phase. It would be interesting to see if Spirit or Secret kind of stray from what they've been doing, or what a lot of teams have been doing against these teams. It seems like Bane's just the auto first phase against Spirit every time.
Yeah, Secret also likes it a lot, though. Like Puppy plays a pretty good Bane, so they could also just snag it from them.
They've got first pick.
They're really thinking about this second pick here. Why I'm always confused when teams spend 30 seconds thinking about their first couple of bans. Why would that end up being Black? Because surely they come into it with them pretty much written down. What changes that means they need to think about it?
I mean, usually it's that you want to leave a couple of heroes that you think are very strong in the pool so you can get the better one and force the enemy into a bad trade. But I mean, the OD ban in particular shouldn't have been any surprise,
remaining.
so they should have been prepared, and maybe
5 seconds
it is
remaining.
still an online tournament, so who knows, maybe they're having some fun, cracking some jokes, Why, you see my Elder Titan last game, how I bashed him off before he tried to wave away? That was a funny one.
Well, they are going to ban out that Mars. We won't see Collapse on Mars ever again. We'll see it again. I don't know why I said ever again then. It's not banned for life. Imagine if you could do that, ban a hero from ever playing a hero again as your ultimate gold card ban.
When I played in mouse sports, Anti-Mage was banned for literally 7 months against us. The first phase, because we just first picked it every game.
How did you feel about that? You must have felt, to a degree, pleased that they respected it so much.
Yeah, but then I was really starting to get annoyed because we lost every game without it.
You lost every game then, pretty much, if it was banned every time.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it was so annoying. If we see the Bane first pick, as I said, Puppy plays a very good Bane. Bane is a very strong hero. Gives you
10
that
seconds
lockdown
remaining.
pretty much by himself, like the Nightmare, 7 seconds disable, Fiend's Grip, 6
5
seconds disable.
seconds remaining.
Counters a lot of the region heroes because of the Enfeeble. It's just an overall amazing hero.
What don't you want to pick up against a Bane? Because it's a hero to me that feels like almost a block pick. What specific heroes does it block out?
Well, definitely not Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker is in fact a hard counter to Bane. It's quite hard to sleep him, and even if you do get a sleep or grip on him, if he has the what's it called, the
Team
ultimate
Secrets turn to
charge.
no the W, what's it called?
Bulldoze.
Bulldoze, yeah.
Oh, Bulldoze. Yeah, why is it? It didn't come to me. If you have that on, it's like literally like 1 second grip, and that's it. It's a very strong hero, and together with Grimstroke, yeah, makes a lot of sense. Inkswell,
10 seconds
very strong
remaining.
combination.
It's a really good combo because not only does it combo with Inkswell really well, it
5
also
seconds
combos with the
remaining.
ultimate really well. That's
Team
a
Secrets
BKB
turn to
spear,
battle.
not that BKB matters too much on the Grimstroke ult, but it's a big stun. Does it
Yeah, but
copy?
it's really weird how it works. So when you Grimstroke ult, the first target that you actually ult doesn't get stunned, but the second one does.
Oh, so they don't get stun. Okay, fair enough.
10
So it's a
seconds
useless
remaining.
combination then.
Yeah, but I mean, they both still take extra damage at
5
least.
All right.
seconds remaining.
That's nice.
There you go.
And Quap again. Against SB. Not as free as last game, against Grimstroke as well. It's yeah. It has to be a bit more careful how he brings in now.
But it's still it's a relatively strong one still, would you say? Because they had a good time with it last game. Would you? It's not
Team
countered by the Spirit
Spirits
Breaker by any
turn
stretch of the
to
imagination, is it?
Nah, you can even wave him out of his own charge too, so it can go both ways.
Team Secret banning out that Ember, looking to close out some of the mid lane options for Toronto, Tokyo. What other heroes would you like to see either of those teams
10
ban, Beacon?
seconds remaining.
I want them to focus Toronto Tokyo more. Obviously,
seconds remaining.
you've banned on the Mars, which I think is one of the stronger heroes for collapse. But if you can get Toronto Tokyo feeling a little bit more uncomfortable, that would feel pretty solid. I maybe ban the Storm. Lena might be a later ban. Want to take the tools out of Toronto Tokyo's hands.
Yeah, potentially the Puck that he played last game, even though Sumail did end up crushing that lane. You know, I was looking at Twitch a little bit. Puck destroys Quap, and Sumail denies like 4 creeps in the first wave. I'm like, what now, huh?
And everybody in chat is just like, I never doubted him. Surprise, surprise, the king is back.
It's easy to be in chat because you don't have to back up what you say. You can just say different things and there's no through line. No one's going to call you out.
Team
Oh, I'm
Secrets
calling them out right
turn
now.
to
You're
battle.
calling them out. You're not calling out individuals. They can all hide under a rock.
Yeah,
Like-
true. I
like
would never want to do
Woodlouse.
that. Yeah. But the people I'm talking about, they know who they are. So they
They
should
know
be
who
ashamed.
they are. And they should be
Be
ashamed.
ashamed. Shame. Ding, ding, ding.
If that's
10
you, please
seconds
write,
remaining.
sorry, I'm so sorry in the chat right now and we'll forgive you forever. But we're going to look
5
back at this draft.
seconds remaining.
Beastmaster banned out by Team Spirit. They're taking, again, a long time on these bans. This is a well-considered... I guess the series is on a knife edge. All these bans matter quite a lot.
Not an elimination series, but definitely book your ticket to the grand final. Always nice. And this would be finally if Secret do it. Definitely not a jinx right here, chat. But if Secret do finally do it, they would break Spirit's streak, right?
They would. What is
Gods
it,
do
10
bleed.
10 or 11?
Team
So,
Spirits
even
turn
now.
to ban.
Yeah. I actually lost track. But yeah, the Batman line is very good, right? Do you bleed?
Razor banned out by Team Secret. Are there any particular... So I assume the Spirit Breaker and Grimstroke will
10
be support. Do you
seconds
play this?
remaining.
Do you think Collapse plays Spirit Breaker off lane? Because some people do, but
5
not everyone.
seconds remaining.
Probably. Right? Like at least in pubs it's kind of a meta thing right now that SB's played as an offlaner because it
Team
scales pretty
Secrets
well.
turn to ban.
Counts a lot of BKBs as well once it Agrams comes online. So he can definitely play it. Whether he will, I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. He's a hero. He's a player with a larger hero pool than I think a lot of people realize. That's the interesting thing about Collapse. He's kind of known as having 2 or 3 or maybe 3 or 4 heroes, which he's incredible on. And a lot of people therefore go, oh, he's only got a hero pool. But the fact is he's so good in those 4 heroes that there's no real sense picking him anything else. But I think he can play anything else pretty effectively. And he could probably pick up and whenever I see him on a hero I've not seen him on in a while, he's always impressive on it. So I imagine he can play a Spirit Breaker very effectively if he has to.
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
He hasn't played much of it looking at his stats, not even in pubs.
No.
But it would be interesting to see him like show up with this Spirit Breaker and then just destroy Secret.
Mm-hmm. But it's also true that Mirror and Aposhka have neither of them played very much Spirit Breaker at all. Certainly not competitive. They must have in pubs, but
5
rarely.
seconds remaining.
Then again, they weren't that many tournament games, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just a couple.
Certainly. Team Spirit banning out that Dark Willow. That's a curious one. Why a Dark Willow ban here?
Well, Yapzor had that one insane Dark Willow game, so maybe that's still in their memory. I think they also had a Bane in that game. Like, they do go very well together, because any support that can kill together with the Bane alone is very scary. Dark Willow is definitely on top of that list.
Treant, that's a pick we've not seen in a while. Talk me through this one.
The Treant, I think we saw it once before in this event, and it was just it changes the play of the game. You have to commit to these towers. You have to commit to making those pushes happen. Maybe Spirit sense what Secret are going to do. Their tower pushing might not be as good. It's 2 picks into it, so it's hard to tell. But if you can make it where they're not able to take down these early towers and not push their boundaries onto the side of Spirit's end of the map, then you're going to struggle. And now Secret go into Enigma. Wow.
We've not seen an Enigma in a while. Why is this hero fallen off a little bit, Black, and why would it then therefore get picked now?
I mean, the only reason why it ever stopped getting picked is because they nerfed the idol on CD. Like, before that nerf, it was like first phase pretty much all the time, because it's one of the...
5 seconds
any other?
remaining.
I think it's the only hero that can actually deny creeps now for free. So the lane is always pushing back, and laning is very strong if the enemy carry can't clear the creeps, which most of them can't right now. But it's pretty risky against the Spirit Breaker. Like, you need a Lincoln's and a BKB and a Shard. I do think the Shard actually stops the charge because it pulls you in.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I'm not sure how the interaction works. It could be a very good counter, actually, because the AoE of the pull is massive.
10
Yeah,
seconds
to see
remaining.
that. Ursa pick up on, how do you feel about this one?
5 seconds
I'm a little
remaining.
concerned about the Ursa, especially with the 3 heroes that it's up against. I wonder if it might be able to, towards the mid game, get kited out pretty easily. He's going to potentially need an early way to deal with being kited around, especially if Spirit pick up something else that's going to be able to lock him out.
Secret's turn to ban.
Finally, the Toronto Taker Invoker. Invoker has been banned out so much. It's one of my favorite heroes to watch. It's a great one to see.
This is an insane Invoker game. Like,
What makes it such a good Invoker game?
Long range cancels against Enigma and Bane. It lanes super easily against Quap. Like, Crosswax Invoker
5
beats Quap no
seconds
problem.
remaining.
And as B-Cup said, it's so good to kite the Ursa with Ice Wall and
Spirit's
Tornadoes.
turn to ban.
It's going to be a rough Ursa game.
Yeah, it's a weird one to not see banned out, because they had a lot of bans they used there. They banned out stuff like the Naga ahead of the Invoker. I would have expected an Invoker ban, but it's nice to see it move through. As we move into these
10
final 2
seconds
bans,
remaining.
what sort of stuff do you think Team Secret need to close up their lineup, B-Cup?
5 seconds remaining.
I guess the question becomes, is it going to be a 3 Enigma or a 4 Enigma, right? Is it always, it's so needing a 4?
Yeah.
Gosh. Did they just
Before
go to
Enigma is just so slow with the Eidolon levels. I don't think you can pull it off anymore nowadays.
it'd be
10
super greedy
seconds
too
remaining.
to go with that. So if it's a
Yeah.
4, maybe just go, yeah, they ban the Nyx.
5 seconds
I would
remaining.
suspect they ban the Lion next.
Yeah, or Rubik is not that good.
There's some things you could steal, but it's not worth getting, I don't think, the Rubik.
Yeah. How about like a Task or something. Earthshaker could
Team
potentially be a
Spirit's
thing.
Turn to ban.
Earthshaker feels a little greedy, maybe, to me. I'm not sure.
It could be. I'm just thinking about what Yapso likes to play. Like ES is in a pool, Rubik.
The Tusk kind of gives you a little bit of save and movement, but
Yeah, but
10
Task Enigma
seconds
is like
remaining.
not the strongest lane. But I
5
guess you could
seconds
potentially
remaining.
gang the Invoker with it.
Team
Mancer,
Secret's turn
4.
to pick.
Finding out the clockwork.
Watch the Quap being a 4 and they pick a Brute Mother.
Do you think that could go? We've not seen a Broodmother in some time.
I mean, potentially. Ice plays a mean
10
Brute Mother, but then
seconds
nobody plays
remaining.
Enigma, so. Probably.
Black does a Black does a
5
really
seconds
good
remaining.
Broodmother impression.
Okay,
No,
do it.
we don't talk about that here.
No, we don't. Is
No,
it?
no,
Is it a naughty one?
Team Spirit's turn
No,
to
that's just spot on.
Oh, perfect.
Ogre.
He implied it was some sort of smutty Broodmother impression. As we go into an
Wait.
Ogre Magi, there. That's a curious pick. Talk me through that one, Black.
I think Ice likes this hero a lot in the offlane, so might actually be a 4 Enigma.
10
Yapsor is a
But
very
why is
good
it good?
Enigma.
He is. It's just very greedy. Especially with
5
Ogre
seconds
offlane,
remaining.
who goes like Midas.
Mm.
But like, why is Ogre good? Treant is a tree, and he's gonna burn.
Mm. Deep
Honestly, I
analysis
don't
there
know.
from Black. any thoughts, speak up?
The fire could spread. Ooh, TA.
Select your heroes.
Thoughts on the ogre? 2 heads are always better than 1. That's definitely my go-to theory on that one.
I guess
Yeah,
it's a good
or
frontliner.
Enigma. The extra armor, just run at you, kind of ogre magi fun.
It's going to be Ice with your Toro picking up that TA and Toronto Tokyo on his classic Invoker. Black, talk me through these drafts. Which one do you prefer here?
I feel like the secret draft is really, really, really slow. Like, it will be all on Sumail in the early game. Yapso is gonna be trying to get levels. Papi will try to get levels. Nisha will be farming. Isis Alf will be getting a Midas first, so he won't be able to make many plays. Like, if they lose mid lane, which he should against Forspex Invoker, like, I don't know who's gonna make space. Like, they could just completely lose the game in 15 minutes if things don't go their way. Very scary. I'm gonna go with Spirit because I think the pace is too fast.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Big Cop?
And on top of that, with the pace, like, this team seems very kiteable on Secret. If they don't win the early game, like Black said in the draft, you've got the Tornado to stop the Bane or stop the Enigma. Enigma who's in a 4, who's going to be items behind of where you really want the Enigma to be, or even just taking care of the Ursa. Like, Ogre's going to give him Bloodlust, but if you just throw a trap, slow him down, Tornado, Ice Wall, the lockdown that they have, it just feels like it's not going to be a good game for Secret, and especially I'm worried about this Ursa.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, can Team Spirit outpace Team Secret, or will the Enigma suck them into his black hole? We're going to come out and see for this vital Game 3 with Nomad and Lizzard.
Thank you very much, Dan, Ben, and Black. Yes, indeed, we have a third and final game on our hands. And it all comes down to this last match. I'm very excited. Lizzard, what are we expecting from these drafts?
Yeah, super happy to have a full series with Team Spirit and Team Secret, TS versus TS. I'm expecting a fun one. Yabzor Enigma, I haven't seen it in a while. I'm gonna be looking to learn what his approach to the game is, like how he approaches the laning stage, where he uses his Eidolons, at what seconds. Does he farm the jungle? Does he do his classic Yabzor, I'm AFK, I'm the true offlane stuff, or does he actually help out the ISIS Ogre?
And Collapse just high-fiving his own tower as you do, because you can do that now. Don't need friends to high-five anymore, just need buildings. The dream. Team Spirit.
Wait, can you actually?
Yeah, with the new tower cosmetic, you know, the one which makes them into giant hands, you can high-five your own towers.
I see.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Haven't tried it with the courier yet, but you can do it with the towers. It's pretty nice. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to make of it. I was incredibly surprised that Team Secret picked up this Ursa. And yeah, I don't know. I just feel like they can bully this Ursa really easily in the team fights. They've got Tree, they've got Grimstroke, they've got Spirit Breaker, and then they picked up the Invoker as well. Of course, Tornado, excellent tool for dealing with, like, I don't know, how does this Ursa function in this draft?
I guess we'll see. The laning stage versus the Spirit Breaker might be alright, and that might be one of the reasons why they got him. But you're laning into also a Spirit Breaker and a Grimstroke, which is a scary lane, so two of them might even be hard to lane into, and we'll see what the build is as well. Right now he has queued up for Corrosion and Phase Boot, so he wants that early lane presence to be as powerful as possible.
But his first attack on Nisha of the game was a bash, so bad omens for Nisha.
Yeah, and speaking of bashes, Spirit Breaker in this game has a lot of work to do, as he's the only one that can break the BKB.
My god, 100% bash rate, game's over. It is magical collapse, it is. Alright, we can't take our eyes off this bottom lane until he doesn't get a bash on Nisha.
Right, I'm down with that.
There, just says,
that's it. We can move away.
You don't control me. I'm my own man. And I respect it, actually. I respect it.
Top lane, ISIS is dropping low, but they don't really have any more slows. This time around, what Team Secret have got, though, is they have a lot of ways to deal with refraction.
That's okay. Your turret's coming over. They've got a good amount of damage to pump out into him here. The Meld Strike's there, the right click from Miposhka, and that's going to be first blood on the ISIS Ogre.
Yabzor is right now, like, scheming exactly what I needed. My boy ISIS died, some free experience. Nice.
His plan all along was to become the position 3 of this game. It was all a scheme. He was like, yeah, dude, go for the Ogre. I'm sure it'll be great for you.
Yeah, but keeping the experience on Miposhka and TA is pretty good. Yabzor is denying all those range creeps, and now Miposhka is in a bit of a problem here.
Is he in a bit of a pickle? Wait, yeah, they've got a lot of DOTs, actually. They will be able to bring him down. See you later, Mr. Tree. That'll do.
Yeah, remember those same DOTs are pretty good versus Yatoro God too. Plus all the lesser Eidolons, just destroying your refraction charges.
Absolutely. We will not see a repeat of last game where they go in deep trying to kill the TA. TA survives just due to 2 refraction charges, and Yatoro is actually already getting pretty low. Miposhka will come across with a save, thankfully, and keep him alive. Meanwhile, at bottom, we have got ourselves an Inkswell out onto Nisha, as he falls as well. Team Spirit drawing a little bit of blood for themselves.
Yeah, usually you think that Ursa is good versus melee cores, right? That's what he was picked into. But you're playing versus a Grimstroke and a Spirit Breaker. This is, at the moment, one of the nastiest offlane duos that you can play into.
Oh yeah, so brutal. Of course, you know, your bash damage is based on your attack speed, on your movement speed, right? So when you're Inkswelled up, you're even hitting harder with the bash. Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
Just a lot of setup. You'll see them probably throughout the game using that charge, and as soon as you charge, you get Inkswelled. Maybe some rotations on the mid lane are possible that way. So, yeah, I just love Spirit Breaker. I'm a huge Spirit Breaker fanboy for a while now.
Yep.
This hero is one of my highest win rate heroes on one of my Smurfs. Shame on me.
Oh dear. Wouldn't have said that out loud.
It's the same rank like my main one. No difference whatsoever.
Doesn't matter. Meanwhile, yeah, Nisha jumps over the tree and gets himself away, narrowly escaping the power of the Inkswell. Oh, is he? He's actually jumping back in, and the Mirror's going to be the one that dies. Nisha, though, trading his life for this would not be worth it, and Collapse will find him with the right click. What?
Yeah, Collapse just got him.
Yeah, I'm just confused as to why the Ursa decided to go back in there. Did he want the kill that badly onto the Grimstroke, or did he just not?
I think he didn't expect to take that amount of damage from Spirit Breaker. Like it did. For me, it also looked like he was about to get away with that 1 extra HP or whatnot. But yeah, the Spirit Breaker just hurts a little bit harder and now has Phase Boots completed.
Oh, goody. Lane at bottom getting very difficult very quickly, but we'll see if Nisha can hold his own in this one.
How do you feel about the two?
Doing
Bottom lane, there
well
we go.
once again under the tower. This is going to be... Oh, nice dodge out actually from Puppy there, just catching Nisha with the Nightmare. The dodge the damage at the Inkswell.
Really nice sleep, but it isn't looking great. If you're Secret right now, this bottom lane, you're not happy with the way it's going. Like, dying and then being pressured on that position 1 as soon as you get back to the lane is never a nice feeling.
It's not ideal.
Look at the other lanes perhaps a bit. Queen of Pain gets a little bit of her mana burn, but when it comes to the last, she's actually doing quite alright versus Toronto Tokyo. I know that, you know, as an Invoker,
Bottom lane, once again, the fighting continues. And I think this time it will not be anything more than just a bit of a kerfuffle. Although I say that, they still want to keep hitting each other. Nisha and Collapse just cannot keep their hands on each other.
they like each other that much. I believe if you're Collapse and Mira, you just wait for the next Inkswell and then you try another aggressive movement. And if you're Nisha, I'm not sure if you can lane any longer. And it seems like he's moving into the jungle slowly. Yeah, you just go farm your Battle Fury, escape this nonsense on the bottom lane because you won't find farm. You might get some kills, but you won't find farm.
Oh my god, but now Puppy's going to be the one who suffers. Tries to get enough mana for Nightmare, cannot do so, and therefore he shall fall.
Yeah, just the sacrificial Bane. He will be on this bottom lane probably, TPing in, defending the tower a little bit and leeching as much experience as possible. Maybe he goes mid, refills the bottle afterwards, but bot is gone. Like, Spirit Breaker is level 6 with Phase Boots. You cannot contest him any longer.
Yeah, he's destroyed this bottom lane, absolutely. It's a bit of a mess down here for Team Secret. Anisha will retreat to the jungle. And I've noticed that our Enigma's been jungling a lot as well. Yapsor on the POS 4 has been taken to the jungle. Oh, Mira! Oh, one more slap. He will not find it. And now Nisha's the one in trouble. He's going to get killed off as well. That does not feel good at all. It's already taking some hits up on the top side as Yapsor turns up in the lane for a rotation, and Poshka's nearby as well. Now actually trying to get some damage out onto CIS. He'll turn around with the stun, though, to get himself back. No one will fall, but the constant Knights are getting very, very annoying, especially considering they have the sentry down as well. So Yatoro is going to take so many hits through their stun out as well, but I don't think it's quite enough with the healing coming out from the tree. And as he turns onto Ice, he's being melted inside the Nature's Grasp, and that will be a dead Ogre Magi. Meanwhile, over towards middle lane, Toronto Tokyo trying to bring down some mail, but Puppy's got to come across, heal him up, give him some help, give him some mana, give him a lot of work here. Nightmare runs down Toronto Tokyo. Can they finish the job? I don't think so. The heal especially coming across from the Treant once again to help him through that dagger damage and help him last and maybe get the rune, but he won't be lucky. The haste rune goes away of Samael.
He has that haste rune, he still has the ulti, and this haste rune usually means a kill for a Queen of Pain, right? Especially when it's this early on.
You may be in some trouble once again here as another Ignite comes down. They are just setting its roar on fire, but the heals won't... Oh my god, the bottom lane as well. There's action everywhere. Nisha's going to have to pop the ultimate to get out of this one. I think the teddy bear might be safe unless Grimstroke can stroke him with a stroke of fate. I don't think so.
Nisha actually gets out. They don't have one of these deep wards. I think that's something that Mira will be looking at planting. You get these observer boards deep in the jungle, and then suddenly Collapse can see whenever Ursa is farming and charge him. Instead, he is charging Puppy right now. Inkswell on the charge.
And once again, it's going to be another freebie. Puppy, even under his own tower, cannot escape the wrath of the Mira Collapse lane. They're having such good fun down here in the bottom lane. They're just smashing anyone that turns up.
The thing is, wherever else you move as a Bane at this point, it kind of feels like you're just in the way. On the bottom lane, at least you're getting some experience, and that's all that matters. Your kills are not giving away way too much.
Yeah, he's got a TP out. He's good.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They never truly managed to kill off TA on top lane. Well, after that initial kill, they Wait, they didn't never kill her. Because they didn't get level 6 on Ogre or the Enigma before. Now that they have those level 6s, perhaps there's some opportunity to smoke up and kill her.
You would expect so. No play made as of yet with the black hole. Yep, so he has been spending a decent amount of time in the triangle and then kind of running up and... yeah.
The puppy. Just chilling, leeching that experience. Toronto Tokyo actually rotated as well. Yeah. It would be a pretty solid kill for Toronto because of the urn. You want to add that one first kill to activate the cold snap as well afterwards.
So he's literally just farming Puppy for an urn charge here. That feels wrong.
Well, they're pinging him out. They know exactly where he is, I think.
Yeah, Collapse is just about to check it. Is there a Bane here? Oh yes, there is. Hello, sir. How are you doing? Remember me from earlier? And goodbye, Mr. Papan. He's gone.
Puppy is dead for about 20 seconds. After he respawns, he does have that grip to work with, so we might see some sort of a rotation with the Ogre, Magi, and Enigma. But I think the most important thing for them is to take down this tier 1 on top lane and prevent Miposhka from defending it constantly.
So annoying. Treant, man. What a hero. Just sitting in the trees, dragging it across naturally. In comes Collapse onto Ice, and they're going to take him down. The Ogre Magi's dead. How close was he to his Midas there?
He did not get it, but...
Oh,
Ogre? He is. He's getting closer.
Okay.
Yeah. He's 1200 gold at the moment, so... He's close to it.
Okay.
Mira has actually smoked up. I'm not sure if this is... Let's just go top and board up a little bit, or actually help out 3. There's a charge on Yabzor. Inkspell now.
The combo, it's coming in. Once again, the train has arrived for you, Yapsor, and you are not going to be getting on board. Ice try to take to the front lines here as they stun up Collapse. Do they have the damage to finish him off here? They have got a Sonic Wave, but they don't want to use it. He's not quite low enough yet, and they know they don't have the follow-up. But this has to be frustrating. Collapse, he's just being everywhere and anywhere, all at the same time, and getting kills wherever he goes as well. It's tricky.
Just so damn tanky. Like, 2 bracers, phase boots, and this hero is already ridiculously hard to kill. But what Team Spirit is doing right now, it's not only about the tankiness of Spirit Breaker, they're just playing a little bit faster than Secret. They have good vision, they're scouting out heroes and killing them off with the Spirit Breaker. I want to see some sort of a smoke action, perhaps from Puppy. Queen of Pain with Sonic Wave, Puppy with a smoke grip. You can kill off a lot of heroes that way.
Yeah, definitely kill potential. It's Toronto Tokyo under cover
Puppy.
of Ghost Walk. Gonna see Puppy here. And yes, please, I would like another urn charge, thank you. I'll take down that POS 5 hero with relative... Oh, I say that turns around, gets off... No, Tornado's there, they'll get the kill. Puppy's gone. And that's another one for Toronto Tokyo. New up in the top lane, Miposhka pops down the ultimate, getting himself under the tower, realizing he's in some trouble, and once again evades capture. Miposhka being so sneaky up here and doing such a good job on just stopping them taking this tower. I mean, also due to the fact they've got an Ogre offlane, right? It's not something which takes towers very easily.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Nisha and Sumail have rotated top. They don't really want to let Miposhka defend this any longer, but look at this, Toronto Tokyo is also rotating. I wonder if they'll try to defend this with multiple heroes.
We shall see. Interesting stuff. Yatora just got into their triangle. He's taken a bunch of their creeps in the process. He's so cheeky. And they're defending this top tower right now. Yapsol comes in, he's got the black hole. Not going to drop it down onto Collapse by himself though. Not when there's so many cancels sitting right behind him. And there's the Midas, 2 times cast. Love to see it.
Worth it. Grip.
Absolutely, the grip comes down onto Mira. Mira getting pretty damn low. Sumail trying to go for the Sonic Wave. Doesn't look like he can squeeze it out, but they'll kill off Mira regardless. And Sumail's getting low. He has to run away. Does just about get out Collapse on the run as well. And the Sonic Wave's going to clip him. And they take down the Spirit Breaker. 2 clean kills for Team Secret on the top lane. Does this mean they can take the tower yet? I think it does. I think finally it will drop. But my god, this took a long time and a lot of manpower.
Yeah, a lot of time and all 5 heroes on that top lane. Meanwhile, Yatoro on the bottom lane. He's farming away. 300 gold away from that Desolator, so not really that bad of a position to be in, top of the net worth charts as well. I love the way Secret defended the Queen of Pain. She was so close to dying. And this Shadow Blade on Spirit Breaker with the Phase Boots, with the charge, what, they took out like 70% of Queen of Pain in a second.
Oh my god, he comes in quick. Yapsor sitting behind him here. Could go for the black hole if he wants to, but Ice kind of just tanking this for now. Yapsor comes in, he's a little bit too late, doesn't quite catch Toronto Tokyo, and also doesn't keep his teammate alive, and now Team Spirit, I think this team fight might be theirs as Yapsor and Puppey jump very quickly indeed. Nisha trying to fight up into this. He has got an ultimate here. Can he bring down Toronto Tokyo? He's going to need a lot more than this if he is going to do that. Collapse comes through, charges him up, he's trying to get the kill, but Nisha, he's just being kited to the ends of the earth and back. High fives are exchanged, several in fact. But Nisha, this is the end of the line for him. Tornado, right clicks, they're all in, and they get the kill.
Yapzor didn't have full vision, so he kind of hesitated with that black hole.
Right.
In the end, it looked like it would have been much better if he instantly casted it right on Invoker and Spirit Breaker. Because of that hesitation, Grimstroke is there on time to prevent it from actually going in full duration with the Phantom's Embrace. Now that Desolator is completed, will they actually try to rush? This is... I mean, there is no black hole, right?
You bet your Nelly they're going to try and rush Lizzard.
I bet my what?
Your Nelly.
What's Nelly?
Nelly. I don't know. It's just something people say in this country.
Why do you continue saying random things that I don't understand? Like, what sort of language is this?
It's your language. It's the language you're speaking right now.
Okay. I don't get it.
Roshan is gonna drop to Yatoro inside the pit. And Nisha's just like, hey guys, what's going on, Roshan? Oh, okay, you took the Aegis. Right, okay, I'm in some trouble here. And they're just gonna blast into this Ursa. See you later, little teddy bear. Puppey also charged up here, and that means he is probably dead. Hello? That's a pretty deep dive. Maybe not. Collapse gonna change his mind. Shake my head. Cancelling charge should have a penalty.
Yeah, I agree as well, right? Like, you should be slower for the next 30 seconds or something.
Yes, that'd be
It's
great.
a punishment from not being full Davai.
Hello, Maposhka, up on the top side of the map. Damage coming in. Can they finish him off is the question. The answer seems to be no. He turns around the Meteor Hammer onto some mail. I mean, he is dead, but, you know, he gets a hammer off. You can say that. Also, Yapsor being charged by Collapse, and the ultimate coming out as well. Oh my god, this is a big catch. Puppey catches out the Invoke on the backline. Toronto Tokyo, though, he survived through this with the Inks. Well, it's not enough to keep him alive, and some mail is also going to fall in return. However, Puppey to die as well. Ice going for the TP out. He is just done with this one, and he's going to get away. Interesting fight up the top. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Queen of Pain actually not being able to use the Sonic Wave because of the Cold Snap from Invoker. That was such a nice little play. Actually, if she does dish out the Sonic Wave, Invoker dies faster and perhaps she lives too. Right, Sumail might be able then to blink out or escape Spirit Breaker. There's a Meteor Hammer on Treant. Like, that's what you get for defending a tower for like 5 minutes straight.
It's like your reward. You don't even have to farm it, someone just gives it to you.
Like he's charging, yeah, he's just charging the Eidolons. Spirit Breaker has a Kaya. Is this something that you've seen before?
No.
I actually haven't.
No, it is not. That's very interesting indeed.
Yeah.
Kaya
Why Kaya?
Yasha?
Yeah. I mean, Kaya Yasha, it gives you movement speed. I understand status resistance. Actually, no status resistance.
No, that's the Sanj, my friend.
Yeah.
I mean, spell amplification, huh? I guess he wants to charge real hard.
Well, his charges are dishing out a serious amount of damage. By the time he used ulti on Yapzor last time he charged him, he already got like 50% of his HP down.
And does Spirit Break have mana problems usually?
Nope, not really. I mean, even if he did, you wouldn't buy a full Kaya to just solve the mana problems, right?
Look, I'm searching for answers here where I don't think there are any. I think getting inside the mind of Collapse is not possible in the duration of one card.
I don't understand it, but I'm about to buy it next game.
Yeah, no, I agree. Oh my god, Puppy just getting brutalized by Yatoro here as he jumps through onto the backlines, looking for Ice as well. Yatoro is in full swing right now. Blink Dagger, Desolator. That's ridiculous. Oh, and a Dragon Lance. Let's not forget.
Collapse. He's around. He charged in, used that Shadow Blade and cancelled. Should be punished, like we said before, but for now he won't be. Tier 2 on the bottom lane, however, should fall.
Collapse having a great time, just running around the map, charging into people, being a nuisance. Lovely fun.
Like, the way I see Team Secret winning teamfights is they wait for the BKB on Yapzor, and then they have some really good BKB Black Hole, right, with multiple targets. Besides that, they're just 7k behind, 20 minutes in. Ursa isn't going for that.
Oh my god, the bullet train's out. Ice doesn't have a counterplay here. All he really has is a Blink Dagger, and that's not coming off. He's gone.
Did you see that Nisha switched from Battle Fury into Diffusal?
I did notice that, yeah.
So he's not going to really scale that much. It's not a bad build. It's a nice build. It allows you to fight a lot. You're much scarier early on. It helps versus TA as well. But I'm worried for their late game potential.
They want to make a move here on Team Secret.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They do have Blink Black Hole. Aegis, when does it run out?
Should run out in about 3 seconds, so very soon.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yasha and Kaya.
What a world we live in. Very interesting indeed.
16% on Nether Strike. 16% on Charge, I guess. Alright.
I mean, when he gets the Ags, it's I guess it's gonna look pretty cool.
Yeah, that's true. Aghanims definitely makes it a bit better.
But yeah, still, it does just seem crazy to go for that over the Sanj. I mean, anytime I see a hero building the combination of the Kaya's, Sanj, Yasha's, which dodges their own primary attribute, I always think it's kind of funny.
I guess he has already a ton of status resistance, right? From Bulldoze. He doesn't truly need any more. And he's tanky as it is. He's actually carrying Nether Shawl too. So he's really going all into the spell amp. That's the reasoning behind it. Oh, alright. I actually have not seen this done before, but looks legit.
And then you buy a Dagon. In they go, onto the Ursa, the Nightmare comes out to try and save his life. Yapsor, where is he? He's stunned up for now, can't get in, can't use that Black Hole. Held on the back lines as the Soulbind will hold Ice and Nisha together, and down they shall fall. Not a chance as the jump comes forward once more from Collapse. The steam train's just plowing into Team Secret, and there is seemingly nothing they can do about it as they lose 2 heroes and back themselves off. Attempt was made, but attempt was failed.
Will they go for more? It seems like they might.
Oh, they will. Oh, they will. Right on top of Yapsor, and you can see the amount of damage he's doing here on Collapse. He's just tearing through heroes one after the other. Yatoro's going to come in as well. They've got 4. Can they get 5? Yes, they can. No, they can't. So now it's a blink away. Gotcha.
He tried really hard to dodge the Sonic Wave. They tried as a team really hard to prevent Queen of Pain from using that ultimate on the Spirit Breaker. In the end, they didn't really manage to, so at least in Secret, they get this one little counter kill on the SB. It's not really a small kill, as he's actually second in the net worth charts.
Oh, yeah, big boy. Yule's out onto the Tree and Protector, and that's going to give Sumail another kill here, I believe. Or will it? They need a little bit more. Ice is going to throw out the Ignite, but it doesn't connect onto the Tree and Protector, which means he's actually going to survive this one. Sumail still jumping in, though. He's hungry. He wants that kill he worked so hard for, and he's going to get it as Yatoro takes down Yapso in the front lines and turns his attention towards Ice. Naima's going to save him, though, as Yatoro pops a BKB, but look who's not done. It's Sumail. He wants to finish off Toronto Tokyo, and he bloody well might, as Yatoro comes in, blinking and trying to help out his Invoker. Invoker TPing back to base. Is he going to survive this one? Looks like he just about does. Makes it to the fountain, heals himself up, and survives through the onslaught off that Sumail. Queen of Pain is... Okay.
He didn't go in. There was Yules, right? On Queen of Pain, Yules just came... Well, not off cooldown, but he just got enough mana to use it on Spirit Breaker if he continues charging. You know, for a Spirit Breaker player, Collapse has a lot of discipline. Not going in at every single point. But Secret making a small comeback in that fight around Rosh Pit. Punishing Team Spirit for overstaying.
I still think when you're playing Spirit Break, you should unbind your stop key. Or like if you have a modular keyboard, just pop it out. Take out the key and put it somewhere else. Lock it in a box until the game's over. In a timed safe.
That's definitely how a lot of players play Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
In my pubs, at least.
And it does not end well.
There's a BKB on TA. 7-second one. On the side of Team Spirit. Enigma still without a BKB. Ursa still without a BKB. And they truly need these. It's very important for Yapsor to get his. It kind of changes the game. There's still the problem of Spirit Breaker, but makes it much easier for him to use that good Black Hole.
I don't know, this greedy draft for Team Secret is feeling so hard to play right now. The ability to go in and get kills is extremely limited. They're being outmaneuvered, outfought, out-itemized.
They're making a play. They're smoking up. They do have grip.
It does feel like if they won one team fight, this game's going to be completely in the air.
Yeah, but look at Team Spirit.
They don't seem to have read this Roshan attempt, and Yatoro's just in the pit by himself, taking down Rosh. This is pretty bad.
It's like a nice play, right? Like you're going into this triangle, you're warding it up in case someone is around, you can get the pick off. But at the same time, you're losing Aegis. And you're losing... Is it Cheese? Who took the other item?
It'll be Shard, right? And that's on TA.
Yeah, Shard. Okay, so TA has the silence now as well.
What sort of prize is this?
Team Spirit secure the second Roshan off their game and now come barreling down the middle lane. Team Secret are very firmly on the back foot. But that is their draft. They probably expected to be behind. Maybe not this far behind. But I imagine they did expect to be behind at some point in this game early on. Coming back into it, it's going to be on the backs of some big outplays here. BKBs are up. This could be their fight. But it has to be perfect.
The only question is, how do you kill Yatoro once without using the Black Hole? If you can kill him once with the grip, and then the second time with the Black Hole, that would be pretty much perfect.
Let's see, they've got the vision here. Sumail's going in. He's going to start things off with a big jump onto the three heroes, and the BKB's already been used, but with the Soulbind, Nisha can't really do much with it, and Ice going to be thrown in. Oh, the Black Hole cancelled by the Poshka! Positioned perfectly to stop Yapsor from doing anything. And now, Yapsor, well, he's dead for 40 seconds. No buyback, not that he should use it anyway. He has no Black Hole.
At that position 5 Treant, he has Meteor Hammer and a Blink Dagger, so him being positioned, being positioned to cancel the Black Hole wasn't that much of a difficulty.
My goodness. Well, that has just thrown a spanner in the works, but maybe they get something here as they chase down Collapse. They will indeed, so it's a small prize, but definitely one which they'll take on the side of Team Secret. They need anything they can get right now.
A nice little pickup. As Ursa is building Toronto, Tokyo, maybe.
No grip, it doesn't matter. They've got three heroes here, and they are going to be able to rip through Toronto, Tokyo. Okay, Team Secret, okay.
That's really nice. And it's all off of these wards that Puppy has planted as Roshan was being taken, right?
Right.
Like these plays that at the moment do not look that great, like eventually pay out.
Well, this is going to slow down Team Spirit. They have this Aegis, they want to be doing stuff, but with their mid laner dead, that is very difficult. But that said, Yatoro, he's still laying a trap here. Not convinced he can kill off the Ursa. Someone else, perhaps.
ISIS goes in.
Shows here, yeah. It's fine. It's fine. Secret
if you're
willing.
If you're Team Spirit, you're not willing to fight until Spirit Breaker is up, right? Like, he is the damage dealer, I would say, and the controller as well.
Yeah.
The way he's been playing, he's actually been destroying his targets in split seconds.
You need your Kayasha Spirit Breaker in those fights.
Yeah, he has got the BKB as well. He had it in that last fight, so it definitely helps out with just not being kited around.
What
He didn't finish off the Silver
build.
Edge though.
It's just nuts.
Right?
I know, it's just such a weird build.
You do kill off a full creep wave with a charge, right?
Yeah.
Even without the Kaya.
Yes, you do. Up to a certain
there-
point in the game, obviously, but yeah.
Because there are some heroes on which you buy Null Talisman just to be able to finish off a full creep wave with one spell.
Yeah.
You know, like Null Talisman. A Kaya would be a stretch, but I could see it. Like, helps you flash farm.
I mean, maybe he can do that now without using his W, but I don't know. I don't know. 50 seconds left on this Aegis. Doesn't look like Team Spirit are going to be able to get much more from this, but they've already gotten a lot. There are no more outer towers left for the side of Team Secret, so... Secret, they are just getting a little bit hammered by this TA at this point. Look at the net worth on your tour. I mean, that's disgusting.
They are hanging in there before Aegis fires, so 20 more seconds on that, and you have Black Hole again. So it's an opportunity for...
Oh, he is in the wrong neighborhood right now, and a bash perfectly timed by Collapse here. This could be the end. Yeah, ooh, blink away, but it's too much. Samel does fall.
Manages to blink out, but that dot finishing him off, and now the charge. Who's it on?
It's
Yapsor.
on twice. Nope. Up. Oh, yeah, Yapsor. Yeah, charging past both everybody else on the team for the backliner. Classic Collapse.
Well, you were right. It did connect only on Ice, as he stopped it. But,
effectively only on SIS, yeah.
Isn't it magical, Papa?
Most has that Aghanims. Has 2k gold and a point booster.
Stupid.
Closer and closer.
Brave, but stupid.
Enigma actually going for a Lincoln Sphere. Now the thing is, in that last fight, it wasn't the Spirit Breaker that cancelled him, right?
I don't think it was. No, I believe it was the ultimate from the Treant, right? That cancels channeled spells, doesn't it?
Yep.
I saw it with my own two eyes. I did. So not sure what this Lincoln's is about. I guess
still
it
helps.
does stop the Spirit Breaker.
Exactly, it helps versus Collapse. So, if you can control Miposhka, then the Black Hole should be good enough. And then I don't know if it's a long day or what, but I'm in one of those situations in which I'm like, does it? Does Overgrowth stop? I'm like 100% it does, but doubting.
Never doubt yourself, King.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
There's a charge on Puppy. Let's see if the Spirit Breaker doubts someone.
And in we go, onto Puppy once again. The ultimate will be down, the BKB popped, and Puppy surviving a surprisingly long time here, but will eventually be run down by these two heroes. Also on the front line, Nisha going in, trying to look for kill on the support heroes here, but can't really get anybody down. And Ice once again just getting dropped so low, and finished off by Collapse. He comes onto the high ground, and suddenly there's 3 secret heroes dead. Samel trying to do something here, trying to bring down Toronto Tokyo, but that's just not going to happen. Yatoro gets the kill, double kill for him, and the only hero left alive is Nisha on the side of Team Secret. This is just a bit of a demolishing.
He's just high-fiving someone. He's waving at them.
Inside the fountain, narrowly surviving this one. Samael might not be so lucky. The damage is there. He actually gets the side blade through. Oh,
Charge
dear.
coming through.
So fast.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Oh, that damage.
This is ridiculous. Oh
GG.
my god. They call it. They're done. Collapse just charges them into the lower bracket. My goodness. And a well played from Collapse as well. Some nice good clean throw from these two teams. But yeah, that last game was not really close at all. I mean, this is the second time we've seen the Ice Ogre Magi. And at the same time, I feel like I've never seen the Ice Ogre Magi because I'm still not really sure what it does.
Yeah, we had two pretty good games in the series, and the last one was a beatdown. Team Spirit, TA without dying a single time, but the man of the match definitely, Spirit Breaker. The laning stage went well for them. They crushed Ursa, and then they forced Ursa into switching from that Battle Fury into a Diffusal, which prevented them from even having some late game potential, right? They start fighting earlier. They try to make work of Yapzor's Black Hole before he has BKB. That doesn't work out. And meanwhile, Yatorogat, he's just farming away, getting his Desolator. It was a rough game, but we learned something. Yasha and Kaya, Aghanim's Shadowblade obviously before, but this Yasha and Kaya, man, that damage. Did you see the Ursa charge in the end? He disappeared.
just nuked him. He absolutely destroyed him, sent him to another dimension. That was ridiculous. Team Spirit showing up in style for game number 3, and that will secure them the series versus Team Secret and secure them their spot in the grand finals of the OGA Dota Pit Season 5. Huge win for them as they continue their dominant spree. My goodness, haven't lost a series now in what, 11, 12 series in a row, I think it is now? It's getting into silly figures. What a team, what a performance, what a series. We'll send it back to the panel for them to break it down even further.
Well, Team Secret wanted to play a slow game, but they got flattened by Team Spirit's runaway freight train of a draft as Collapse's Spirit Breaker charges them into the OGA Dota Pit Grand Finals. Black, what is there to say about that game?
Unfortunately, everything went exactly as I forecasted because there was just nothing to do. Quap lost the lane, which you can't do much about. Wax and Walker just beats Queen of Pain. And you have this Ogre going for Midas. You have Enigma farming. Ursa loses lane because he can't win the lane. Like, I really don't know what Secret was supposed to do. I felt like the only outcome was for them to lose, and that's exactly what happened. So it's a shame because I think game 1 and 3 were mostly on the draft. Like, Secret is not worse than Spirit in terms of just individual skill, I don't think. But yeah, like with a draft like this, you just can't do anything.
What was the key part of the draft that failed for you? Is it because attention will be given, I think, probably to the Ice Ogre offlane. Does it rest on his shoulders?
Yeah, I think so. Like, do you have this Enigma already? Which I thought was going to be 3 for sure because 4 is way too greedy. And you pick this Ogre who goes Midas first. So what actually happens? Like, you lose mid lane by default, you lose bot lane by default, and you have an offlaner going Midas. And your +4 is farming jungle. Like, what do you do?
It's not inspiring. So Yatoro 8-0 and 7 BCOP. Another impressive performance from him. Talk me through what he did so well.
It also, like, what he did was an individual effort where he wins the lane, has a great time throughout the game, but it's also exacerbated by the fact that his team around him played so well. The lanes went well. He did everything he could, especially top. There was like one point where I thought he was going to die and maybe that lane goes a little bit worse, but survives, turn around, they get kills. Poshka ends up, I believe, getting that kill on Ice early, but it's the aggression early that ended up pushing him into just the driver's seat of this game.
This is Team Spirit's 11th, I believe, straight series win. Pretty impressive figures, I'm sure you'll agree. Can anyone stop this team, Black?
I mean, in a BO3, nobody could yet. In a BO5 is going to be even harder because it feels like Spirit only really loses when the draft doesn't really go their way, which doesn't happen a lot. Like, I think their drafting is very solid. Sure, like every team, every now and then has a off draft, like it happens. Like game 2, I think they were a little bit outpicked, and if that doesn't happen, I just feel like they always find a way to just win the game. Like even in game 2, when they were really far behind, they almost found a way to get back. Like they didn't just give up. They kept the net worth advantage very low actually for quite a while. Of course, at some point it snowballed out of control, but like they're always fighting back because they know what to do, even when they're losing. They're so scary.
It feels like they're winning drafts in a different way to how they did at TI as well. Because I remember at TI, I often felt they won so many drafts because there was so much attention given to Collapse. People were banning out 4 or 5 offlane heroes often just to shut him down, which left them so much freedom in the rest of the draft. That's not really happening anymore. It feels like they're able to win the draft and able to create these kind of games which are so favorable to them just out of thin air now. There's not even this kind of favorable circumstance of people being scared of Collapse. Do you agree, BCOP? Or do you think there's something else going on here?
I think there's some games where they focus on Collapse, but we've seen a lot of teams kind of focus away from that. We saw that with Secrets drafting a little bit, but Collapse, you talked about it. He's got a solid hero pool where he can make things happen. We were talking about how he doesn't play Spirit Breaker that much, but here he is dominating a Spirit Breaker and really making everybody think, hey, now that's another one that we have to look out for. I tend to think maybe there's too many heroes that you have to focus on Collapse, so you have to just start making other players' games harder, which it seemed like they kind of did with trying to ban out some of Toronto Tokyo's heroes in this 3rd game draft, but they still gave him an Invoker, and then he runs away with it. It's so hard to just figure out who you want to take out of the game, almost.
It's like playing whack-a-mole with these guys. You smack down one guy and another one annoying. Team Spirit Head will pop up and beat you. Any final thoughts on the series, Black?
It went as I expected. Like I was very surprised that Team Secret actually beat them so easily in game 2. But yeah, like Secret obviously is a very strong team. They can beat Secret. It's just they can beat Spirit. It's just like the drafting in game 3 especially was very questionable. Like I don't think you can get away with this against Team Secret at all. Well, it's not I don't think. I've been proven that you can't. Like they got absolutely smashed against the wall. And if they make it to the final, Tundra is a very strong contender as well. They really gotta figure that drafting out. Because if you lose in a draft against Spirit, you lose the game.
Speaking of the final, it's finals day tomorrow, and we're going to be kicking off with the lower bracket finals. That's Team Tundra versus the newly shoved down to the lower bracket Team Secret. BCOP, talk to me about this matchup. Are Team Secret the favourites there for you, or do you think Team Tundra are going to give them a massive run for their money?
I think after today, Tundra, in my eyes, have to be a little bit of the favorite. They played really well, defeating an OG team that maybe have inconsistent results at times, but Tundra are still riding their own wave of success from post-TI-ish or that area of time. So I think it's going to go 3 games, personally. I think that the way these two teams play, if it happens to be a 2-0, I'd be shocked. But we'll see how either team really competes against Spirit. It's going to be a tough job just to get through this first series.
Do you agree, Black?
Yeah, I think actually, Tundra, when they get the pieces they need, they're very, very scary. If Secret gives them what they want, I don't know if they can stop Tundra. I think once again it's going to be quite important to get the right drafting pieces in place. Because it just feels like Secret's biggest problem this tournament has been drafting. It's just very inconsistent. Sometimes it's amazing. The next game, it's very average. And these inconsistencies are not very normal, I think, when Puppy drafts. He's usually very consistent. Sure, he has his stubborn ideas here and there, but they all make sense. This last game, I tried to make sense of it all, tried to connect it all. I just couldn't find anything. And this just can't happen against teams of that caliber. Whether it's Spirit or Tundra, it doesn't matter. They are going to make you pay. So revise the replays, probably. Figure out what to draft. You got Heen behind you, one of the smartest guys in Dota. I'm sure they'll figure it out.
Okay, well, let's hope the Secret that turns up tomorrow to play Tundra is going to be an exciting one, because it's going to be a big day of Dota tomorrow. 2 big series. Our first tournament finals since TI. A lot of money on the line. A lot of exciting Dota to watch. I'm looking forward to you all tuning in. I'm looking forward to watching it myself. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks so much for tuning in today, and good night.